Resident Evil 6, a fan favorite of the Resident Evil series. I have this very fond memory of one of my first anime conventions way back in high school. They were closing the day out and most everyone had left, but a random guy walked up to our circle of friends and started asking gaming trivia questions. A few passed, and a lot of the people in the group didn't know most of the questions, but he asked some Mario question, and I instantly knew the answer. I don't even remember what the question was. The reward was Resident Evil 6 thumbstick grips that I ended up using on my Xbox 360 controller almost all the way through their life cycle. As far as my experience with the actual game, well, I used to speedrun it a bit, but I have never once actually viewed the story of the 4 campaigns. Resident Evil 6 is unique in the fact that it brings the series titans together in 4 separate and often overlapping stories that start and end in different time frames. Leon and Helena, Chris and Piers, Jake and Sherry, and Ada Wong.
The gang's all here.
In the past, I've cracked open the official guides for Resident Evil 4 and 5, so I figured it was time to complete this trilogy of RE history. I actually managed to get a copy of the special edition guide by Dan Burlew, or whoever might not know, also wrote the guidebook for Resident Evil 4 that we used to do the as intended video for that. The challenge is simple. We will be reading the guide step by step, paragraph by paragraph, and simply doing what it tells us to do. I will clear one thing up right now though. RE6 is similar to RE5 in the aspect there is no true new game function once you started a particular campaign. And on this particular copy of the game, I had played the Prelude and Chapter 1 of Leon and Helena with a friend in the past. So it's a little weird until we get past that point, but nothing too crazy. Aside from that, this is a completely untouched copy of Resident Evil 6 and is going to be quite the journey for us all. Be sure to like and subscribe if you enjoy, and let's complete Resident Evil 6 exactly as Daddy Capcom intended. Resident Evil 6 has a cold start upon launch, taking us straight into the Prelude, which is basically treated as a short tutorial. Chaos is ensuing right before our eyes, and an explosion happens, knocking ourselves and our apparent new partner, Helena, out for the count. Once we wake up, we see that we're playing as Leon, and Helena isn't taking the hit as well as us, and we have to tap the action button to pull her out of the street while simultaneously looking around with the right stick. Leon fans get some huge fan service here, as this is one of, if not the most popular still shot moments from this game. Once the helicopter flies off, we're faced with an alleyway we can use the left stick to travel down. We're going to have to carry Helena for the time being. We're introduced to the partner action button here after a fall and use it to grab Helena and pull her back up. We're told to continue down the alley until we reach the door and press the action button to open it. It's locked, but Leon locates an iron bar nearby and inserts it behind the piece of wood barring the door. A revolving command prompt appears on screen and we have to press the reload button during the proper time of the rotation until we're successful to get the way forward open. We tilt the left stick to move in any direction throughout the trashed room until we reach the body near the windows and examine it, then continue on to the next room. We leave Helena by the door for now to search for a healing item and head to the driver's side of the nearby truck in order to press action to look in and locate a green herb, smash the window and pick it up. We get a call from Hunnigan as we're moving back to Helena and learn from the guide how to open the item menu and mix our consumable herbs, how to quickly add them to our handy dandy health tablet case, and how to quickly administer said tablets. A zombie appears in front of us, and even though we have some time to shoot it before it grabs us, the guide tells us it's a waste of bullets. We get grabbed momentarily and rotate the left stick to break ourselves free. We fall to the floor with it anyways and have to complete a couple more quick time events before finally finishing off our first zombie with the finisher. We can finally return to Helena and use the healing items we collected to give her aid and get her back on her feet. We're told to start moving towards the objective marker and also to use the directional beacon feature to show us an arrow to the exact path we need to take. We open the next door and descend the stairs. The next door prompts us for a partner action, so we'll need Helena to open this one. We emerge into a city of absolute chaos with absolutely no idea how or what happened or why we're even here right now. We hop over the rail and immediately shoot the zombie to the left after landing. Here we learn a common quick shot into melee strategy we will be using quite often. If we press aim and fire at the same time, we will perform a quick shot guaranteeing a staggered enemy, allowing us to move in for a physical attack and then the ability to stomp their heads after the enemy has hit the ground. For the Prelude, we have access to Leon's entire armory and are told to equip something better for this horde. The guy says the shotgun is perfect for close quarters like this, and I couldn't agree more. We remain wary of crawling zombies and focus our attention on headshots as we make our way forward. We fight our way forward until a crashed airplane comes down harder than Goose in Top Gun and creates a massive firestorm of an explosion behind us. forcing us to run like we're in an action movie until a BSAA helicopter comes to our rescue. We dash over vehicles and obstacles until we reach the chopper, and naturally, we have to shake off one last lucky zombie from Leon. There's no moment's reprieve yet because the pilot seemingly falls ill and Leon must take control of the chopper. After we mash reload to somewhat save our skin, the pilot comes back to life as a zombie and attacks Helena. Fortunately, we're the king of multitasking because as we're flying, we're prompted with several QTEs to shoot the zombie, saving Helena. We attempt to regain control, but end up crashing onto a glass floor with a massive horde of zombies under it anyways. The crashed helicopter threatens to fall on us, so we hit one last quick time event to move out of the way, then take a look at our surroundings. We catch our breath a bit and then head to the exit door, pressing partner action to open it together. For now, this area is shrouded in mystery, but according to the guide is altogether relevant. We hop over the railing and head to the center where a cutscene plays, allowing Leon to let loose one of his famous one-liners.
Back for more.
And the prelude comes to an end. Chapter 1 and Chapter 2 seem to be the bulk of Leon and Helena's campaign as their segments are pretty significantly longer than the others. Starting off, the guide informs us that it's been simplified to cover only the normal difficulty level as well as single-player gameplay only. The campaign starts off with Leon facing longtime friend and President of the United States Adam Benford, who has met a terrible but all but common fate in the universe that is Resident Evil. Leon has to finish off his friend and Secret Service agent Helena Harper, who is also the President's assigned protector, bears witness to it. We'll be working together to escape the campus President Benford was supposed to speak at with the ultimate goal of finding out who is responsible for his zombification and bringing justice to it. We use our left stick to exit the room and are given the option to poke into the room across the hall where a man in a chair falls over for a spooky factor. We continue down the corridor and examine the elevator in order to determine that the power is out. We then make our way down into the reception area and continue to head to the objective marker, which is a door to our left. We press partner action and get a little excerpt from the guide about the feature that basically tells us that in single player gameplay we can yell at Helena to move faster if we have to, and ultimately once she reaches us we can open these types of doors together. Now we're in the banquet hall and have some navigating to do, which we start by turning right and trundling down the steps until we spot another survivor in the distance. The aisles are cluttered in specific ways, so the route is given to us. We move down to the back rows first, and then once we reach the middle of the hall, we can head back to the right until we reach the end of another aisle, and then turn left to clear ourselves of the maze. We enter the kitchen, and the guide says not to be afraid even though it's supposed to be creepy in here, I think. We basically just keep moving through the kitchen and the following corridor until we reach a partner action door and open it to encounter Robert, a university employee who has a brown trail coming from his pants given the circumstances he's found himself in. He's looking for his daughter, and we're going to be dropping everything to give him a hand. In this room also hides a serpent emblem. There are 4 of these located in each chapter of each campaign, resulting in 80 total, and they unlock special files in the extras. They're similar to BSAA emblems from Resident Evil 5, but they just went crazy with them in this game. I had to come back after the fact to shoot this one, however, because I literally had 0 bullets, assumedly from the one time I played this file and I made it through Chapter 1. Now we pretty simply just follow Robert back through the corridor and into the kitchen and through the banquet hall, watching him almost get crushed by a chandelier. We move to the double doors and open them, causing Robert to head to the right, but the guide leads us to the left in order to head up the stairs and around the balcony to find our first aid spray. Then it teaches us how to use it that I apparently just didn't listen to the first time because I didn't use one until like Chapter 4. We need Robert to open the quote-unquote portal, as the guide says, and also several more doors throughout the following areas, including a small museum where he has a bit of a coughing fit and a passageway with another elevator without power. However, when it comes to this one, Robert claims to have a key for it we can use once we find his daughter Liz. At the end of the corridor, we wait for Robert to back away from the door and then proceed to enter. We find Liz, who is clearly infected and not in the best shape. Robert will lead the way while carrying her, and along the way we have to raise some fallen boards to keep a clear path. Afterwards, we move ahead of Robert and into the elevator. The lights go dark, and after we regain our sight, Liz has zombified and attacks us, prompting us with a QTE to escape. Helena takes the brunt of Liz, and we're told to raise our pistol to shoot her, but we don't have any bullets. Fortunately, we can chalk this up as a tutorial on how to shoot rather than a you must shoot here scenario and let the game play itself. The ammo issue shows itself immediately once again though, as zombies flood the elevator and we're told to start shooting them. Yeah, this intro is a little bit scuffed, but the guide also mentions using melee attacks here, so we can move forward with that. An unfortunate soul collapses on a car in front of us as we enter the parking garage. Since the zombies will head for the alarm, we're told to head left and make our way behind the vehicles until we can make a diagonal shot towards the exit of this room. The guy specifically mentioned some goodies in the center, but like the cornucopia in the Hunger Games, the risk isn't worth the reward. Now we're in another area of the campus, or more like the campus proper, and face a set of stairs, but before ascending, we turn left and finally collect some 9mm ammo for our pistol. We have some long, empty distances ahead of us, and the guide informs us of the dash ability, which sometimes works inside and sometimes doesn't. It's in one of those weird ways that you kind of feel like Professor Oak is telling you not to do this kind of thing. We find ourselves in a lecture room and accidentally kick a can down the middle set of stairs, prompting a zombie student to rise. We're told to aim for its head to conserve ammo, and that the noise from this battle will catch the attention of another zombie that we should take out in the same vein. At the bottom of the stairs, another zombie rises, and we're told to maneuver around the desk at the front of the lecture hall to create some distance to take out this zombie. We're also given the option to climb on top of the desk to get the high ground and take it out that way. We head up the blocked aisle for a green herb and are specifically told to hold out on adding it to our pill pack in hopes of finding a red herb to combine it with later. We exit the lecture hall through the double doors and head down the hallway until we find another barricade blocking our path, and head left through another set of double doors. We are grabbed by a zombie and need to either break free with the QTE or hope Helena shoots it off of us so we can stomp it with the wombo combo. We take out another rising zombie with the headshot and learn we can vault over certain objects in order to create distance in battles quickly. We move toward the back of the classroom and left for some more 9mm ammo, and yet another zombie rises. Here we're told to conserve some ammo by doing the quickshot method of pressing aim and fire at the same time for a stagger, and then melee attacking the enemy and finishing it off on the ground. We find another green herb, and instead of holding out for the aforementioned red herb, we're told to go ahead and mix the two green herbs we found and add them to our pill pack. We leave the classroom and travel until we reach some soda machines, where we turn left and descend another staircase with an unsuspecting zombie at the bottom. Here, we're introduced to the stealth kill mechanic, which is pretty self-explanatory, but maybe more over the top from what you think stealthy is most of the time. A lot of times these are really easy to abuse in combat. As long as you're behind the enemy, you can usually do these attacks. All you really have to do is just kind of punch them once, and then it gives you the option for a stealth hit, even though it clearly knows you're there. Before leaving, we grab the 9mm ammo and green herb in the corner. In the next area, there's quite a few zombies around the right corner, but we're told to enter the classroom to the left. I guess they were supposed to see us enter and follow us. Either way, we stealth kill the closest zombies and then continue to take out the remainder while moving backwards. Oh, you can akimbo in this game, I guess. Now we can leave the classroom and find a red herb that we're swiftly prompted to combine with the green herb we recently found and add the mixture to our pill pack. We perform a quick shot to counter a lunging zombie and use our trusted big black boot, also known as BBB, to finish it off. If that tactic doesn't work, there's also a fire extinguisher we can shoot to stun the enemy. We collect some more 9mm ammo and 2 incendiary grenades from the desk and exit the classroom, heading down the hall to finally use partner action on the next door. We become pirates for a moment, as the title of the next section has us maraud and plunder the commons. We're at the outside courtyard and zombies are scattered about. We start off by heading left and grabbing 2 packs of 9mm ammo while also taking down a zombie behind some tables. We then work our way back to the center and the opposite wall to head towards the objective marker. We perform a stealth hit on the zombie facing away from us, and then hit the quick shot into BBB combo for the zombie that approaches us after. We examine the marked gate and are able to determine that it's locked, and we need a key. Hunnigan suggests that we look for the key in the other wing, so we turn back and keep along the far right wall. We take out any more single zombies along the path and come across a table set with a green and red herb for our taking. We're told to combine and store them at the next opportunity, and we're not really that busy right now, so we went ahead and didn't. We find a set of double wooden doors and press partner action to enter. We're told to slowly proceed up this corridor so as not to trip over any bodies that are lying around. We pick up a 9mm ammo box near the closest body and another behind the supposed mini fridge on the right side of the hallway. After activating the far door, alarms start triggering, which, as most of us know, is the last thing we want during a zombie apocalypse. We have to hold out, shooting zombies until they fill the corridor. Here, we're prompted to throw our incendiary grenades to maximize our zombie kills without using every shred of ammunition we have. If we run out of incendiary grenades, we can also use some more fire extinguishers in order to knock down enemies and hit them with the BBB special. We're also told to save our quickshot stamina for enemies that are holding some sort of weapon, because when they stagger, we're able to use that weapon to our advantage. When there's lull time, we're told to pick up items down the corridor and quickly head back. Hunnigan finally hacks the system, and Leon and Helena can burst through the door. During the door sequence, there's some ammo we can pick up during the encounter, and then we can aim for the heads of the 2 zombies trying to force their way in. We're told to head behind the counter for even more 9mm ammo by pressing the action button to open the drawer. Moving through the small library, we can open a second desk for even more 9mm ammo, and then a third desk that hides another serpent emblem for us to shoot. We open the office door with a partner action and find the campus keycard on the other side. Collecting this causes a zombie to appear, but we have a split second to react with a quick shot or possibly get dragged to the ground. But we didn't miss, so we finish him off with the BBB and return to the first office, healing ourselves along the way. We have one last wave of zombies that we trigger by running to the end of the hallway to allow them to ambush us of sorts, and then head back to the office to make our stand. We're given the option to use any remaining incendiary grenades or fire extinguishers here if we have any, but if not, to just finish the enemies with some more headshots. We're then told to head back to the locked gate and to take out any single zombies along the way. After opening the door, we have to move through the very loud metal detector and are told to rush through the next one as well. We use the quickshot combo on the lone zombie at the end and make our exit. The stretch behind the campus is flooded with enemies, and we're told to forego fighting and to begin making our way by hopping over the barriers. We then move to the far wall and run down a few feet to avoid some enemies, and dash to the other side of the alley to go left. This section is really short, and we find the police car at the bottom of the hill. Of course, the keys are missing, and we're told to use the right stick to search frantically for the keys. We look to the far right by Helena in the passenger seat to check the glove box, but no dice there. Next, we check the sun visor to actually find the keys, and then move to place them in the ignition and start the vehicle. We have to press the fire and aim buttons to move the vehicle forward and in reverse, and finally break through the horde for a short while. We don't get very far in the car, as the guide says, but find ourselves at a manhole leading down into the underground that we can press partner action to enter.
It's gonna be a tough road.
Now that may have seemed like a natural segue to end the chapter, but absolutely not. We still have a lot to do here in Chapter 1. In the underground area, we are introduced to our first set of breakable boxes that drop items. We open the door across and are taught that we can control the way we open doors by either slowly opening or forcing them open for a quicker entrance. We then drop down onto the tracks and see that to our right lies some water and electrical lines blocking our path. We head up the tunnel and are told to stealth hit any enemies that don't see us and shoot the ones that do. We have to stick to the left here, as a train occasionally comes through, and we have to hit a QTE to slam our bodies against the wall to avoid it. Up ahead is our first encounter with zombie dogs, and the guide says the best way to deal with them is a counter. This is a mechanic where all you have to do is shoot the enemy as it's attacking you, and trust me, it sounds easier than it is. After finally defeating the doggo with counterattacks, we dash through the remaining tunnel segment until we spot a zombie having lunch, and there's nothing we can do about it. Once again, we have more trains to dodge, and at the end of the tunnel, see more zombies coming through electrified water. The guy says we can't do anything with them and to ignore them. We have a small interlude-like area where we might have some close calls and can break a few more boxes before finding ourselves on yet another train track. We can look to the right here to find another serpent emblem below the corner of the train. We continue to follow the tracks until we see a light reflecting a horde of zombies coming our way. We're then told to stick to the left-hand wall and to very specifically run instead of dashing, just in case we can't come out of that dash in time to throw ourselves at the wall as the train takes care of the zombies for us. We head back to collect the spoils after the train comes through and then continue up the tunnel, crossing to the right side. As soon as we climb up the platform, a zombie climbs out of a nearby vent, and we're told to turn around to dispatch it. Then, we examine the train door to find that it's locked. We'll need to jump down and give Helena a boost up to the top of the train so that she can unlock the door for us. The train carts are full of corpses, and pretty much immediately a zombie comes at us, and we have to take it out. We move slow so as to not rouse any unnecessary zombies. However, in the third car, the party comes to life no matter what, and we have to take them all down. We move towards the light at the end of the last car and turn left to take down a zombie outside using headshots before dropping down ourselves. We move quickly around the front end of the train in order to perform a stealth hit on a zombie standing in front of it. On the next platform, we're told to dash forward and press aim while sprinting in order to slide into and break the crates for maximum efficiency, especially when in battle. We press the red button on the shutter and a random woman on the train finds us and calls us for help. We open the door via partner action, but of course she runs straight for the shutter and becomes zombie food. We're given the option to use either incendiary grenades or our handy new remote bombs for the task. We place the bomb and move away to trigger it, taking out most of the enemies and, as instructed, take out the remaining few with the handgun from behind some nearby boxes. Some zombies behind us return to life, but we're told to leave them behind and head through the shutter and up the stairs. We take out the turnstile zombie with a stealth hit and then make our way to the far right gate in order to hop over and continue to the next partner action door, removing the bars and exiting the subway. Ascending the stairs, we almost immediately are ambushed by a firefighter zombie that we're told to quickshot and kill. As we move up the street, we can see this town is in utter chaos. We're told to smash wooden barrels on either side of the street, but for the most part to keep moving up the street. Eventually, we're prompted to press partner action to save a person pinned under a vehicle, and this clears the road for us, in a sense. We continue to ignore the zombies until we reach some burning wreckage blocking the way forward. We head down the alley to the left and climb a ladder mounted to the fence to reach a series of gantries up above the horde. I love the word gantries, by the way. Never heard it before this. I love it. We jump across and perform a unique stealth hit on the zombie on the raised platform. We then drop back down to the street, and a plethora of burning zombies show themselves. The guide says that they will take care of themselves and tells us to run diagonally to the left into the next alleyway in order to avoid an armored police zombie firing his weapon at random. We're also told to ignore the zombies feeding near the parked car and instead move behind the unaware acquaintance on the left to perform a stealth hit. Then, using our quick shot combo on the second once it rises. We follow the bending alleyway inward and take down another zombie. We smash the wooden barrels just before taking said ladder up. We have one more stealth hit to complete up here before using our partner skills to push a dumpster-like object out of our way. We climb the balcony on our right and trundle across the parked bus to get back to the clear side of the street. An accident occurs that blocks our path once again, but fortunately we see the modern red bar waiting for us to enter it. We head around the counter to smash an item barrel and then head through the door behind the bar. We're told to cross the yard quickly and open the back gate, preparing for a zombie to attack Helena, and that we may need to help her. We find ourselves in a nice family home, where the family seems to be taking a family nap in the living room with the news still on the TV. We find the exit, but upon examination, the door is locked. So we head back to the living room to see the shiny backdoor key in a woman's pocket. Of course, the man of the house didn't like that, so we have to use a quick shot combo to take him down before heading back to the exit door and using our newly obtained key. Outside is where we would usually pick up the shotgun, but it's a bit barren since I technically have it already, so just kind of pretend it's there. We have some more wooden barrels as well that seem to usually drop some 12 gauge shells for our new weapon. Now we're introduced to the Shrieker enemy. They're basically zombies with the frog's lower mouth bubble thing that scream really loud and attract other enemies while curdling your blood and ears on the side. As soon as we see it, we're told to turn right and jump through the glass window, as it's much safer to fight in the hallway. The Shrieker's pretty obvious weak spot is its bulbous neck, and it drops 1,000 skill points when defeated. We're told to pay close attention to an enemy hanging from the rafters as we move through the hall, because if we don't shoot him before passing under, he'll fall onto us. Now, in a small courtyard, we examine the door to find that it's locked. We need to climb the nearby stairs and give Helena an assist jump across the gap, so she can begin to slowly push the dumpster out of the way, and we're going to make ourselves a little stronghold right where we stand. We take down the first few by funneling them to us and then utilize either the quick shot method or the ability to jump on our backs to shoot the enemies. Regardless, we'll be aiming for the head. Once Helena has completed her task, she'll be able to give us aid for any remaining enemies. We enter another bar in order to smash an item barrel and then move around the counter and find ourselves another serpent emblem, and then head out the front door. The game turns into the Outbreak Files once we get outside, and we need to help a mismatched group of survivors, well, survive. The guide specifically says not to move too deep into their fight, and instead to just utilize stealth kills on the enemies on the outskirts. After the first wave, a Shrieker spawns in with the second, and we're told to hit it with an incendiary grenade or blast its weak spot with a shotgun to avoid its yelling. Eventually, an ambulance blares its headlights, and we're told to move left to get out of the way, which, in hindsight, was probably my other left. This causes a line of gas to begin spewing that we can then shoot to put an end to this section. After the explosion, we're told to grab what little items we can easily access, and then follow the police officer character leading us down an alley way to a partner action door.
Yeah, me. I'm holed up on the second floor. Me it.
Now we're in the gun shop, and the owner has locked himself in upstairs and isn't going to let us in unless we can clear things up down here. We quickly search for supplies, finding a first aid spray behind the counter on the right, 2 boxes of 9mm ammo, and an incendiary grenade on a small table. The zombies are moving in at this point, so we're told to pick a window and shoot out of it. After some time, a survivor gets a little too confident and runs outside and into an enemy he thinks he's defeated. Turns out this enemy is called a bloodshot and is extremely resilient. The strategy is to shoot it in its knee to reveal the weak spot in its chest, and we're also told that incendiary grenades work really well on them. They also drop a 500 skill point when defeated. For the final wave of zombies, we're told to set up behind the counter and wait with our shotgun for any enemies that come our way until the owner of the store finally trips the security system, which, like, why not just do that from the start, exactly? Anyways, we head upstairs, and while the owner talks, we can loot his stuff, netting us a red herb and 9mm ammo from a table and some remote bombs on the couch. Once the store owner moves, we can open that desk he was standing at for some 12-gauge shells. Zombies eventually begin to attack again, and we're told to fire through the windows and to throw incendiary grenades into the crowds, especially when bloodshots are nearby. The owner opens the door to the next room, and we can pick up a green herb at a workbench, as well as 2 more sets of 12-gauge shells, one inside the same workbench and another in a different workbench across the room. A giant monster burst in, and this guy is unironically called the Whopper. The strategy is to shoot the Whopper in the legs until it keels over for some nice damage, and alternatively, we can place a remote bomb in one corner of the room, running to the other end, and detonating it for explosive damage. Once defeated, the Whopper drops 2,500 skill points. We follow the owner into the stairwell and find 2 more incendiary grenades in a closet under some stairs and another remote bomb to the left of the exit outside. Every enemy you can think of starts scaling the nearby fence, and we're instructed to place a remote bomb here, run away, and then detonate it. We're basically told to just survive until a bus arrives and the owner opens the gate. And then at that point to totally forego any more enemies coming from the current direction and make a break for the bus. Another Whopper grabs the front of the bus, and we're told to throw an incendiary grenade on the hood and rapidly shoot it with both the handgun and the shotgun until it finally lets go. We lose some of our outbreak companions, but as the bus drives off, we finally see the end of Chapter 1. We receive our ranking and learn from the guide about the skills system. Turns out we can use all those fancy chess pieces to purchase these, but the guide doesn't really specify a strategy for them throughout Leon. It does mention at the end of Chapter 1 here that Firearm Level 1, Defense Level 1, and Zombie Hunter Level 1 are good initial investments. So even though it doesn't specifically say use this or don't use this, I took this mention of these skills as a go ahead to use them for at least Leon and Helena's campaign.
Hang on.
Chapter 2 starts out with us on the same bus we ended the last chapter on. We're knocked unconscious because we let the wrong person drive, I guess, and when we come to, our players automatically roll on their backs. We're instructed to tilt our left stick back to crawl in the other direction on our backs as we shoot, and to grab some 9mm ammo just barely in reach as we get some breathing room. This is definitely one of those moments where the game just plays itself. The teetering bus can knock our aim off at least once, and we're instructed to keep shooting zombies in the head until the section ends.
They escaped the infection. Only to die like this.
We find ourselves in a cemetery with the goal of reaching a towering cathedral at the end of the path, because that's where Helena says we will find some answers. We're told to keep on the pathway as much as possible, and definitely not to leave the path to eliminate any enemies. Right after being told not to leave the path, we're then told to leave the path to open 2 sarcophagi, one holding 5,000 skill points, and the other a green herb for our taking. There's also holes on the map that we're told to keep an eye out for, since they act as muddy pitfalls. The cemetery has this lightning flash mechanic where, once it happens, a zombie will pretty much appear right in front of your face, and it can actually be pretty spooky at times. We can find the first serpent emblem of Chapter 2 on an obelisk next to a tree in the cemetery as well. We take out any zombies in our path to the cathedral and check the gate that is, of course, locked. There's a cabin nearby that we head into to find an incendiary grenade and some more 9mm ammo in a sink. A dog flees the scene from the cabin, and we notice that it has a shiny key attached to it. Fortunately, we can dash down the stone path and head straight to the dog. We're told to toss an incendiary grenade into a group of now spawned zombies, and then use quick shots and counters to defeat the zombie dog. We shoot the dog with the key, with the shotgun specifically, until it falls, and we gain the cemetery key. After unlocking the gate, a lightning flash allows a zombie to sneak up on us and ultimately separates us from our partner. We're told to mostly use stealth hits for the enemies down here and avoid using incendiary grenades to save our resources. We're told to use the directional beacon feature frequently to prevent us from getting lost in the crypt maze. We find the exit to the crypt maze after running into some zombies and a shrieker and find ourselves in a courtyard. We find 2 incendiary grenades on 2 different benches and are told to avoid breaking the item crates for now, as we should get better item drops during a battle. Of course, when we try to enter the cathedral proper, the people inside refuse us entry, and a horde of zombies come from behind to attack us. For each wave, we're told to throw incendiary grenades at the base of the fence. The zombies climb to defeat a majority of the wave and then clean up the remainder with our weapons, specifically using quickshot combos on enemies carrying items for maximum effects. If we run out of grenades, we're told to slide into the item crates and hope for the best, or we have the option of placing remote bombs and detonating them in clusters of enemies. Shriekers enter the scene, and we're told it's vital to shoot these before they scream to avoid more zombies respawning and also taking damage from bloody ears. Bloodshots eventually come in waves, and we're told to use the shotgun and incendiary grenades for these tough enemies. The people inside the cathedral decide we're worthy of entering their sacred place after seeing us Rambo through like 100 zombies, and just before we head to the door, we pick up any item dropped at a reasonable distance from said door and use partner action to enter. The cathedral is certainly not a happy place right now and is full of very unhappy survivors. This section will serve as more of a puzzle-solving like area for the time being. We're told again to avoid smashing barrels for later, which highly insinuates there will be a fight here at some point, and find some healing item goodies in the pews, such as a first aid spray and green herb. We examine the strange altar after we're done looking around, and Helena swears there was an entryway here last time she saw it, which really reminds me of Link to the Past for some reason. We head to the right and find and collect the Madonna of Happiness. We then move to the broken ladder and assist Helena up, allowing her to kick down an emergency ladder and connect the first floor with the second floor properly, allowing us to join her. We head left and find a pedestal that we're informed won't do anything for us if we place our Madonna, so we instead inspect the wall for a clue to the puzzle in front of us. We head back the way we came and open the last door on the left to find a small, barren room minus a chest containing the Madonna of Charity. We then circle around the second floor balcony, finding a green herb along the way, and continue towards and place a Madonna on the far side pedestal. This prompts Helena to circle around on her own and place the other Madonna, causing a hidden doorway to open on the first floor. We drop down and enter the new path to find 2 levers, one marked for us, that we can use partner action to pull simultaneously. A gate comes down, separating us from our partner, and will be the trend for the upcoming rooms. A statue with the fiery crossbow is supposed to come out on our side first, and we can rush it to deactivate it with a switch placed at its feet. But it must be random who gets it first, because Helena sees the statue expose itself first and relays to us how to deactivate it. The next room is the same concept, but on literal crack. After pulling the lever, the statues come to life, and the guide says no more than 3 at a time can expose themselves, but I feel like there was at least 5 at a time out. This room still remains just a cycle of deactivate the statue, dash away to dodge, then deactivate the next statue until the exit opens. We smash some barrels in the next room, and an inconspicuous dead body with a laser sight pretty much reveals that we have to use our own laser sights to activate the mirrors on each other's sides to mark the way. Upstairs, Helena is supposed to encounter a zombie according to the guide, and we need to shoot through the post to help her. But I guess he decided not to clock into work today because said zombie was nowhere to be found, so we turn our lasers over the archway to find the next set of mirrors. The next room is as simple as the last, and we aim our lasers at the high up mirror this time to open the path forward. We're told to move to and stomp the crawling zombie's head in the next room quickly before it can react to us. Finally, we encounter a laser puzzle with a few extra layers to it. But all we need to do is point our laser at the mirror inside the mirror, and the path opens, allowing us to reunite with Helena and collect the Madonna of Sorrow. In the next area, we find a semi-auto sniper rifle that will immediately become useful. Behind some nearby bars is the next Madonna, and in the same room are some barrels that will always contain 7.62mm ammo. We examine the wall for a clue and head outside onto the parapets, which is a word I had to Google for this, by the way. Nice vocabulary, Dan. There are 5 bells that we need to shoot, and we head outside to the rainy grounds from the exit nearest the dead man to shoot the first 3 in this order. The large bell directly ahead, another off to the far right, and then another high above spinning with a weather vane. We head to the other side for the last 2, which is another large bell to the left and another weather vane bell on the small tower near it. The guy says you can aim for the chicken on the weather vane for an easier shot at these, but I couldn't get that to jive, so we just shot the bells themselves. Solving this puzzle raises the bars blocking the Madonna and allows us to collect the Madonna of Grief. Collecting the statue opens a door at the bottom of the stairs that leads to the 3rd floor of the cathedral. At the center of the balcony is 2 pedestals to place the 2 new Madonna statues. But first, we need to turn to find another serpent emblem pretty glaringly right in front of us. Then we head to the far side to loot 2 item barrels for good before finally placing the statues simultaneously, causing the secret entryway to spring open and also release a new creature. Yeah, that big boy is called the Lepotitsa, and don't ask me to pronounce it any other way because that's what we're going with. The Lepotitsa is covered in massive pores that don't insinuate any other possible body part, but those pores secrete a blue gas, causing anything that it touches to become a zombie. It quickly becomes clear that this monster alone is responsible for the outbreak we found ourselves in, and it doesn't hesitate to make anyone inside the cathedral its next victim. We're told to primarily use our sniper rifle to attack Lepotitsa and quickly switch to the shotgun for any cumbersome zombies. The key is to maintain a safe distance and target the creature's legs. We can knock it to its knees for a special melee attack, but the guy suggests if it's too far away, to use this time to throw an incendiary grenade if we have one. The Lepotitsa will take to the 2nd floor, and as instructed, we stay on the bottom with our feet planted, aiming at the tiny head of the monster with our sniper rifle. After Lepotitsa returns to the ground floor, it will switch to more up-close and physical attacks, and in response, we switch to our shotgun to blast it. If it gets too close, we can always jump backwards and shoot it from the floor. For medium range, we will be relying on incendiary grenades once again. Once it secretes gas, we dash to a safe distance and shoot it with the sniper rifle again, and so goes a cycle until the monster is defeated. It somewhat dramatically falls at the center of the cathedral and drops the underground keycard. We then descend the secret staircase and use the newly collected keycard almost immediately. We make sure to smash the item barrels in this room and open the chest containing 4,000 skill points before using partner action to enter the underground lab. Thanks to having a guide, this part will be made pretty trivial. We destroy some blue file boxes on the raised platform and examine the panel. We can also examine each room here for an idea of what's inside. Some harbor enemies and some items. We can use the keypad to open our desired door, and we're given which ones to open in each segment. 201 contains 2 item file boxes to smash. 210 will open the gate to the next area. The next room has the same concept, and we're told to open 012, 201, and 021 for the following reasons. 012 opens the door to the left of the input panel and harbors 2 zombies, one holding a liquid nitrogen bottle we can shoot to freeze both enemies. 201 then opens the room inside of this room and contains a green herb, item file boxes, and a chest containing 5,000 skill points, and also a first aid spray, which I would say is a pretty good haul. 021 then opens the exit gate in the corner. We get attacked by a reanimated corpse and are told to kill it quickly, causing Helena to run forward and frantically search for someone. The guide says we can issue partner commands to her at this point to elicit some frantic responses, which I just find hilarious, honestly.
That's not funny.
This way.
Not now.
This way.
Are you kidding?
She's traumatized. We continue to follow Helena, and she begins searching wildly everywhere. We hear her calm as a cucumber, though, and shoot the standing up zombie and enter the left bathroom. We smash some item boxes that reveal another zombie and use our shotgun to blast it. Before exiting, we learn that we can drain the sink in this bathroom to reveal our next serpent emblem. The women's restroom, however, is further up the corridor and on the right, and we're warned not to drain the sink in here, as it triggers a trap where a shrieker appears behind us. So instead, we grab the red herb in the stall and beat feet out of here as the guide suggests. We move past Helena, who is patiently pausing her mental breakdown for us, and head into some sort of test room with plenty of zombies that reanimate. We're just informed of their existence and aren't necessarily told to eliminate them, so we crush the file boxes and move on. We come across a revealing scene where a familiar face is birthed from some kind of biohazard pod and secretes demonetization juices. Afterwards, we can punch 201 on the nearby panel to open the exit. We're in the second specimen lab and head left and through the lab as soon as we enter. The large chamber with the crackling generator is sort of a main hub, and to the left is a map of the missing bridges we will need to raise. We pull the lever to the right to raise the gate from the entrance. Once we re-enter the first room, we're faced with a horde and are told to backtrack to the end of the previous room and make a stand there until all the enemies are defeated, also being given the option of using incendiary grenades or remote bombs. We move back into the room and crush file boxes as we go before pulling another lever next to another electronic map. The gate in this room lowers, separating us from our partner once again, and also lowers a bridge in the main chamber. We can ignore the zombies that drop in here and drop down an uncovered grate ourselves to navigate through the specimen tube aisles. We climb the ladder at the end to rejoin Helena and head back into the main chamber. We fight through acid-spitting zombies until we can cross the new bridge segment and pull yet another lever, We go back to the first lever we pulled, taking out any newly spawned zombies on the ground level in our way, and turn to dispatch any enemy standing atop the new bridge segment and move to the doorway to boost Helena up. We need to cover Helena with a sniper rifle from our position, sniping normal enemies and bloodshots alike, and also keeping an eye on our side for any enemies that may try to sneak up on us. Once Helena pulls the lever, the final bridge segment lowers, and we're faced with a horde of zombies that we're told to use incendiary grenades and remote bombs to attack, and then use our trusty wing shooter to get rid of the rest. Most importantly here, we're told to make sure we use our partner commands to praise Helena for her good work once we get to the other side, which is just...
Good work. Nice.
Kind of a cute mechanic, honestly. At the exit door, we have more levers to pull together, and then have to fight our way to the exit of the underground lab. We enter a large warehouse and are told to move right to take out some zombies in the corner. Continuing toward the objective marker, a shrieker appears way off in the distance, and we're tasked with shooting it with our sniper rifle before it gets too close. We get to go ahead to leave any other enemies as they will continuously spawn and will waste our ammo. At the end is a partner action hatch we can open and jump into to enter the next area. Starting off in the primitive altar, we're told to go crazy with the small clay pot ahead and then dive into the water, crouching under two separate archways to continue. After the second archway, we see a large clay pot with another serpent emblem for our shooting just behind it. Along the path, we eventually cross a bridge above the path we just took and continue to gun down a zombie coming from the right. We use partner action to break down a set of bars, and Helena finds her sister Deborah and makes a break to rescue her. Leon decides to take the brunt of the battling while Helena carries her sister out of the altar. We head down the curved path and drop down a ledge to find a green herb next to a clay item pot. We perform a stealth hit on a clueless zombie and a quick shot to take down the next zombie with a machete we can use against it. We take out another acid-spitting zombie and smash another clay pot. We continue following the route until a zombie crawls at us from a hole in the wall, and we're told to make sure to dispatch it before it even touches the ground. On the bridge, a roof cave-in scene allows some zombies to get up close to us, but we can use a quick shot on the first one and a melee to kick both over the side of the bridge. More pots! Wonder what all these pots could mean. We perform a stealth hit on the zombie next to the railing and drop off the ledge for another clay pot. We do more trundling, more zombie killing, and more clay pot smashing until Hunnigan is finally able to contact us once again, but only for a short moment. Another clay pot falls at our hands, and we need to push a metal dumpster out of our path. Once we stop, we turn right and, you guessed it, smash another clay pot and head inward. We smash another clay pot in a niche and keep our eyes peeled for an acid-spitting zombie. We have to push another dumpster out of the way and perform a stealth hit on the zombie spitting acid at our partner. Finally, we can just kind of follow Helena for a bit. Ada is here now, by the way. This time fully clothed. We get separated again from Helena, not Ada, and smash more clay pots. We do some rope swinging with a familiar face and smash clay pots on the other side. Oh yeah, we get a ring somewhere along the line here, and that's kind of important for later. We have to examine a dumpster in order for Helena to swing it out of our way, and then swing like Tarzan one more time before Deborah unexpectedly knocks us to the ground. Helena's sister mutates into a spider-like monster with 3 tentacles that have pretty glaring weak spots. We're told to use our sniper rifle to shoot. We use the sniper to shoot her off the wall, and then are told to switch to the shotgun to shoot the lights out of the tentacles. She adapts a strategy of sweeping our legs, which probably should be easy to dodge, so naturally I get hit by it a lot. We're told we can use this targeting strategy to our advantage though by enticing her towards the explosive barrels in the area and quickly detonating them after she's nearby them. She begins to spawn zombies on the ground floor eventually, and we're told if they get in the way, we can perform a quick shot at them with a shotgun or a sniper rifle. It takes some time, but using the guy's strategy, we can wash, rinse, repeat until Deborah's final tentacle bursts and we can begin the next phase. Deborah takes out the floor, effectively moving everyone into the next cavern. We're told to quickly smash the clay pots to rejuvenate our supplies and then quickly descend the nearby ramp, taking out any zombies that get in our way. If a zombie has a gas lantern, we're told to aim for that to set groups of them on fire. We're advised to avoid dashing during the quakes here, as we could run headlong into some falling debris. More ledges and more clay pots, and we jump a gap in order to kill an armored zombie by shooting the lamp it holds. We need to turn the crank to move the minecart that Helena has fallen into over to us, and once complete, we can run around the corner for more clay pots and the ability to jump in the car with her. As the minecart moves along the tracks, we're informed of upcoming QTEs, where we will need to press action and reload together in order to duck barriers along the path. Deborah, who's not done fighting quite yet, will climb the moving minecart, and we equip our shotgun to continue to attack the glow tip ends of the tentacles. We see her start to whip her tentacle around and hit us, so we use the action while aiming feature to duck under our attacks. We have to shoot some explosive barrels along the path to keep our cart going and duck under another overhang before doing the same thing once again. Another explosive barrel presents itself, but this time we shoot it to take out some zombies instead of rocks. Deborah latches onto the minecart and continues the same sequence of attacks, so we continue the same sequence of using the shotgun and dramatically falling. Finally, we reach the end of the line, and Deborah threatens to kill Helena. So naturally, we prioritize the box of 9mm ammo at the end of the ledge, and then whip out our sniper rifle to attack Deborah's tentacle tips before she can reach Helena. Helena has to let go of her slimy sister and begins to admit that she helped Derek Simmons, a guy at this point, breach the president's security in order to save her sister. Ada preaches some spy wisdom, and Leon gets a call from Hunnigan that Simmons himself interrupts and then fades out of the chapter. The last 3 chapters of this campaign are shorter content-wise in the guide combined than all of Chapter 1 and 2, so it's safe to say things will move a bit quicker for the remainder of this particular storyline. Chapter 3 continues our chat with Derek Simmons, and he's able to stronghand us by making us the most wanted criminals for killing the president, Adam Benford. I mean, we did after all, and we can't exactly prove he was a zombie right now. We start in the same altar corridor where Deborah met her end and head down the tunnel into a large circular room. In said circular room hides our first serpent emblem of the chapter high up on a ledge. We face the levers and pull them, causing a series of torches to kindle, which is probably symbolic for something, and are able to enter the newly opened door. Now we're in the catacombs, and of course our first instinct is to start looting. We head up the path and break some item pods before opening 2 sarcophagi. We have to mash the heavy lids open, and the left one contains 2,000 skill points, and the other holds a snake that bites us. Gladly, we're allowed revenge by the guide, and up the steps, another sarcophagus waits for us, containing the assault rifle RN. Assault rifle right now? Assault rifle registered nurse? I don't know. There's traps in the catacombs, and the first is a set of spinning blades we will be sliding under, causing a set of zombies to enter. We're told to just stay under the blades and let the zombies do the work for us, then crawl our own way out. We trundle past a few corners and encounter a wall of flames. We stealth hit the zombie cooking by the fire and face the flames to talk to Helena for a moment. We have a convenient ladder we can send Helena up to the right through partner assist with the goal of clearing the flames. A dynamite zombie spawns behind us while we wait, and we're told to give it the old quick shot and shove a boomstick in your zombie mouth combo. Got him. After the flames are down, we can examine the entrance to the Chamber of Secrets and realize that the ring Ada gave us in the previous chapter is the solution. Once we place it, the literal ancient mechanism begins to turn, and we'll have to hold our ground until it opens. But we have the fire on our side now, and are told to head to the crank to burn the first wave crossing the bridge. Then, when zombies start falling from the ceiling, we head to the bridge to dispatch them all. We take advantage of any dynamite-wielding enemies to conquer masses of zombies at a time, and as soon as the next wave tries to brave the bridge, we activate the Sea of Fire once again. Once the door finally unlocks, we can use partner action to open it. We enter a water-filled cavern and see Moreau's third cousin menacingly moving through the water, but we're told it's not a threat at the current moment and continue into the next chamber. We enter the water filled with unactionable sarcophagus and soon find a short path of dry land with some item pods and an openable sarcophagus containing a serpent emblem. We re-enter the water and continue to traverse the area until we come across a closed door with a red gem inlaid in it. We have to separate once again and send Helena off on her own adventure. While she's working, we turn around to watch the water very closely for ripples that indicate a zombie is beneath the water and coming towards us. We anticipate its lunge and prepare by countering, and honestly, this was a decently tense moment and was also really satisfying to hit. Helena turns a crank on the other side, raising the gate, and then gets dragged under the water and somehow not chomped in complete half by the water monster we were told not to worry about. This Loch Ness wannabe is known as the Burzak, and one of the first of a long line of hard-to-pronounce names. We can still assist Helena from our side, however, and do so by setting up a station at the top of the stairs and using our sniper rifle to help her with the slew of enemies on her side. She uses a blue crank on her side to open a gate for us, and the zombie behind it gets a quick shot with the sniper rifle specifically. With the path clear, we find our own crank with a red light this time and return the favor to Helena. We have to work our way back to our partner and start by sliding under some more spinning blades, then crawl the rest of the way underneath. A wall of spikes currently blocks our path, so we pull out the sniper rifle and scan to the left to find Sisyphus as a zombie, endlessly turning a crank. We shoot him, and then we take out his homie hanging out behind the red gate on Helena's side as well. We examine the crank panel to determine that the crank is indeed not there. We defeat any zombies that spring behind us and head back to the spinning blades. We use an incendiary grenade to take out some crawlers and collect the old crank from whichever conveniently has it. We're told to be ready to fall on our back and fire as another zombie reanimates when we approach the crank panel. Or not. There's also supposed to be a bloodshot guarding the panel, but they no call no showed for work. Since the area is clear, we can go ahead and use our crank to raise the gate on Helena's side. She makes her way to us and begins to crank the gate on our side, so we make sure to shoot the armored zombie behind her in order to protect her while she works. We are reunited once again and are given the option to take a tour of Helena's path. We find some more sarcophagi to open, with one containing another snake and the other of 5,000 skill points. And that's about it. We use partner action to pull the levers near the massive double doors that is clearly an exit and end up falling cartoonishly.
Welcome to the center of the earth.
Now we're in an even more ancient rock, and we're told to begin moving quickly because the zombies are relentless here. We dispose of the two coming up the path and start down the slope. We drop down a ledge, and the guide is nice enough to tell us the path is barren and lacks of items, so to just continue moving forward. We come across an area with a crank and a zombie holding a gas lantern we can shoot to burn him up and clear the crank for our own spinning to lower the bridge. A bridge collapses under our feet, and we have to rapidly rotate the left stick to climb up and cross the newly made gap. We take out a shrieker and any monsters it summons, and then begin to cross a rope bridge that surely has no danger to it at all. Oh dear, a whopper is coming, and we have to backtrack off the bridge and attack its legs from afar until it falls. We cross the now safe rope bridge and smash some item pots while simultaneously looking out for any dynamite enemies that spawn. We use our total secrecy in this area to stealth hit another zombie on another rope bridge and battle another whopper. We reach a platform with some metal objects on it where there is definitely no other clearly visible objects of interest, and send Helena across the gap. Our platform collapses, and we have to use our sniper rifle to fend off any zombies crawling up to her. We're told to continue tracking her with our scope and shoot the whopper she encounters in the legs so she can squeeze past it. We zoom out of our sniper rifle and turn our focus to our own platform to check for any dynamite wielders. Then we have a shrieker to snipe, and some bloodshots, and any other enemies until Helena finally uses the crank to lower the bridge and allows us to cross. Now, it's time to harness our inner Chris Redfield and push a large boulder off a cliff and then make our way across some narrow paths, and definitely don't have a crisis. We keep an eye on Helena to make sure she doesn't suffer a similar fate, and after the series of bridges, we can stop near a small clay pot and shoot a serpent emblem with the sniper rifle. We jump over another gap and spot cranks yet again, and are told to begin turning them just to hop off them to confront some approaching enemies. We're supposed to clear the platform of enemies and then continue to turn the cranks to cause another collapse, but the ground literally just collapses on us. I'm not sure if it was a timer or if Helena perfectly shot the dynamite out of the hand of a zombie and the explosion caused things to move quicker or what. But we're in a bind now. We have to dash across the platforms we're on before they collapse and use our handy left stick for any times we get grabbed, and keep an eye on Helena in case we need to give her a hand. Chris Redfield speaks to us again at the end of the path, and after crossing the final gap, the water pulls us away. We slide a long way down and land ourselves in some sort of underwater tunnel. We get a crash course on the swimming ability we now have and begin to move for oxygen. There is a potent light coming from the ceiling that we can swim up to and action on to enter a pocket of air to catch our breath. We re-enter the water and immediately swim to the next air pocket before our oxygen supplies run out, and Helena brings it in a little close on this one. Burzak has a dramatic entrance and blocks our path, so we need to look left to enter a hole in the wall. Floating zombies enter the chat, and upon touching these enemies we get grabbed instantly. We avoid them as much as possible, other than getting grabbed for science, obviously, and happen upon a gruesome scene at the next air pocket. Supposedly, the distance to the next air pocket is so much of a distance our air will almost run out, but we do make it and use the power of friendship to lift the heavy grate and break the surface. Burzak did not like that move we just did, like at all, and takes us off into the water at high speeds. Good thing the cavern is magically endless. Helena is somehow still alive and in one piece and starts off our retaliation with a spear to the Burzak's eye. We have QTE buttons of our own we need to press to circumnavigate the body of the beast and trade places with Helena at the jaw. We have our Aaron Yeager in the mouth of the Titan moment for a second, and then yoink the spear and generously relocate it to the Burzak's other eye. We then get spit out into another body of water, and Helena on some dry land above us. We bring back the directional beacon feature for this, and swim for a small cave where eventually some bars block the path. Helena raises the bars for us, and we continue to swim to the far shore, but of course, not uninterrupted. The Burzak appears before us, or should I say behind us, in a totally unique and original fashion, and we must rapidly continue to swim away in hopes that Helena can shoot it off of us. This happens twice. It actually can be pretty tense considering Burzak is literally inside you when the segment ends. We have some item pots to smash and are given the option to explore Helena's path once again. We don't really have an option though, because there is a serpent emblem along the path inside a broken barrel. After we return and try to leave, Jaws 5 starts playing and the Burzak makes a final stand. We can immediately pick up 9mm ammo from the void and are told to focus on the monster's glowing tongue and to reload whenever the monster slows its pursuit. Eventually, in true Resident Evil fashion, explosive barrels come barreling through, and after a few, Leon activates his slow-motion superpower he attained in Raccoon City, and we shoot an explosive barrel to end the Burzak once and for all. Finally clear of the catacombs, we surface just in time to see Twin Oaks decimated just like Raccoon City in the past. We speak with Hunnigan since we have some service, and she believes us about Simmons, but knows that there is no proof.
Where's Simmons?
After speaking with you, he left. In a hurry.
Where did he go?
China.
What happened?
C-virus.
So naturally, Leon asks her to kill them. Hunnigan seems to have done what we asked, and even though we're on the most wanted list, we somehow board a plane to China. There's some not so natural turbulence, and being the nosy Nancy's we are, we go to investigate. Turns out Lepotitsa has stowed away and is causing mayhem on the plane. This one doesn't have the blue zombie turning smoke ability unlocked yet, and mainly performs physical attacks. We're told to first get a good idea of the layout of the cockpit and not to immediately back away from the Lepotitsa, as the stairway is blocked, and we will get cornered. We turn left or right to use the small pathway behind the stairs to gain some distance and then throw an incendiary grenade at Lepotitsa, or plant a remote bomb and detonate it from a distance. We're told the best weapon to use here is actually found on a dead agent's body near the front of the cockpit. The Lightning Hawk Magnum. We equip it automatically and aim for either quick shots or headshots on the porous beast until it climbs into the ceiling of the aircraft and leaves us for now. There's 2 sets of 50 Action Express Magnum ammo on each radio stations we can collect. Reload, and then move to the plane diagram on the wall to the right. The tail of the plane is flashing red, and flashing red can only mean bad, so we harness our inner Bob the Builder and find the determination to traverse through the plane. After descending the stairs from the cockpit, we can turn right and face where the front of the plane would be to find a cargo door in shambles and a serpent emblem for our shooting. We move through the first class and humbly remind ourselves the rich are not safe from tragedy until we see a sick passenger with 9mm ammo behind them. We head to the other side of the plane and enter the first door on the right to find a green herb sitting in an empty chair. The main cabin is a bit more of a maze, but at the end of the next corridor is another room with yet another green herb. We're told to take a moment to mix our herbs and get to full health before heading back out into the hallway and descending into the cargo bay. In the area with all the gas cylinders, we can find a glass case with another serpent emblem rather quickly by comparison to some of the other intervals and shoot the glass to then shoot it. There's a metal chest in the hazardous materials area that I'm sure is totally safe and holds 5,000 skill points. We have a hatch door to open and it's a 3-step movement. Press action to touch it, rotate the left stick to rotate it, and then press partner action to actually enter. We sort through the loading bay for a first aid spray on the left wall and make our way to the back right corner where another red valve waits for us. Shady's back, and this time he's gassy again, and our health will drain continuously as long as he remains in the cargo bay with us. Attacking isn't the best strategy for once, and our first move is to break the control box near the bulkhead door. To keep Lepotitsa off of us while we pull the lever, we can either use the move in partner command and hope that Helena fends it off well enough, or shoot the air tanks on the wall to create streams of air that block the pathways. The ramp opens and Lepotitsa isn't as lucky as us because we managed to grab a hold of the ramp and are told to crawl by slowly alternating the aim button and fire button. We avoid some sliding cargo by pressing reload and action at the same time and continue to climb to the top of the ramps. Now that we're fixed at Leon, we need to make our way back to the cockpit to take over the plane. Unfortunately, the blue gas has spread throughout the plane, and we'll have to fight some zombies along the way. The first one is just up the stairs from the cargo bay, and we use a quick shot to eliminate it before it grabs us. Another set enters, and we use a quick shot on the first one in order to kick it, and the rest of them down. More zombies. We battle our way to the right side of the fuselage and dash past any more zombies after they are affected by turbulence. First class is locked up by debris and we need Helena to raise the door to enter before a huge bout of turbulence flings us against the wall of the aircraft as we're trying to get to the cockpit. Once we dash up the stairs, the pilots have turned against us, and we aim at them but also need to touch the top of the stairs to allow some turbulence to knock us back down the flight of stairs before we can finish them off properly with the shotgun. We examine the monitor once again and learn that opening the cargo bay bulkhead depressurized the plane and we have to follow Hunnigan's instructions in our first piloting class ever. We move to the pilot's side of the aircraft and press action to take a seat while Helena keeps any zombies at bay. Similar to another recent event, we need to look around using the right stick, starting with the overhead switches. We have to complete a QTE to flip said switches and then look down at the throttle. We have to mash our little hearts out here until the autopilot light comes off at the worst time. We then have to look forward to the steering controls and mash some more. Turns out Leon is not a trained pilot, and we're forced to bring the plane down over a populated area of China. Of course, Leon and Helena are the only survivors, and as we're exiting the plane, we encounter Jake Muller and Sherry Birkin. Leon shows off real dad energy here, and you can tell he's kept a watchful eye over Sherry during her career as an agent. There's no time to chat though, because our overlapping protagonist duo is being chased by a creature known as Ustanak. Ustanak has a giant cage on its back and can capture Jake in it, but he can break himself out, which is good considering we can't do anything about it. If any other character is grabbed, they just take some damage and have to break free. We need to, at some point in the fight, take advantage of Ustanak grabbing another character and approach him using the partner action to rescue them. This nets us the Lifesaver achievement, and even though we're not generally achievement hunters, the guide goes out of its way to bring that one up, so we got it. At the start of the battle, we're told to turn left and climb the ladder to mount the cargo shipping containers. If Ustanak follows, we'll need to drop down and loop around until he doesn't. The goal here is to stay off the ground as much as possible so we can shoot Ustanak in the head with the Lightning Hawk or throw incendiary grenades at him. We're told we can push off containers of explosive barrels to then lure Ustanak to and shoot with our wing shooter. We'll have to do things a bit out of sequence here, but I promise we'll get it all. It's just that Ustanak ran off basically after one Lightning Hawk round. There's a forklift nearby where we can use a button to lower the arms on and hop on the pallet to reach some item boxes. We use partner action to scale a wall that was highly insinuated was important, and Ustanak comes back to separate our teams. We're on the other side with Sherry now, who will act as our temporary partner while we fight our way back to the main battle. We first smash item crates in the area for a quick restock and then move to the back of the wrecked bus to open the engine hatch. We examine and determine we can fix it, so Sherry heads to the driver's seat while we hang back with the engine to complete some repairs in QTE form. Once she's fixed, Sherry takes things into her own hands and crashes the crashed bus to destroy the wall and get us back into the fight. A new section of the initial area is now open, and we can use another forklift in the same sense as the last to reach 4 new bins of propane that can be pushed off and used against Ustanak in the way we mentioned earlier. Eventually, Ustanak replaces his arm with the aliens from Toy Story's favorite deity and rejoins the fight. From here, we're told to just wash, rinse, repeat until the Ustanak is seemingly crushed by a signal tower, I think. The same tower separates the group once again in a nostalgic fashion to previous events in Leon's life. Oh, by the way, Sherry and Jake are also looking for Simmons, but it's because Sherry is one of his agents, and she thinks he's still a good guy, but obviously smart enough to understand Leon wouldn't lie, and should just trust his thousands of hours of experience in the war on bioterrorism and all that, so we just decide to head to their meeting point and confront Simmons ourselves. But first, of course, item crates. Hunnigan gives us another yell and tells us we need to head through an abandoned market. We head to the first street corner and equip our sniper rifle, searching for a neon sign to our diagonal left that we can barely see the top of and shoot a serpent emblem to the left of it. We proceed down the abandoned streets until we see a homeless guy clearly getting mugged, so we head up the street to check out his dead body. For some reason. From the dead body, we can continue down the side alley and turn right to find a small shop with a serpent emblem atop the counter. We return to the central street and continue towards the objective marker that leads us to an exit door that requires 3 separate keys. We can use the map posted to find the location of said keys and return to it for reference if needed. And then we're told to memorize the routes, so paint a pretty picture in your head of the most direct routes to the keys. A Ouroboros-style regenerator crawls to life nearby us, however, and these guys will be our enemies for the market. This is Rask. Its name is Rask from here on out. Rask is a physically undefeatable enemy, as it will always regenerate. But what we can do in times of need is break the Rask into pieces to somewhat lighten the load, and also neutralize it for short amounts of time. Generally, the best way we're given to deal with it is to steer clear. Rask hands can sever and move about the market on their own, but luckily for us, there are still working microwaves around, and we watched The Last House on the Left at a young age we probably shouldn't have. Rask torsos sometimes drop 3,000 skill points, and each body part also has the chance to drop items. Now that you have a quick bio on the newest creepy crawly, let's backtrack a smidge and start the search for storage key A. From the area map, we head left into the seafood market area and continue into the corner to find a shop that holds a red herb and a chest containing 2,000 skill points. Once we exit, we can head right and come across a door blocked by sparkling water. The guide says if you can bait a Rask part here, this is a great place to give them the Long John Silver special and fry them up. The power lever is located behind the counter to our left, and after pulling it, the water chills out a bit and we can enter through the previously blocked door. Storage key A is here on the ground next to a spooky dead guy. Another Rask enters the scene, and we pick up some 9mm ammo someone threw away in a dumpster and exit the alley. Before heading back to the center, we can enter an alleyway in the seafood district to unbar a door, giving us another avenue of escape from any Rask. We check our key map again and head right towards the butcher shop. We turn right at the corner and then turn right again and follow the street all the way to the end to unbar and open a gate. We backtrack slightly and enter the side street to the right to find our storage key B, near another ominous dead guy. We turn back and notice a ladder on the left wall that we will be climbing up to take to the rooftops. We give Helena her dream of being Spider-Man by sending her to the other rooftops and then hop down to fight off any Rask parts while we wait for Helena to unbar the door. If we're overwhelmed, we're told we can use a remote bomb here to suppress multiple body parts at once. We head to the same door Helena just opened and head left to follow the objective marker. Before entering the marked door, we search the room across from it to find a green herb. Opening the marked door leads us to the next key, but not before using a remote bomb on the Rask coming out of the shower drain. We pick up storage key C and head back outside the bathroom to the right and down the street to find another ladder. This leads us to another rooftop where a chest is at the end containing 5,000 skill points. From here, we turn right and drop down 2 more sets of rooftops to reach the ground and head back to the objective door with our keys. We press action 3 times and then head inside. Moving past the meat grinder prompts a Rask to grab us and force us to rotate the left stick 2 full times. This guy is really smart compared to his microwave fried buddies to think to grind us, but regardless, we can press action to tables the turn and continue on to the exit. As we continue to the rendezvous point, we run into Ada once again, but something seems increasingly off about her. And you know Leon has an Ada radar, so it's real. We enter a large and long room full of specimens and determine we're in the Medical Research Center. We see the elevator at the far end and tell Helena to run, but at about the halfway point, we're hit with the classic lasers. We move to the right side and aim, then press action to roll forward and land on our backs to avoid the lasers. We make a mad dash for the door and are told to break the circuit breakers, which I had trouble figuring out what that even was talking about. There's some BSAA soldiers on the other side, and if they beat us to the elevator, they get the spoils at the top. They beat us. But don't worry, the guide details the treasure room as empty later, so we're good. It's just 2,000 skill points. We failed the elevator, so we have to take the stairs of shame and open the door at the top. We have 5 item crates to smash and then use partner action to open the marked door. We smash some crates and examine the locked door, causing Ada to release roaming mines in the rooms. We're connected to room 001 and can hear the same BSAA agents from earlier. The mines explode on contact after a short period, and the strategies are to blast them with a shotgun or perform super action rolls like Michael Scott doing parkour to avoid them. We're also given the option to just run around and bump the mines to start their explosion process, and run away from it before it can damage us. I like to call this one the kiss of death. Ada leaves and the mines begin to go haywire for some time, so we're left to dodge them until the door finally opens. We see the now empty and looted spoils, and then kick out a vent cover to proceed. The next area is simply a chase sequence with us trying to catch up to Ada. She has an objective marker and is generally pretty easy to chase. We finally catch up to her, and turns out the BSAA soldiers were Chris Redfield and Piers Morgan, making Chapter 4 just a huge Marvel crossover. Chris is after Ada because he says that she's the one that caused all this, but obviously Leon is violently in love, so he's willing to put his life on the line to protect her, and they have an intense pistol stand down until finally Chris decides to trust Leon, and then Ada, of course, being Ada, escapes using her spy techniques, and Chris and Piers go after her while we continue on our current path. Once we have control again, we open a doorway at the far end to find a first aid spray on a desk. We circle the balcony we were just on and head down the stairs to find clear remnants of the BSAA team and the direction they went. We go through our own marked door and follow the yellow lines to the Simmons rendezvous point. Simmons shows his true colors and Sherry is devastated because she was helping him, and Simmons decides to shoot all 4 of us. Jake and Leon have some more moments, and Sherry gives us an important piece of technology that Simmons wants. Simmons then gets biohazard assassinated by a currently unknown enemy type, and then it clearly references that it was Ada, and then we follow him onto a train.
Simmons!
Get back here!
We dash across the flat car and go all the way through the first until we reach the third car, which is full of items like 9mm ammo, 5.56 ammo, and a red herb. In the next car, the roof hatch is open, and we will need to partner action our way up to the roof of our current ride. We're told to use our Lightning Hawk to shoot Simmons 2 or 3 times, and then if we back up far enough, we can find some 9mm ammo. Oh, he's a cat now, by the way. Simmons follows us back into the train, and we avoid any lunges by leaping onto our back, firing a couple times, and getting up while mashing the pickup button to grab anything we can as we fight backwards. Once we hurt him enough, he heads back to the top, so we follow. We're told to switch to the sniper rifle when we run out of magnum ammo, and we're told to keep our distance regardless. And, of course, incendiary grenades and remote bombs get thrown in the weapon wheel as well. We can climb in and out of the train car as needed, and when Simmons reverts to his human form, we rush to him to perform a quick shot and then follow up with a proper beatdown. Eventually, he has some gamer rage and hurls himself and Leon onto another train and mutates into the newly named Yes form by me. We dash across the train in a chase sequence, avoiding any obstacles and leaping over barriers until we reach the end and literally jump back to the other train like we're Captain America. Simmons now runs alongside us outside and can form a literal Gatling gun with whatever he's working with over there. We pick up many items and are told to shoot Simmons with anything stronger than the handgun in between his firing bursts. Simmons eventually leaps back inside, and we have to hit reload and action at the same time to dodge it. We watch in horror as Simmons derails another train and then equip our assault rifle. He rushes our train and forces us to shoot him with our assault rifle and end the fight. From here, Simmons throws a little baby rage, gamer rage fit in front of us, and Leon and Helena have some really badass slow motion moments, and his friends in a helicopter pull up and say he's not a homie anymore and leave him behind. So the depression of losing his so-called family causes him to falter and get run over by the train, which then begins to derail. So we decide to jump off into the water just before the train follows us. We climb out of the water onto dry land and are clearly out of breath from the previous encounter. All we need to do is climb the stairs to put an end to Chapter 4. We learn that Sherry and Jake are off somewhere, and that Jake is actually Wesker's son and has antibodies for the C virus that's running rampant through the data chip given to us by Sherry previously. Leon gets patched through to Chris through Hunnigan, and he seems a little distressed.
Leon, where are you?
Chris, we're just outside of Tachi. Why?
Get the hell out of there!
A bioweapon then strikes China, and absolute havoc is released. But we got an S on that one, so thanks, Dan. Chris and Leon are still on the phone, and Leon mentions that Jake and Sherry need to be saved at the underwater oil field Chris is supposedly at. Chris has a PTSD moment after hearing Jake is Wesker's spawn, and then agrees to head their way, but not before giving Leon the devastating news that Ada Wong is dead. We start the campaign's final chapter in the same port area we left the last chapter in. The BSAA has magically responded within seconds to the biohazard crisis in China. We switch through our weapons and reload them as we follow the BSAA soldier down the stairs. We stop to shoot a few zombies emerging from the blue fog on the way up the hilly street. Be wary, because this blue fog does not play games, and instead of turning Leon into a zombie, it turns him into a crude version of Shrek. We reload once again and continue to follow the soldier up the stairs and use partner action to open the gate at the top. To the right, we can follow the soldier into a clothing store on the side of the street. We're told to move quickly throughout the store, and by quickly, the guide means quickly, because even stopping to listen to the soldier's conversations doesn't seem to give you enough time to collect the items in the shop. We speed forward to smash the item crates and pick up a box of 9mm ammo on a low table and 12 gauge rounds near the handbags. There's also a red herb and an item crate near the register. You might have noticed that in the shelving is another serpent emblem for us to take aim at as well. We smash more item crates in the meantime between soldiers fighting with a door and continue on. Zombies have entered the equation once again, and Helena has a tendency for violence, so we turn to help eliminate them to get her to continue to follow us properly. We smash more item crates, and suddenly a door bursts open and floods the room with zombies. We blast the corridor clear while simultaneously ignoring any zombies that come behind us. A BSAA soldier makes one of those very unnecessary self-sacrifices like What's-Her-Face from Village, and after, we make a break for the tactical vehicle down the stairs. We ride shotgun as a random BSAA member slowly drives us around and through the thick blue fog covering the streets of China. We see firsthand, once again, the intense consequences and destruction caused by bioterrorism. The soldier drops us off just outside the fog's reach, and we're told to turn around and to snipe a few zombies coming from the blue wall of fog. We're also told not to stay long, however, so after a few, we turn around and make a break for an overturned truck we can climb over. The high-rise area we're in is something of a full circle moment, as it's awfully similar to the Prelude. But for one thing, Helena can walk, and Ada seems to be the helicopter pilot that gives us a hand. We hit the closest zombie to us with a quick shot and then dash right into the alley. We then crawl under the post blocking our path and smash an item crate to our left. We have a ramp to climb and a spot to jump down before finding yet another item crate and also the door forward. We head left and are told to examine the body below the window if we prefer it, and then crawl into the next room. The BSAA soldier scene plays out slightly differently here, as they are already showing themselves to us, and we're told to use our shotgun to shoot them in the head to avoid any complications with the body armor they're wearing. The green herb in the back of the Humvee remains though, so we collect it. There's a box truck located to the left of the entrance we came in that we can look into the back of to find another serpent emblem. We continue down the corridor, and after opening the last door, we quickly continue to the next corner in order to open fire on a horde of zombies climbing the stairwell. We're given an option to toss an incendiary grenade here to clear the horde more quickly and open the next door with partner action once we're clear. We come out to a familiar scene and hop over the rail into the street with Deja Vu intact. We perform the trusty quickshot melee combo on the zombie to our right and equip our shotgun to begin fighting our way through the parked vehicles crowding the street. Once a zombie takes down the rolling fence for us, we can take him out to continue. The crash jet falls once again, and I promise I won't make the same goose joke while it explodes into a fiery flame behind us. Nothing really changes here from the Prelude. We run from the fire in a dramatic and action-y way by jumping over things and whatnot, and then jump for the helicopter and shoving a stray zombie off again before climbing up. We take the wheel after already proving we can't fly anything literally more than once and attempt to gain control of the chopper. The same events happen with Helena in the background, and we shoot the zombified pilot off of her twice. Now we can get back to crashing this baby nice and proper and send it right into the quad tower, which is actually where we want it to go. We press reload and action to again evade the overhanging structure and gain control in the quad tower lobby. Off to the right side of the railing, we can see a serpent emblem in a cubby behind the reception desk. We smash the available item crates and enter the next room with our partner and vault over the railing to enter the next fight.
Back for more.
We enter a strange room with an all too familiar symbol plastered on the floor and an all too familiar face on the other side of Leon's witty remarks. Derek Simmons is still alive, and he's not looking so hot because of that C virus rummaging his insides. And Ada appears in her chopper, and Simmons seems to be somewhat chummy with her and mentions Wesker's son and her using his blood to strengthen the C virus in him. I'd imagine shapeshifting into a literal T-Rex isn't helping. This form really makes me feel like I'm playing Monster Hunter again, and we're told to reserve our stronger weapons for later battles, and keep the environmental surroundings in the forefront of our minds to use instead. There are quite a few explosive barrels scattered about, and you can probably guess what the idea is. We can bait Simmons by using our pistol to shoot his head and lure him over to set explosive barrels and shoot them while he's near them for some nice damage. Once enough damage is done, Simmons' body will force itself back to its human form and leave us with the ability to quickshot him and hit him with another good Boston beatdown. We be sure to reload our weapons as Simmons leaps away and retransforms, and then continue to repeat the same strategy until a BSAA soldier bursts through onto the scene in a Humvee. This bad boy has a turret on the back of it, and we hop on to enter our very own Jurassic Park chase sequence. We're told to fire at Simmons' weak spots, which include the glaring eyeball inside his face mouth thing, and the patches of eyeballs on his belly, and also a patch of eyes on his back. We're told to keep it light and avoid firing continuously so that we don't overheat the weapon systems. Simmons throws a car to block our own vehicle, and we're stuck in an Indisu type stand down. Simmons overturns our ride, and we're back to the ground level. Another vehicle is nearby and is mentioned by the guide. If we head over to it and climb the machine gun, Simmons will see us and immediately put a stop to that. We're told to resume the previous strategy of using the explosive barrels, and if and when we run out, we're told we can begin to use incendiary grenades and remote bombs in attempts to damage the score of eyes on Simmons' belly. Simmons decides to attack an oil tanker on the battlefield at some point, and this causes gas to spew all over the place. We use our luring technique to line Simmons up over the fuel and shoot it for a massive fiery blast. This is enough to knock him back to his human form, and we wanted to show him these hands again, but the flames from the explosion were just too strong. We're told to just continue shooting the eyes and dodging his attacks until the battle ends, but there's a subtle strategy the guide mentions we can try, and that's to just simply allow the hovering above and firing below chopper to do the dirty work. And surprisingly, that's what ended up happening by some odd chance. Leon and Ada share yet another loving glance, and it seems like she's back to normal and is leading us to the roof. We're taking the elevator up, and Helena gets a golden star for forcing Leon to think about his feelings before we're attacked and forced to the outside of the elevator. Shortly after abandoning our ride, it abandons us, and we're forced to use that upper body strength to climb the elevator cable. We're told to simply begin climbing to the top, and along the way we see Ada Wong and Simmons in his newly and popularly named Yes form in a bit of tussle. We're actually not the main characters at the beginning of this sequence and need to reach the top of the cable to even begin thinking about helping Ada. Climbing involves pressing the aim and fire buttons to continue upwards, but not too quickly. We can hold one down and then press the other, and then alternate that way, making sure there is never a time where both buttons are released. Unfortunately, we're told to ignore watching the battle and focus on climbing to the top that leads us to a bridge segment opposite Ada and Simmons. We equip the sniper rifle and begin to aim at Simmons' phallic neck and head to help Ada out. He reverts back to human form once again, and we shoot him with the sniper rifle to get a stagger and allow Ada to give him a beatdown. We continue to use our sniper rifle to protect her from zombies while she does that. The ground we stand on doesn't last for long though, and we're forced back onto the cable. This time, Simmons turns into his kitty form and leaps over to our building while we climb. If he catches us, we can press reload in action to dodge his attacks, and we essentially ignore him unless this happens and get up the cable. We finally get to the top and can jump over to the main bridge with Ada. We pick her up, and when the camera faces Simmons, we aim our sniper rifle and zoom in to shoot him repeatedly. If we run out of sniper ammo here, we're told we can switch to the handy assault rifle registered nurse as he approaches us. He mumbles on about he and Ada were such good lovers and whatnot, but he obviously hasn't met Leon, so bound up on Ada he can't breathe, Kennedy. This is a huge lovey-dovey kind of moment where Leon endearingly grabs her and shields her from an onslaught of literal bullets that he somehow survives, and as she wakes, she hits Leon with her own witty one-liner. Now that we're both in the fight, we rush to the other side of Simmons to turn Simmons into a Simmons sandwich. Look at the frame that I paused on. My arm is all jank. We're told to shoot the elongated neck with a shotgun, assault rifle, or even the handgun, as long as we save any and all magnum rounds for the future. We can duck under Simmons' horizontally directioned attacks and just kind of roll away from the vertical ones, including when he rushes us. After a few attacks, you'll be able to see they're pretty telegraphed. We keep pelting Simmons' head and neck until the battle ends, with Simmons towering over us hanging from a ledge. Of course, Ada has to protect her real man and finish him off with a quick poke to the back and a dramatic Star Wars-esque fall. Leon frantically searches for her, and of course she's taking off again.
You look lonely. I can fix that.
Helena seems to insist Leon go after her, but Leon always knows when it's time to go their separate ways.
There's our ticket out of here. If we can get to it.
We're on the roof now, and we're not alone. But Ada left her helicopter for us to escape with. And an undisclosed present, we'll have to wait and see what is. Ever so persistent as he is, however, Simmons returns once again. The rooftop harbors countless zombies as well, and Simmons and his new tentacles can use them to heal. We can use quick shots on zombies, but of course focus most of our attention to the hentai guy. The tentacles attack in a similar manner as before, and we can dodge them in the same manner. And if he becomes a bit too much, we can literally just stand out of range. We're told to use his immobility to our advantage and throw an incendiary grenade under him, and to use our shotgun and pistol to blast him so we can continue to save ammo for our harder hitters. We simply shoot him until he kneels over and gets mobbed by the zombies, allowing us to move into the nearby stairwell. We reload all our weapons and waste no time to find item crates to destroy around the corner. We can look below the set of stairs here to locate and shoot the final serpent emblem for this campaign as well. We ascend the stairs and are faced with one of those weird guide rooms where everything seems to be inverted on like a horizontal plane. What I mean is, the guide tells the story of this room by saying everything is kind of on the right, but when we enter, it's actually all on the left. With that said, we head left and smash some crates at the end of a long path and then backtrack to find a small set of steps to our left, which leads to another set of longer stairs. We smash more item crates in the far left corner and head to the partner action door to enter and smash even more crates. Now we need to use partner action to climb onto the crane from the raised platform. Simmons hawks a loogie at us and knocks us down into a construction lift of sorts. Simmons turned into a fly, by the way. The final boss of this campaign is a fly. Helena begins moving to the crane controls, and we take aim at Simmons' glowing red eyes to deter him from moving towards us anymore, and also move within the lift itself to avoid any more loogies coming our way. The fly on the wall begins to fly and lands on the building near us, where we then need to switch to our shotgun and continue blasting Mothman in the eyes so he can't attack us. We can leap off the crane as it collapses and start working on the crowd of zombies. We quick shot the closest one and then switch to the wing shooter to dispatch all the remaining zombies in the current area. We smash item crates and pick up their spoils as well as anything the enemies dropped and move to the gate for another partner action. We smash more item crates to our left and then ascend the ladder to our right. More item crates present themselves, and after smashing them, we hop over the railing. Someone should honestly make some art of the breakables in this game in the style of like the Sausage Party movie, and just have them in complete disarray as I watch Leon smash yet another crate or clay pot. Specifically clay pots. There's so many clay pots. Anyways, Simmons has managed to eat so much, so fast, relatable, that he's literally too big to move, relatable, and can only sit on the edge of the building, relatable. We take note of a specific zombie impaled by a lightning rod in this room. We're told to keep the zombie count here low by shooting them in the head with our shotgun to mitigate Simmons using them to heal. We're told to clear the area of all zombies except the lightning rod one in order to force Simmons to grab it with his new mouth. I'm going to tell you guys right now though, I don't think you can empty this room as the zombies continuously spawned and at a quick rate at that. So the real idea is to improve our chances of the lightning rod enemy being grabbed. Once he finally grabs it, the lightning rod does its work and we're given the knowledge to succeed. We begin to clear the room of zombies, again, as much as possible, this time allowing our pistol and melee attacks into the mix. Simmons can swing his leg down and we can dodge it, and if we have an incendiary grenade, we can do a bit of a cool attack where we climb up the leg and hit him hard. Helena managed to do it for us this time by chance. When the area is mostly clear, we equip the lightning hawk and begin aiming at the joints of Simmons' new bug limbs. If we run out of magnum ammo, we can switch to the sniper rifle here. Once all the legs are gone, Simmons is fated to flop like a Magikarp while we pick up the lightning rod and slowly walk it up to him and give it a new home. With our rod in Simmons' eye, lightning strikes again and the battle seems to be over. Now we have to make our way to the helicopter by ascending and descending some ledges and an air conditioner unit, I guess, until we reach the heliport. On the driver's side, we find the real present Ada left for us in the form of the classic Resident Evil rocket launcher. We examine the chopper just for Simmons to fly up to us once again, and with our campaign-ending weapon in hand, we point it right at his head and pull the trigger. Simmons takes the hit full force, and Leon and Helena tower over him as he falls and crumbles back into his human form, ultimately impaling on a sharp statue and allowing his blood to run warmly into the pockets of a now freshly made Umbrella logo. All jokes about the story of this game aside, I think this is an impressively symbolic scene. Starting with the parallel of Leon towering over Simmons, who once towered over him, and then the shedding of the power bioterrorism brings. Just to die as a human, and not only die, but continue to feed the Umbrella machine exactly what it always wanted. Leon finds another gift from Ada in the helicopter that contains proof of our innocence. Hunnigan calls and says the virus is defeated, I guess, but there's no time to talk as we need to get in the chopper and go before the place explodes. Can't be a Resident Evil ending without a helicopter. After the credits, we find ourselves at Deborah's grave. Leon and Hunnigan are able to give Helena her gun and job back and tell her that she won't be accountable for Simmons' actions. She gives the makeup thing back to Leon for the next time he sees Ada, and Leon says his classic line before ending off the campaign. We unlock 8 skill slots for completing the first campaign, whichever one it is, it doesn't matter. And you can use those to switch in between at any time. And we also unlock the Agent Hunt extra content as well. Overall, this campaign definitely felt like it was trying hard to be pieces of the past, and they don't really seem to come together a lot of times. I didn't realize until I started writing the script just how many times we do the same thing over and over and over again across the chapters. But Leon and Ada are in it, so it's perfect. Don't worry, there's a high chance we'll be making one last pit stop here before this is all said and done. Chris Redfield is a shadow of his former self. It's been 3 years since he defeated Albert Wesker with his partner Sheva, and now finds himself in an Eastern Europe bar, all alone and somewhat belligerent. After getting cut off by the bartender and making even more of a scene, Chris is confronted by a man named Piers Nivens. Piers is apparently a past member of one of Chris Redfield's squads, and Chris seems to be suffering from some intense amnesia over the whole thing. But with basically no attempt at fighting back, Piers calls his captain back to active duty. We start the story out on a main street of Wayip, China, which is under a bioterrorist attack. Once the helicopter comes to hover, we press partner action to rappel down to the mission. We follow the other soldiers to the edges, and then leap over the edge to be able to turn to the left and spot our first item crate casualty of this campaign. We head to the ramp and descend down to the ground floor and drop off another ledge at the end. Apparently, Piers can get a bit mouthy if we take too long, so if that happens, we can just issue the wait partner command to calm him down some. We smash 2 more item crates and then join Piers at the double doors we need to use partner action to open. The press and paparazzi never rest, it seemed, because once we take to the street proper, we, as the BSAA, are bombarded by questions about our presence. We push straight through them and proceed down the long street until we reach a barricade at the end and the cars explode, diverting us to the left and another set of partner action double doors. We are humbly reminded of the directional beacon feature here and use it before heading down the hallway past our fellow soldiers and continue and up the stairs to the left. We head left again and smash 2 item crates that typically yield green and red herbs, allowing us to immediately combine them and add them to our pill pack. We follow the corridor around the corner, and soon after, some windows to the right shatter with machine gun fire. There's a butcher shop-like area to our left that we can turn into to find the first serpent emblem of the Chris and Piers campaign. After, we leave the butcher area and smash an item crate on a table before pressing action to open the next door. We head right to the balcony and enter another door to find more gunfire and more shattered windows. We continue until we reach a hole in the wall to our left where we witness a Yavo execute an innocent civilian and make a break for it. Being the freedom fighters we are, we give chase. We open the door at the end of the alley with partner action and Chris delivers a kill shot to the bioweapon, only for it to completely reform its face as we watch. It doesn't work so well for it the second time though, as without the cutscene plot armor, we can gun it down with one more headshot. We continue following the street until right after the burning truck, then head left towards some parked cop cars. The Yavo with a rocket launcher shoots down a BSAA helicopter right in front of us, and as the camera is angled upwards, we slide across the hoods of any vehicles in our way as we continue forward. The helicopter crashes into the blockade in front of us and clears the path. We move around the wreckage and go right to spot our team outside some double doors, but first we destroy 3 item crates behind them before opening the door with partner action. We follow our soldiers down the hallway into the right, and next into a smaller alley on the left, leading to a partner action door. Remaining outside, we're told to shoot the visible Yavo or throw a hand grenade inside to finish them off. Then we enter the room and use quick shot combos to dispel the remainder of the enemies. Here, the guide mentions that for this story we will generally be a part of a trained and professional squad, and to make sure we listen for callouts of all clear to save us some time from looking for enemies when they're all defeated. We jump behind the counter and move to the door to cause another Yavo to burst into the scene and swiftly take him down with a quick shot combo. We let our combat gauge recharge before entering the next door and automatically turn right to head down the alley and open the next partner action door. After entering, we approach the low wall and hop over it and then smash 2 item crates in the area before rejoining our team. A soldier kicks the next door open and is immediately grabbed and gunned down. After the soldier is clear, we gun down the enemy Yavo ourselves and are lucky to see our friend get up this time. Following the alleyway, we take some cover behind stacked boxes and spot a Yavo waiting in ambush just ahead. So we pop a shot at his exposed body parts to lure him out and then take him down. Then, we proceed down the same alleyway cautiously as there are 2 more Yavo along the way waiting in ambush. After moving past their dead bodies, we take cover behind another box and wait for a Yavo to rush the scene so we can hit it with a quick shot combo and then do the same for another enemy hiding further down to the left. We continue to follow the men and break 2 more item boxes on each side of the next partner action door. Piers nails a Yavo in the arm and it mutates into something ripped straight out of Dead Space. If you can't tell, I'm not a big fan of the enemies in this campaign. We're told when Yavo are mutating, they're basically invincible, so just save the ammo. Also, the mutated limbs will become resistant to gunfire, so we have to aim for something else like the head or the legs for this particular variant. Oh, they can also mutate multiple times. We use our quick shot abilities to take out this monster and all those around it, including the random fella at the top of the stairs. We head up the steps and open the door at the top to then drop down from the ledge to get to the street level and crush an item crate on our right. We open the gate forward with partner action and move forward to the first box on the left and take cover. Getting into cover is done by aiming and pressing action near the object you want to hide behind. But I'll just tell you, it's an abhorrent mechanic and you should expect to see a lot of rolling. A door opens on the right and Yavo wielding machetes rush to the room, so we use our left stick to poke out of cover and gun them all down. We advance from cover point to cover point as Yavo heads continue to pop out further away and as our assault rifle ammo dwindles. We can switch to our 909 pistol. We also smashed item crates in the niche from the shuttered area to restock. At the end of the alley, we smash the item crate in the right corner and join our men at the door to open it. Then smash more item crates in the left and far right of the room. Behind the item crate in the corner is a serpent emblem for our shooting. We ascend the stairs and enter the door at the end of the hallway to find more stairs to ascend above a flaming area and another we can open and breach into the next room. Immediately, we fire on the Yavo, trying to scramble away to the left and proceed through the sitting area to the corner and head upstairs. We proceed cautiously as Yavo will jump out on us from the left. We enter the room it came from and smash an item crate and open the door to the right. Another Yavo enters and another Yavo gets taken down. The room it came from was a kitchen and harbors another item crate for our smashing. Back in the hallway, we move to the double doors to utilize partner action to enter the next area. These stairs lead to the rooftops, and we turn to the far left to smash 2 item crates. A Yavo stands on the stairs facing away from us, so you can probably guess that a stealth hit is coming. But don't get used to them because I'm pretty sure the words stealth and hit are written together a total of maybe 2 times in this entire campaign. The next enemy watches us take his friend down, so we're going to need a quick shot melee combo for him. We reach the rooftops and HQ radios in to point out the nearby tenement building given the code name Ace of Spades. That is our ultimate goal to reach. A group of Yavo funnel in from the left and we take a stance on the nearby raised platform and shoot them from there. The Noga-let enemies are able to mutate from the base enemy now, which is essentially just a flying enemy that can still hold a gun, I guess. We're told to take them out by shooting their hanging torsos and are told to clear the area of hostiles, which we may have taken a little far because we noticed some enemies on a nearby rooftop and took them down as well. We climb the ladder on the far side and move to the edge in order to jump over and climb another ladder after clearing out any stragglers. After climbing the ladder, we can pull out our assault rifle as Chris in order to spot and shoot a serpent emblem on a under construction building. We cross the makeshift wooden bridge and drop onto the next rooftop, making our way across the ledge and climbing the ladder at the end. We smash 3 item crates in the corner and then climb a much longer ladder. On the high end now, Yavo spot Chris immediately and we're told to gun them down quickly and move to the wall beneath them. Which is what I would say if we didn't defeat almost all the enemies up here from the lower rooftop when we were told to clear the area of enemies. At the end, we mount the brightly colored raised platform and press action to begin our descent through zipline. However, a Yavo with a rocket launcher shoots us and knocks us down, separating Chris and Piers in the process. For Chris, this part is pretty easy as all we have to do is mash the reload button to very, and I mean this, very slowly move our way across the pole, assuming Piers will protect us from the Yavo flooding in and firing at us. At the end, we drop onto the scaffolding and climb another very high ladder. We smash 2 item crates in the niche to our left and return fire on some Yavo below us. Once clear, we drop down and move to the next small building and climb the ladder mounted to it. We shoot the Yavo below from the top, and in case they transform into flying critters, we stay on top of the rooftop until the area is clear. We drop off the roof and smash even more item crates in the corner, and then climb onto the rise in order to hop over a horizontal pole. We jump another gap and take out 2 ambushers that may mutate here. After, we move to the right to climb the ladder and drop down on the other side in order to move right around the dividing wall for 2 more item crates. Next, we cross the bridge into the next building and take out more ambushing enemies and keep an eye for flying foes that can team up on us. If they do, we head to the corner of the building to allow Piers a line of sight so he can assist us. We smash the item crates after defeating them and climb yet another ladder. 1 more item crate lies at the top, and then we cross the salvage bridge and drop down twice at the end to reunite with Piers. Of course, We have the option to head back into Piers' previous area and loot a plethora of item boxes before heading back to the metal door and opening it with partner action. We traverse the rooftops by climbing ledges and dropping off of them, ultimately taking a big jump where Chris falls because of an RPG being fired. We take cover at the nearest low rise and return fire on the Yavo on the next rooftop. We toss a hand grenade in the hopes to take them all out as they cross a bridge, and when everything is clear, we can smash some more item crates on the back corner and cross the wooden bridge. We climb another ladder to reach another building under construction and move out to the end of the platform to drop down from it. We very specifically avoid shooting any of the red barrels in sight and instead move to the corner to cross to the next section of the roof and descend the stairs. 3 flash grenades sit on a crate in front of us, and we collect them as well as smash 3 more item crates against the back wall. A floodlight turns to us and the area begins to flood with Yavo. Now is the time to take advantage of all those explosive barrels to defeat groups of these enemies at the same time. Any lone enemies are perfect opportunities for a quick shot combo as well. If we get some Derek Simmonses floating around, we can use our newly acquired flash grenades to knock them down a peg and melee them on the ground. Eventually, the BSAA sends reinforcements, and we help them mop up the remaining enemies, allowing us to enter the green double doors with partner action. Upon entering the tenement building, we're informed of a hostage situation taking place within it. We kick open the next door and immediately take cover. We return fire on the Yavo and ensure to watch our back on occasion by moving our left stick down, pressing action at the same time to perform a quick turn. A new enemy is introduced, and I am begging you, don't ask me to pronounce this. Okay, these are spiders, and that's final. Anyways, we're told to deal with them by stepping on them. Once all clear is finally reported, we use our directional beacon to lead us to the rest of our team and smash the nearby item crates before entering. We follow our men all the way down to level 7 and enter in order to smash an item crate on the opposite side of the room and then move to the retail level. We fight more bad guys with the boys and investigate any nooks and crannies hiding item crates. Once we reach the closed door on level 7, we turn right to smash 3 more item crates and return to the door. The inside of this room is full of spiders, and we're instructed to toss a flash grenade in order to knock them to the ground and give them a proper stomping. After the arachnophobia chills out, we can continue through the building until we come across a room that HQ says is full of the hostages. So naturally, we divert to the left and clear a room of item crates before entering with partner action. 2 spiders escape this room carrying the hostages, and we have to chase them down. The guide says not to shoot at them in fear of injuring the hostages and only to melee. I hope you're excited to get barely nudged into the longest stunt animation of your life a lot of times. After giving the first hostage-toting spider the boot, HQ relays that the second one was spotted moving to level 8. We have to encounter several more spiders along the way to the stairs that the guide allows us to either melee or shoot the fleshy human parts of to defeat. Once on level 8, we have to chase the spider around, and it seems difficult at first, but the pattern it moves in becomes easy to spot. More spiders can also enter the area that we're told to simply quickshot out of our way if they get in it. The strategy, however, isn't exactly as fun. Turns out the running melee attack was the ultimate solution to our problems of finally catching it. With both hostages rescued, we return to the stairs and make our way to level 6. We smash item crates on either side of the gaping hole and head to the center aisle. Conveniently, there's another butcher shop to the left-hand side that wields our next serpent emblem. And behind that butcher shop is a chest containing skill points for us to collect. We continue to the white elevator doors and press action to open them and board the elevator, then press partner action to descend. HQ gives us another chat, and the elevator stops before reaching the bottom. We're in a fixed view here, and need to move to the forward left corner and press action to look up and notice the exit. Piers needs a ride up, so we press partner action to assist him, and then partner action again to allow him to pull us up out of the ride. A Yavo fires a rocket launcher, destroying the already defeated elevator, and we shoot that same Yavo moments later. We smash the item crates on our side of the shaft and head forward to press partner action on the doors to open them. There's an ambush as soon as we open the shaft doors, of course, and we equip a hand grenade to toss it in the center in hopes of getting rid of a majority of them. Then, we jump through the doorway and do the same for the second wave of Yavo entering, while keeping an eye on our left for any sneak attacks from other enemies. We clear the level and are instructed to search it thoroughly for all item crates and then use the directional beacon to find our way out. We descend the stairs to level 2 and enter. After turning right, we observe a large opening in the center of the floor and move around it to smash any item crates and also find a chest not mentioned by the guide, so we can't collect it. Then, we move into the center and drop onto the grate, aiming down at the Yavo holding the woman hostage and saving her. We quickly press partner action to jump down and shoot the other Yavo threatening the hostage. one last-ditch effort, Yavo drops in and holds a machete to the hostage's throat, activating our slow-motion superpowers. At the first opportunity, we hit the Yavo with a headshot and save the day. We collect any remaining items and then approach the BSAA soldier, entering. The hostages are safe, but we get trapped in the building by an explosion and have to escape. We head up the center aisle and drop down the elevator shaft, then climb the ladder on the far side and open the door at the top with partner action. The first of many missiles strikes the building, so we turn left and follow the railing around to the right, and then dash to the far end and turn left. We enter the stairwell and go back to level 3, where the floor begins to collapse. We turn right and slide across some tables along the way. Yavo appear, but we're told to ignore them because a missile takes them out anyways and pick up any items. They drop and run to the opening in the far side of the room. The floor below us fails, and we have to rotate the left stick rapidly to climb and move to the ledge to partner action jump off of it while a missile strikes the building that we're in, and we jump out in the most dramatic way possible. A second missile strikes the tower as we're running for cover, and Chris and Piers move to investigate only to find some familiar-looking crystallized, cocooned bio beings that causes Chris to have some intense flashbacks of his memory and fading out of the chapter. Now, I'll let you guys know, because it took me longer than I'd like to admit realizing it. But basically all of Chapter 2 is a flashback in Chris's mind to 6 months ago in Adonia. We will be playing along with Chris and Piers and their OG crew from before the great Chris Redfield lost his memories and finding out what happened. Also, I should note that this chapter is when I realized that this just wasn't going to be fun. This isn't the same Chris as the present, and he proceeds to give a beautiful motivational speech about survival that makes the team's explosive expert Finn somewhat emotional. Finn gives us an update on the new species of BOW called the Yavo, and we split into 3 teams and move out. Of course, though, first Chris gives Finn the rookie some words of encouragement and leaves him a bit starstruck. Can you see where this is headed? We enter the scene riding on the back of tactical vehicles and eventually receive the word we're taking fire. Chris radios up to HQ the report, and we hop off to take to the ground. We take cover at the right of the vehicle in front of us and begin to fire on the Yavo just down the street. We take out as many as we can from here, and then turn to the left of the same vehicle to walk under a covered sidewalk. Ahead is an item crate that we are told we must specifically slide into and prepare immediately after for Yavo to rush in the tiny room we're in. One comes in on cue, and we deal with him by the usual quick shot combo method. The second one took its sweet time to enter the room, but did eventually and gets the same treatment. We have another item crate to smash and then take cover at the doorway in front of us. Our target now is any Yavo hiding behind the nearby truck until only one remains. Then we're told to bum rush the final enemy and slide into it to knock it off balance and finish it with melee attacks. We're pretty pinned down here, as there is a machine gun turret as well as snipers posted on the wall in front of us. Because of this, we're instructed to move from the interior of the building and then subsequently to the back of the parked truck. From there, we're told to dash quickly to the nearby stairs and take cover under the wall with our men. We're told to make sure we position ourselves far enough right on the wall so we can take out a sniper located in the second story window to our left. At this point, the trucks with us begin to move up to us, and we take that as a cue to hop the wall and ruck on behind them. One of the Vics takes out the machine gun emplacements for us, and we move up behind it and along its right side, ultimately taking cover at its front corner. Here, we begin to open fire on the remaining snipers on the bridge. Once clear, we break cover and dash for the stairs on the far left with our handgun equipped so that we can quickshot any enemies in our path. We are told for now to save our combat gauge by simply shooting them in the head instead of the usual melee follow-ups. Riveting combat mix-up right here. We take cover against the inside wall once in the interior and fire on Yavo hiding in the doorway and the windowsill of the following room. Once it seems clear, we head in and smash 3 item crates and then proceed further up the stairs and over the bridge to find a locked tower. In this case, our Princess Fiona locked in the tower is a clearly visible weapon, and as soon as we call over Piers to help us break in, an ogre comes from over the horizon. This is Ogre Man, and it is a massive BOW walking its way straight to us. We're told to begin opening fire on the monster, and that its weak points will be its mouth and the umbilical cord-like strand on its back. Eventually, it gets close enough to us to smash its fist on the bridge and force us to drop to the ground. We continue shooting at its face though, as it climbs over, and once it's on our side, we turn and dash for the end of the street. Since we're in single player mode, we ignore the ladder to the right and keep going to the next one on the left. This part is pretty unique as it mentions that first ladder to be the better spot for this fight, but only if you're in multiplayer mode. Back to our friendless left ladder, we're told Yavo will come up the stairs at the end of the corridor, but that just straight up doesn't happen, which is always fun. The Aggro Man will tromp up and down the streets outside until it's in a position parallel to us and then attack us with a devastatingly powerful, I'll bet long, swing when it stops. That's basically the only attack we have to avoid here, and continue to mark our focus on the gaping mouth and umbilical cord weak spots. Eventually, Aggro Man will stagger and assume the old man pose. With the Aggro Man leaning, we can move up to its arm and press fire to run onto its shoulders and tap the action button rapidly to pull out one of the quill-like objects growing on the monster's back. If completed, we rip the quill out of the Aggro Man and generously relocate it to another body part of his. If we fail, the Aggro Man can grab us, El Gigante style, and we have to break out of it. But I don't think I even have footage of that happening. This is the loop when it comes to Strike the Third, and after some time, the Aggro Man will tuck tail and run. After he's gone, we loot any remaining item boxes from the second floor we just battled from and head back to the bridge. We take the stairs, which are now on our right, and find ourselves at the locked tower door, but this time our partner action goes uninterrupted and we can enter. The spoils are a new assault shotgun for our armory, a first aid spray, and also another item crate to smash. With new toys in hand, we jump off the side of the bridge and head up the street to rejoin the fight. We follow the personnel carrier as it proceeds down the street and divert to sidewalk on the right that leads to a small room. We take down several Yavo with quick shots and follow-up headshots here, and immediately take cover inside the small room in order to return fire on the snipers up above and across the street. We catch up with the personnel carrier once the streets are clear, and we move to the left side of where it's parked. There, we enter some ruins and dash upstairs to take out a sniper on the upper level. We then jump the gap and turn right to take out any Yavo that may have penetrated our friendly lines. Next, we turn left and drop into the next segment. The guy tells us to proceed through the next doorway and uphill, which spawns a metric ton of enemies in front of us. Then, it immediately tells us that actually in the last segment, we could use the windows to take out any straggling enemies from before a horde with assault rifles came at us. So, in my head, I was supposed to be clearing the area right now in order to cross the street and climb the ladder opposite our building and take out some more sniper enemies and collect some item crates. But directly after doing this, the guide mentions the truck full of enemies that we fought already and how useful it would be to throw a hand grenade in the center of them to take them out easily. Neat. Anyways, now the streets are clear, we can head up to the fence blocking our path to prompt Finn to blow the lock, allowing us to approach the edge and press action to drop into the rail yard. Finn is going to set a charge to blow a train car blocking the exit, and we have to protect him while he does. As Chris, we simply move from cover to cover while returning fire to hold our ground. We're also given the option to toss hand grenades in the open train cars as another means to an end. Once the charge is set, Finn will call the team back and take cover, but we have a quick Rambo mission. We dash hard into enemy territory towards the back right of the area, where we can very quickly shoot a serpent emblem and then turn right around to reach Finn's position so we can blow the way forward wide open. In the next area, we head down the stairs and to the left before HQ reports a troubled soldier on a nearby bridge and tasks us with saving him from the incoming flood of enemies after him. We smash some item crates at the bottom of the stairs and turn right to find a loose green herb on a barrel. We continue towards the bridge and turn left for another item crate and then cross the street to the far side where another sniper is waiting and plans to take Piers along. We use partner action to fling him along and continue as Chris for now by beginning to move up the bridge, where the ground we stand on gets blown up. We have to tilt the left stick forward here and can use our stamina to crawl faster. We flail around to avoid a burning car coming towards us and continue to the top until Finn gives us a hand up. We find the downed soldier behind a truck and move to the right corner of the side truck in order to take cover and return fire on the Yavo manning a turret ahead. Then, we're told to quickly dash to their position and vault over the sandbags to avoid any enemies retaking the turret. We take cover at the left edge of the container in front of us and continue aiming at the Yavo left and then dash across the bridge where another set of sandbags and turret sits. We're taking shelter here from the tank. There's a tank here now. As Chris, we use this area as cover since we spot a fuel truck on the bridge and Piers insists we bait the tank forward so he can shoot it and disable the tank. We're told to poke out and fire 2 or 3 handgun bullets at the Yavo in order to bait out the tank until Piers can blow it up. We tie up the loose ends on the ground floor and continue working our way up the bridge, moving from cover to cover. There's a chance that a sniper will remain on the far end of the bridge, and we're told we can either take it out with the assault rifle or order Piers to clear him out with the move in partner command. Once clear, we move up the side of the bridge and climb a series of ladders leading us to a gantry with some item crates for us to smash. After smashing them, we climb a third ladder to reach the highest level. It's mostly empty for now, so we head up the tracks and break an item crate on the left before kicking down the emergency ladder. We're then instructed to take out the Yavo that ambush us in the nearby derailed train car, and eventually Piers will catch up to us. Now is a good time to know that this campaign, as well as Jake and Sherry, are a bit different from Leon and Helena. Leon and Helena had us play as Leon the entire time, without a need to switch to Helena, because any area that she could only go to was accessible at some point. This is different for the next two campaigns, as there will be times where we will be required to play as our partner, because the main character that we play will never see that area, and certain gameplay areas have dedicated segments to our partner character in the guide itself. With all that being said, let's head back to when we dropped off Piers with a sniper team. On the other side of the bridge, we're told to get familiar with Piers' anti-material rifle, as it's a key part of his gameplay. We're told to survey the areas ahead and switch to our thermal sights while inside the building and proceed through the building, taking out enemies inside from as much of a distance as possible. At the end of the passage is a long flight of stairs that leads to the sniper team's crow's nest. We smash the conveniently placed item crates inside and begin to survey the bridge area, ensuring we keep the thermal imaging on in order to better spot irregularities in the environment. We snipe Yavo on the bridge, beginning with the ones closest to Chris's position and working our way back down the bridge. Once it's clear, Chris will radio up his request for help with the tank, so we train our scope to the tanker and switch off our thermal sight. Once the tank moves forward, we fire at the tanker to eliminate the vehicle. Our interim partner opens the back door for us and insinuates it's time to make our exit. While walking along the path, we can turn and look at the bridge with our sniper rifle and shoot a serpent emblem against one of the girders that only Piers can collect. Atop the stairs is a group of enemies we're told a hand grenade could take out and some item crates for us to smash. One more set of stairs leads us to the rail level, but on the further side, we sneak up on a Yavo behind the train car for the stealth kill and then move into the doorway of the parked train car. Here, we take out some more Yavo and cross through until we eventually can reach a ladder on the left side of the rail system that we climb down. We perform a stealth hit on the first enemy on the gantries and smash some nearby item crates before continuing to Chris's position. We continue to the right and stand below the emergency ladder, patiently waiting for Chris to lower it, so we can officially rejoin him. As Chris again, we lead Piers to a nearby dumpster that needs to be dumped. The Yavo did not like us touching that holy item because this triggers a full-on assault to include a cannon rail car, I guess. Finn is tasked with moving the wounded soldier up to the top with us, and we're going to be left to hold off the assault until then. We run back down the bridge and take cover near the closest derailed car. The Yavo are literally airborne, and we're told to take out the maroon beret wearers as they're falling, and more specifically, before they can get up. We advance and defeat Yavo inside the cargo container that has conveniently been blown onto the ladder, and then climb inside said container to take out even more enemies at the far end of the rail. Once Finn arrives, Chris orders him to blow the bridge, so we need to continue to protect him. We take out any enemies that are immediately in front of us, and then return to our cover to shoot advancing enemies, as well as rocket launcher wielding fellows riding the rail cannon. Once Finn is set, our camera will automatically swing to the objective, and we break contact to dash towards the end of the bridge, which is marked with a blue marker. We move around the right side of the area, where we remove the dumpster, and take cover behind the sandbags to the left. We hold the ground here long enough for the rail car to move into blasting range, and then send it down to the depths below. We're in the area in front of the city hall now, and we encounter Jake and Sherry. This is the first time Chris has met Sherry, it seems, and of course there's some sentiment being that his sister saved her from Raccoon City and all. Piers notices Jake is a wanted insurgent, and Chris just can't seem to figure out what's so familiar about him. We can assume Jake hasn't undergone his proper character development yet, because it's so early on and he's so snarky. HQ relays that they can't enter the airspace due to anti-air turrets, I guess, and that a large bogey is on the way. Another aggro man gets airlifted in, somehow, considering the amount that thing has to weigh, and the fight begins. From where we start, we perform a complete 180 turn and head the other direction, diverting to the right under an archway. We ascend the stairs and defeat the sniper and anti-air turret operator. We then turn left and must fight our way through the kitchen that can infinitely spawn Yavo until the first turret is destroyed. Finn is going to begin placing charges on the turret, and we're tasked with focusing our attention on Agroman, unless the Yavo directly affect us or Finn as he works. The fight with the Agroman is the same as last time. We focus our shots on the weak points that are the mouth and umbilical cord-like objects hanging out of its back. Eventually, the Agroman will stagger and place its arm on the ledge, allowing us to jump over and generously relocate its spiky parts on its back for big damage. The first charge is blown, and Finn will automatically make his way to the front of the church, harboring the second one, and patiently wait for us. We're given the option to automatically join Finn or bolt past him on the street and find a ladder to climb where Yavo are firing down. We can take down these Yavo and use the turret they have to our advantage, aiming at any of the Augerman's weak points and being sure to avoid his attacks if he gets too close. Using the turret, we can stagger the beast and perform the same combo from before, which can actually defeat the beast and drop a whopping 4,000 skill points for all those efforts. Time to relink with Finn at the church. Finn will blow the doors for us, and then we can breach the entrance, aiming our sights at the Yavo coming down the stairs. We then smash some item crates on the floor we're on and ascend the stairs, who then ascend a ladder to the roof. We take out the Yavo on and protecting the turret and prepare to protect the team while Finn sets the charge to blow it. Fortunately, we defeated the towering Augerman already, so we only have to fight this battle from one front. The Yavo will endlessly spawn from a nearby rooftop until the turret is destroyed. This time, we just hold our ground and use quick shot combos until Finn can blow the second turret. Oh yeah, baby, there's another one. This one doesn't have an exposed umbilical cord protruding from its back, and we're told not to engage it until the first one is defeated, which we already did. We drop back down into the church and descend the stairs and continue to follow the soldiers into the underground hole on the base level. Finn blows the door ahead of us and allows us to move forward, picking up a green herb from an exposed pipe at the first corner. We smash the box across from it and then begin to fire at Yavo on the other side in the next area. We follow our soldiers, finding some more item crates along the way, and as well as a red herb in a niche. Eventually, we come across a ladder mounted in concrete, which we climb and turn right in order to press action twice to unbar the door. Then we immediately turn and drop back down, and head left into the dirt tunnel to find another ladder to climb at the end. We climb it and dispose of any Yavo hanging out at the top. We ascend the stairs and cross the upper level where snipers will be firing at us from the rooftops. But we have another gun turret nearby that we can use to take them out and then focus our attention on the Augerman. We shoot its weak spots and focus closely on it moving to the right, as it will pick up a truck and hurl it at us. We very narrowly dodge this and reman the turret, knowing that if Augerman stops in front of it, he'll destroy it, and we don't want to be there when that happens. The goal here is to shoot Augerman in the mouth until he keels over, allowing us to mount his back and yank at the non-exposed umbilical cord. We have to rotate the left stick here, and the advice the guy gives us for speed is to release our left hand from the controller, taking all the fingers on our left hand and pinch the left stick, rotating it as rapidly as possible for more rotations per second, I guess. Once successful, the umbilical cord will be exposed, and we will be back on the ground. We need to head the other way and find the door we unbarred earlier to swiftly re-enter the fight. We head past the turret this time and head to the corner to kick down the emergency ladder, then move to the back corner of the balcony and aim our sights at the Yavo in the fenced area, to include the Yavo manning the final anti-air turret. Then, we drop to the ground and soon the Augerman will burst through the fence. Now, we must protect Finn from the Augerman by the usual means, and if we get a moment of reprieve, we can drop down a hole in this area to find a secret spot in the cave from earlier. In here is just a few extra item crates to destroy before we head back upstairs to prioritize protecting Finn. Once the airspace is clear, HQ will radio in that they have a beat on the Augerman, so we climb the ladder to the high ground to get ourselves clear as the BSAA gives that bad boy the freedom treatment. Chris sends Sherry and her friend on their way, but not before making sure he and the bald guy haven't met somewhere before. Piers is very much not okay with letting Jake go, and Finn has a little adorable rookie moment. Then the team storms the city hall. Inside the city hall, we move through the foyer and find a plethora of people encased in chrysalids. So naturally, we focus our attention to the item crates behind the reception desk. We can follow the corridors to either side of the stairs to find a hallway under the stairway that holds another serpent emblem hanging on the wall like a picture. Finn calls out for us, so we head upstairs and follow the railing to the right. Then, we use partner action to open the door where Finn stands. We proceed down the corridor and around the corner to the left to catch a peek of a very familiar woman. However, once we give chase, Yavo bursts out from the room to the left. We take him down with the quick shot combo and enter the area he came from. Here, we can smash several item crates and collect 12-gauge shells on the desk, and then some more, and 9mm ammo on the back shelving. Now we can exit the room and continue down the corridor. We smash the item crate in the bathroom and then open the door at the end of the hallway. We move down the left railing and drop to the area below. Once we pass a certain threshold of the room, we finally see the results of the chrysalids. These bad boys are called Napods, and are covered in hard scales like little bioweapon pangolians. The strategies we have are to throw hand grenades at their feet to knock off those scales, or use flash grenades to blind them and allow us to move in for a stealth hit. But only if its back has been blown out. Back scales have been blown off. Even when the skin is exposed, we're told to forego using our shotgun and instead stream assault rifle bullets into it. Each Napod will drop 1,500 skill points for us. Once they are all taken care of, we move to the back door to prompt Finn to give it a blow. We have one item crate in here to smash if we haven't already. We head down the corridor, stopping to smash 3 item crates in a niche to our left before continuing down the winding corridor and open it. We take cover on the left side of the door and fire at the Yavo attacking in the room. Also using hand or flash grenades here if we have any available. Once the area opposite the doorway is clear, we move further in to take more ground and continue to return fire on more Yavo. We search a side room to find a red herb, 12-gauge shells, and an item crate for our smashing. Then, we follow the boys into the back and open the next door with partner action. Finally, we've caught up to Ada Wong, who mentions the C virus, and she convinces Chris to, not just straight up kill her by spilling the beans about Neo Umbrella. Chris puts the rookie Finn in charge of keeping her safe. She'll be accompanying us for the next few rooms, but we're told not to worry about protecting her. After we regain control, we head into a small room in the back to find a serpent emblem atop a cabinet before continuing to follow Ada. We follow Ada through the door she opens for us, and face left to smash an item crate before catching up with the others and opening the way forward with partner action. We've come full circle to the foyer, and it is in absolute shambles right now. Fortunately, we're told not to waste our ammo here and instead head straight upstairs with Ada, where she reveals a hidden door for us to kick open with partner action. We move around the balcony to the left and watch the chrysalids ahead hatch into strelets. These are lizard-like monsters that can crawl just about anywhere and remind me of Lizalfos from Zelda. The guide says that they are highly susceptible to bright lights, so we can toss a flash grenade to stun it and then rush in to perform a double melee attack. We can kill them instantly if we press the fire button appropriately in the quick time event, which is, what we would do if we weren't told to use our flash grenades earlier. Luckily, the guide offers an alternative in the form of just blasting them with a shotgun until they're dead. There are 3 strelets total along the balcony and also some item crates for us to smash as we fight our way around. The strelets also drop 1,000 skill points when defeated. Once the balcony is clear, we move to the door at the end so Finn can give it a good blow. We proceed down the corridor and it widens out where we can destroy an item crate on the far side. Then we drop down into a warehouse. This is a maze basically. It's full of napods and strelets, and we're told to use our directional beacon feature to avoid getting lost. We're also told to climb any ladder and open literally any door we see until we approach the stairs to the exit. From here, we divert left to smash the last 2 item crates of the chapter, and then descend the stairs at the end of the corridor to open the door at the bottom with partner action. Metal bars separate Piers and ourselves from the rest of our team, and Ada injects our comrades with some type of bioterror needle. We watch Finn melt into a shell of his former self and become one of the monsters we've been fighting. Piers seems to be the only one with his head right now, and the Napod beats Chris senseless. Piers gets a pretty cool slow motion scene, and as he's dragging Chris out of there, Chris goes unconscious, and the chapter ends.
Piers. Sir? What happened to Ada Wong? You remember?
Alright, we're back in China, and Chris has recovered all his lost memories from Adonia. Turns out, Ada has been spotted in the area, and with his memories back, Chris is making it his own personal job to track her down and destroy Neo Umbrella. We gain control and press action to drop off the ledge and follow the path made from the building wreckage. At the end of the path, you guessed it, a mutated zombie snake comes into play and drags off one of our soldiers with it. Wait, you mean to tell me Zombie Snake in China wasn't on your bingo card? We're told to follow the serpent uphill and through the street, an alley, and eventually a playground. After exiting the playground with partner action, we can turn left and cross the street to find our next and first serpent emblem of this chapter. Next, we follow the snake's trail of blood into a nearby tenement building. We continue to follow the snake's slime to the corner and turn right in order to search a table in the corner to find a green herb. We smash some item crates in the opposite corner, specifically including the one behind the ladder, and then climb it. We then drop from a ledge into the narrow alley. I hope you guys are ready for the up-down treatment again. We open the door at the end with partner action and head to the right along another alley and are told to stop just before the end. We're told to toss a hand grenade or flash grenade to take down some Yavo waiting in ambush, then climb the ladder behind the crates. Now on the roof, we hop over the low wall and head to the right around a small building in order to climb the ladder on the next wall. Mutated Yavo knock us from the ladder, and we're told to take them out with the quick shot combo special and attempt to climb the ladder again. We make light work of the item crates on both sides and then kick open the door forward. We run up behind the nearest crates and fire at the 2 Yavo closest to us and directly ahead. We're then told to take cover, reload, and defeat the remaining Yavo with the quick shot melee combo. We make sure to pick up any items on the floor and enter the next part of the room in order to use a flash grenade on 3 more Yavo that get the Chris Redfield fist treatment. We open the door in the corner and find a first aid spray sitting on a box right ahead from us and also a few item crates to smash. Once we're done smashing, We hit the blue door with a partner action. We open the door to find ourselves on a U-shaped balcony with Jake and Sherry surrounded by Yavo of any type that you can imagine, and a helicopter, I guess. Chris orders the team to protect those two, and our goal to defeat all the Yavo begins. We can't get to the ground level with the other two, and we're told to cross the balcony to the opposite side for the best angle for shooting down at the Yavo. Noga Skakanje enters the chat here. And for lack of better pronunciation, these are grasshoppers. The grasshoppers will often jump up to the level with us, and it's also possible for another Yavo to spawn up here as well, and we're instructed to hit him with the old razzle dazzle quick shot combo. There are also occasionally snipers perched up above Jake and Sherry, and we're told to periodically check the roaming helicopter for any grasshoppers just hanging out up there. After battling it out for a while, the remaining enemies will be given objective markers and we're told to clean them up. Often, the last enemy will be hanging out on the wing of the helicopter, though we knock it off to finish the sequence. The helicopter gets off one last missile before flying off, and we regain control. We're told to clean up any of the items remaining in the area, and then meet up with our team at the door at the center of the back balcony. We use partner action to open it. We then follow the stairs to the top and climb the ladder to the roof in order to smash several item crates in the landing area. Then, we move to the opening in the low wall and yeet ourselves to the next rooftop, opening the next door with partner action. We notice a ladder to our right, but are told to forego it for now, and instead focus our attention to the hovering weapon icon ahead. We're gifted a beautiful grenade launcher inside a small room and also find a first aid spray alongside 2 boxes of 40mm explosive rounds. But no great moment goes unnoticed and the enemy attack helicopter re-enters the scene. This is legitimately a boss fight, by the way, and its name is Enemy Attack Chopper L. The area is going to fill with Yavo and remain that way until the chopper is defeated. For that reason, it's highly suggested we get to the high ground and develop a good position for aiming at the chopper. Of course, we can take down the Yavo purposely in order to loot items and then are told immediately after that they will spawn indefinitely. That you can in fact take them all out and make it a one-on fight if you so choose. We're told to stay on the move as we fire at the chopper with a grenade launcher and to avoid jumping up on the height of the low platforms in the area to keep our target signature low. We simply hang near solid objects and take cover if we hear the chopper's gun spin up and take aim if it's not firing or we see an opening. Occasionally, the chopper will take off and fly behind the nearby buildings or float low by the bridge connecting the building, and we're told to use this time to keep our weapons reloaded. This is the general loop as we continue to track the chopper with our grenade launcher until the final launch grenade brings it down. There are a lot of item crates on the ground level we can collect here before crossing the bridge and opening the exit with partner action. Now that the helicopter is out of the way, we can get back to tracking a zombie snake like we're in the Africa and China. Doesn't make any sense. We head down the corridor and examine the body at the corner, and then follow the men around 2 left turns before they kick a door down for us. Once we enter, we can turn left and head past the mahjong table, and turn right to find a bedroom with a serpent emblem hanging out on the lower bunk of a bunk bed. We double back to the living quarters and search the washroom to the right in order to find and destroy an item crate. Then, we head back into the living quarters and out the back door. We turn right and follow the corridor until the snake shows its fangs again. We follow it downstairs and open the door at the bottom with a partner action. We move into the next room until a cutscene plays. The snake strikes at our BSAA team once again, and Chris doesn't take well to it. He takes off on his own with Piers behind him, questioning what he thinks he's doing. But Chris seems to be in a cold mood since rediscovering his memories and tells the soldiers to fall in line. After we regain control, we move past the soldiers and enter the door on the right. We take the next left and find an item crate that is typically supposed to drop some 40mm explosive rounds, and then we follow our directional beacon out of here and down the corridor. We go down the stairs at the end and open yet another partner action door. We smash item crates in what the guide says is a barbershop, but I'd say it has some concerning decorations if that's the case, and then move into the back room. Another soldier falls to the fangs of the snake, and we're told to hold our fire, as he's already gone, and we shouldn't waste the ammo. We head through the doorway on the right and kick open the next door, allowing us to see the Anaconda actor wannabe slither by again. We move around the balcony to the next opening and proceed to press action to slide down a rope. As we move through the next area, an air conditioning unit falls in our path, and we're forced to use partner action to push it out of our way. We get separated from Piers by the snake attacking other members of our team, and are told to traverse the corridors while listening to the grueling screams of the team members not lucky enough to be a main character. Once the radio transmissions are over, we're told to head into the niche on the right for some item crates and continue to follow the corridor. On the way, we divert left to find a dead comrade and an item crate for our smashing. We head back into the corridor and approach the stairs at the end, but first head left and around the corner for another item crate. Then we head back and ascend the stairs. We are able to rejoin Piers on this floor and head to the next partner action door to give it an open. We head down the corridor until we see the giant snake again, and this time he gives up one of our teammates that is somehow still alive and just keeps on trucking along with us. We follow into the next room and drop down through the floor. We examine another dead soldier and open the gates at the end, with a partner action. Now, it's time to fight this snake properly, and for sake of pronunciation, its name is Snake. The invisible snake has a simple strategy attached to it, and we'll need our shotgun for it. We need to constantly look around until we can see the saliva-filled mouth of the beast and aim our shotgun at it, aiming for the mouth in order to do the most damage. The snake has a chance to grab us, and we have to press fire at the correct time to escape or get thrown by the snake. It can also wrap itself around us and force us to rotate the left stick to escape or face taking damage. If need be, we can use health tablets from our pill pack or a first aid spray to heal ourselves. After attacking the mouth enough, the snake will slither through a vent to the next area. So naturally, we follow it by crawling into the vent until it appears in front of us and shoot it quickly with the shotgun before continuing to crawl through the vent and into the next room. We have a bit of a near-miss encounter with the snake fellow, and it ends up coiled around us. We have to rotate the left stick to break free from its clutches and begin the same cycle of events from before by shooting the snake in its mouth. There are plenty of item crates and packs of 12-gauge shells in the sweatshop nearby for us to restock with as well. Oh, and we can't forget the treasured fall on the back strategy we know and love. The snake will flee again eventually by smashing through the back doors of the room, and we're prompted to collect any more outlying items before crawling into a vent that resembles a fireplace. On the other side, we find several item crates, 2 green herbs, and a chest containing 3,000 skill points. We pursue the snake, and after another encounter with it, we find ourselves in a sunken and partially flooded area. Marco finds a useful looking electrical outlet, and we're told to run around to the left and down the ladder from our starting position. The beast has hardened its skin to the point there's no meaning to shooting it, so we focus solely on reaching the ladder and then picking up 2 green herbs on each side of the platform. Then, we post up with the lever on the center console and wait for the opportune moment the snake passes through the water and pull it. Unfortunately, it overcharges, and Marco has to take some shock damage to plug it back in. Then, we can actually defeat the snake with the electricity. We hop down from our platform and dash to the other side where Marco waits for us to press action so he can give us a hand up. We grab a red herb here and begin to move toward the plug without touching it as it's still active. Instead, we enter the open door to the right and make our way down the corridor, up the stairs, left, and finally open a door with partner action. In the next room, Marco, even after all his efforts, is still turned into a bioweapon known as a Nesdo. These are swarms of bugs that sometimes take the shape of a human. We need to shoot it into the swirls until we entice the queen bug to come out, and then shoot it to take the enemy down. Once defeated, its shell will collapse and reveal Marco's C4 explosive for us to collect. We clear out the item crates in the room, and then head over to the red door in order to press partner action on it and blow those gates down. Chris performs his somewhat common slam my fist into the wall full force move as Piers tries to get him to remain calm. So basically, Chris and Piers get really into it, and Chris refuses to listen to any of the actually intelligent things Piers is saying, and then hits him with one of the hardest lines of the series.
What happened to the legendary Chris Redfield, huh? What happened to you? It's a good thing Finn's not around to see you this way.
And then Chris takes off to continue following Ada without Piers behind him. Now that the scene is over, we go down the stairs right in front of us and use partner action at the door on the bottom. Visually, I think we're in one of the best looking parts of the game so far in the stilt housing area. We immediately drop down from the platform and smash some item crates, then turn right and move to the ledge and leap over to the boat. We move to the bow and step onto the dock where Yavo snipers take notice of us, so we run forward and take cover behind the low wall. We return fire on the snipers and are told we will have to follow the dock up and take cover behind the left side of a tall stack of boxes in order to take out the far left sniper. We continue down the dock to the right and climb onto a houseboat to smash some item crates. Then jump from the front of a houseboat onto a pontoon and then onto the further dock. We keep moving forward until we're safely behind a 3-way barrier and proceed to shoot the snipers coming at us from all sides. We head around the left dock and possibly run into some Napods, but we're told we can easily outrun them by continuing to follow the path of docks and boats under the bridge. We jump onto the square platforms at the end and smash item crates to the left and right before using partner action on the nearby gate. We catch sight of Ada getting away on a jet ski, and another attack helicopter enters the scene. We just have to dash away constantly for now, jumping from dock to dock and avoiding any enemies along the way until we land on the porch of a pagoda-style building. After landing, we move left and take cover behind the first solid segment of railing to hide from the chopper. Then, we need to look up and left for the greenish hut that harbors our next serpent emblem to shoot specifically with the assault rifle. Now, we move left and climb the ladder to begin taking down the chopper. Naturally, we take cover while the chopper is firing at us, then rise up with our grenade launcher in the brakes. Of course, Yavo appear throughout the building and might get in our way, so in between chopper bursts, we can use our shotgun for them. I guess there are enemies called Glava Begunots here, by the way, which can glue us to the ground with some stickiness, I guess. The guide doesn't go in super depth on explaining them, and by that, I mean this is the only time I remember it being mentioned. Anyways, there are banquet rooms harboring breakables for us to loot and restock our items as necessary. We continue hitting the chopper with grenades from our launcher until it finally comes crashing down. We run for the edge of the balcony and make an epic jump off and watch the pagoda building sink into the depths of the water. Now, we can follow the dock again and jump onto the boat in order to leap from the bow and blast 2 Yavo out of the way before continuing left. At the edge of the dock, we focus our attention to the explosive barrel high up and take aim at it. Then, as the enemies flood in from the top level, we shoot it for maximum efficiency. With the coast clear, we climb the ladder and head right to smash some item crates on the far wall. Then, we turn left and head to the partner action door at the end. We catch up to Ada in a familiar medical research lab. We dash for the lit door straight ahead and swing it open, then turn left to dash along the length of the lab to search for Ada. Ada doesn't like our progress, so she hits us with the laser special. We're given the same strategy as Leon here and move to the right side and aim and roll to slide under a gap in the laser wall. Then, we dash to the end very quickly in order to smash the circuit breakers, especially now that we know what they even are. Of course, keep things canon in our playthrough at least. We had to beat Leon and Helena to the punch and take the elevator first. This will take us just outside of room 01, where we find several item crates for us to smash and 2 chests with each containing 2,000 skill points. Now, we can enter the room labeled 01 and smash the item crates scattered throughout before examining the exit door. Ada fills the connecting rooms with floor mines, as we all know by now. This time, however, we are not given the option of the Kiss of Death method and can only counter the mines with either our shotgun or Souls-like dodge rolls. After Ada leaves, we head to the back of the room to break the circuit box open and allow Piers to work his magic on it while we are tasked with protecting him. Now that the mines are shut off and the exit door is open, we leave and make our way straight and to the right to kick in the same vent we do as Leon. Now, we have to dash at Ada through the gantries once again by following the objective marker over our head. Ada will grapple across the room and we follow. Eventually reaching a ledge, we can drop down starting a cutscene we've already talked through. Leon and Chris have their little stare down, and after Ada escapes once again, this time we follow Chris and Piers as they hop in a military vehicle, and Chris gets to have a bit of a facing the truth moment before Piers drives off and we give chase. Turns out Ada knows how to drive, and she is going to make it hard for us to catch her in this chase sequence we have going on here. Right now, Piers is driving, but we'll be automatically switching eventually. Pretty much immediately, enemy jeeps come between us and Ada, and we need to start firing at them to remove them from the way. We're not driving yet, so Piers is going to hit a boost for us next, and also smartly apply the brakes to take some of the steep corners and to avoid other vehicles. The chase leads us into a bridge where we are told to look left and shoot the enemy vehicles before we exit the tunnel, but turns out they literally just despawn. Like seriously, I watched it happen. More enemy cars will enter the scene as we return above ground, and we're told to take aim at them and take them out. We see Ada exit onto another highway as we are shooting some more enemy vehicles. Ada then drops a grenade right on top of an oil tanker, forcing Piers to bring it hard left and put us on the train tracks running parallel with Ada. Piers swiftly pulls left to avoid an oncoming train, and then flings us back onto the highway behind Ada, following her down another exit ramp. Ada drives into a parking garage, and Piers is on autopilot here as he slowly moves through the dark galore of parking spots up to the next level. Of course, a massive amount of enemies hits us with an ambush on the second level. Our main priority is to shoot the serpent emblem behind the group hiding in a bus window in the background, and then focus our efforts on the rocket launcher, wielding Yavo, and then finally the remaining vehicles. Piers will follow the last enemy out of the garage by taking to the right and heading up another ramp. Then, Piers takes us across the 3rd floor where there's a large hole in the wall. Piers stops at the edge, but he isn't batshit crazy like all the other main characters, so Chris takes over and gives her the good old-fashioned full send. Back on the highway, and behind the driver's seat now, we must press reload to smash out the clear windshield so Chris can see clearly. Now, it's time for us to start hitting the boost personally and continue to follow Ada down another exit ramp and onto some trolley car tracks. We have to apply the brakes next to make a sharp right at the end of the street and then boost again to catch up to Ada. More rocket launcher wielding enemies join the scene, and now we'll have to maintain a constant swerve of sorts to be sure to dodge any incoming rocket attacks. Next, we run into, and the guide wasn't joking about this, perhaps the longest left turn in literally the history of ever. Like right now, I'm trying to prolong the speech without even seeing the gameplay in my face, and I bet the turn is still turning left. Anyways, we hit the boost as soon as we finally get to the top. Eventually, Ada leads us to a port, and Chris literally takes a massive leap onto the boat in order to follow her. We see Ada walking off just fine and the screen fades to black as Chris passes out from his own actions once again.
Piers!
Waking up in Chapter 4 as Chris springs us into action again immediately. Piers is being actively attacked by a Neo Umbrella Yavo, and we must roll to our side in order to fire at it and save him. The initial enemy runs off and some snipers enter the scene. We move to the far left to a doorway to an office and dispatch the Yavo inside. Another Yavo that comes from the stairs gets taken down, and we loot the counter in the center of the room to find the semi-auto sniper rifle. Just next to it is a case that holds 3 boxes of 7.62 ammo for our taking as well, and now we're better equipped for the far-off foes outside. We begin to climb the stairs in this room and head to the highest level, ensuring to smash several item crates on the way. There's some more item crates on the highest gantry, and after destroying them, we take cover behind a solid section of the railing and begin to scan for snipers. Fortunately, there are strategically placed explosive barrels that we're told to use to dispose of the snipers in large batches. Once clear, we head back inside and drop down the ladder to the left, and then kick down the emergency ladder to drop down to the bottom floor. We are told to stay along the left wall of the hangar, and eventually we see Ada Wong walk through the central door of the hangar as another plethora of Yavo flood the scene. We take the enemies out as we continue up the left side until we're told to approach the stairs directly ahead and against the left wall. Once we get close enough, a Yavo raises the stairs and floods the area with more Yavo, effectively blocking the path Ada took in front of us. The new Yavo will all immediately mutate without prompt, and a sniper takes post high above, so we're instructed by the guide to backtrack a few feet and hide behind some hidden boxes. We're instructed to focus on the ground units first, and once they're taken care of, we look up to the skies for the sniper. The sniper will usually mutate into a pod, and the guide tells us it should be no problem to take out with a quick shot from the sniper rifle. We begin to ascend the stairs, and a bulkhead closes over the same door that Ada left in, and Piers makes a solid remark. Once at the height of the stairs, we head through a small corridor and climb a ladder. We move across the top bridge until we reach a gap and press action to investigate a missile in the back of the hangar. See where we're going with this? We use partner action to toss Piers to his own segment of bridge, and shortly after, both sides rotate to create a path for us each to follow. We're simply instructed to fight our way down the bridge and relink at the warhead. Chris will take a bit longer though, because we have to slowly climb across a horizontal pole, I guess. Now that we're reunited with Piers, we're instructed to clear out any troublesome enemies, which is all of them, by the way, and then turn the winch on the missile to aim it at the closed bulkhead. We have to hotwire the missile in form of QuickTime event by using the reload button as the needle passes through the segments. Once done, the missile takes off and does what we wanted it to do. We drop down to land on a lower tower and are told to take down several Yavo from the position before dropping even further down to clear out the remainder. In this part of the aircraft carrier, there is an aircraft being carried that has an open ramp in the back that we can enter. Inside are a few item crates and, most importantly, another serpent emblem for us to shoot. Now we head for the right side of the hangar and towards the objective marker. We find a ladder leading to the top of some cargo containers and are told to use this vantage point to snipe the Yavo down below until 1 or 2 are left. Then we drop down to finish them. As we approach the marker, we're told to take cover behind the cargo container on the right and toss some sort of grenade in between the 2 Yavo with machine guns guarding the door. Then, we approach the white doors and open them with partner action. We're outside now and are told that there is a boat out there that will automatically track our movements with a spotlight and fire at us. But not to fret, because none of the rounds will hit us. We equip the sniper rifle and take aim at the boats in the distance to spot a serpent emblem mounted to the dinghy of one, so we zoom in and shoot it. We climb the stairs on the left and find some item crates before moving to the opposite ledge and dropping down. We then climb up the raised platform and continue to trundle around to the next set of stairs. You guessed it, we climb them, and at the top are some more item crates on the right and another ladder to climb. We turn to our left and run the length of the balcony in order to go up some more stairs at the end and follow the corner to the right to find another partner action door. From here, we approach the lit panel and use action to interact with it, causing the stairs that were raised earlier to be lowered back down. We immediately turn around and kick down another emergency ladder that we can use to get back to the below room. We head down the stairs, and as we reach a certain point, a Yavo in a fighter plane takes aim at us. Before focusing on that, we're told to turn left and jump onto a cargo box from an opening in the railing. Then shoot a chasing Yavo out of the air as it jumps at us. Once he's down, we equip the sniper rifle and are told to clear out any remaining enemies on the ground floor. Once clear, we drop to the ground and head right in order to take the stairs we just left back up for the ultimate vantage point on the pilot in the cockpit of the fighter jet. With him down, we head back to the right side of the hangar and fight our way up with our shotgun blast and melee attacks. The objective marker has changed, so we head to our partner action door that leads to the control room. We quickly head to the next doorway and take cover on either side in order to blast Yavo as they rush out. Then once clear, we head deeper into the room and take out more enemies entering from the left. We exit the control room just about as fast as we entered it and be mindful of our left for possibly more enemies coming. We take any out and find an artfully hidden item crate on a shelf in the back of this area. Then we turn and head for the now lowered stairs and ascend them and head to the right. Then through the open bulkhead to a partner action door. Ada seems to be having a conversation with Derek Simmons in a real villain monologue type of style, and after, we head through yet another partner action door. Now we're on the bridge, and the first thing we do is look across from us to find a flash grenade on a shelf. We turn right and proceed to the right side of the elevator doors and press action to open said doors, then partner action to ascend to the bridge proper. We find Ada again and are told to follow her through the door on the right. A Yavo enters the room as Ada is locking us out, and we take it down and enter the room it came from. We continue forward and take cover behind some shelves in order to return fire on the Yavo behind the desk. These guys mutate into spiders almost instantly, and we're told to expend that flash grenade we basically just got. Then, we're told to melee all the spiders as they are on the ground to finish the room off. We head through the back door of the lecture hall and head right down the corridor. It continues even more to the right, but we're told to divert to the bathroom straight ahead. We see a Yavo taking a little shower, so of course we interrupt it before picking up the green herb at the end of the bathroom. Now that we have spread the gamer grunge, we can exit the bathroom and continue down the aforementioned corridor that leads to another partner action door. In the next room, a Yavo immediately mutates into a larvae of sorts. These aren't really explained very well, but they just explode after being hit, and that's about all she wrote about them. We knock this one down and roll away before a bust like Leslie Jordan. More Yavo enter, and we focus our attention to the right where we can attain some 9mm ammo and also our first set of 40mm acid rounds. The guy gives us a quick rundown on the fact that we can load different rounds into the grenade launcher as well. Not necessarily how, but we know we can now. We continue fighting our way up all the way to another exterior balcony where we follow the edge around to the far side. 12-gauge shells sit on the banister here, and after collecting them, we return inside and open the opposite door. We then hop the counter and open a conveniently placed attaché case to find 2,000 skill points. Now, we open the door at the back and head around the right corner. We hop over some fallen lockers and make visual contact with Ada once again. But you guessed it, more Yavo ambush us again. We take them all out and open the door to continue to follow Ada's path through the corridor. Another ambush comes crashing through any and every window near us, and we're instructed to use our shotgun with quick shots to clear this horde. We have to defeat all the enemies for the door forward to open, and before exiting, we make sure to grab a green herb in this area. We head up some more stairs to find a mess hall and move left to find a corridor where we can slip through a doorway to perform a stealth hit on a Yavo. There it is, that's the second time it said stealth hit. I don't know if you're keeping track. I'm not even keeping track. Once complete, we smash 4 item crates in this room and head back to the corridor and take it all the way to the end for another partner action door. Spiders cover the ceiling in this room, and we're told to take them out in the usual flash grenade head stomping fashion. We proceed further and catch yet another glimpse of Ada before a Nesdo appears before us. We take on the swarm until the queen presents itself and defeat the creature, this time netting us 2,500 skill points. We jump out the side window at the back of the bridge to continue following Ada, which has us arrive just in time to see her grapple away. We head to the next doorway and proceed up the stairs to smash 2 item crates and then open the next door with partner action. We're in a radar room now, and immediately take out the 2 Yavo ahead of us and continue right and around the corner into the comm center. Yavo begin to air assault into the room, and we're told to give them the grenade launcher special to clear them out quickly. Next, we move to the far side of the comms room to find another ladder that leads to a briefcase on the immediate right containing 5,000 skill points. After collecting that, we can move to the base of the stairs to find a serpent emblem hiding under them that we can shoot before heading up. At the top of the steps and the top of yet another ladder, we find a bit of a moment's reprieve. There's no beautiful save room theme, but there is a green herb, 2 boxes of 9mm ammo, and some item crates for us to restock with before opening the next door with partner action. We have an encounter with a very spicy feeling Ada, and Chris gets to have a nice justice speech before she reveals that a missile is going to launch to repeat the Raccoon City incident, except worldwide this time. Ada seems to have been got in the same sense as Derek Simmons got her and then takes a fall.
But no one can stop it.
Shit! Jesus!
What the hell just happened?
What? That's what I'm saying. Piers grabs what is left of her personal virus carrier, and Chris sets the mission to stop the biohazard missile into motion. We back in the ship again, and after a quick elevator ride, we begin down a passage where the ship can rock to the side. We're told to get used to this, as it will happen somewhat regularly. At the intersection, we head left and up the stairs to smash an item crate before returning to the main path. We're told to examine the panel with blinking lights and determine that we need not 1, not 2, but 3 gosh darn passcodes to exit this area. The passcodes are swiftly marked for us, and we're told it's not going to be easy to beeline straight to them, as we're about to enter a maze. We head around the corner and up the corridor to find passcode A almost immediately, and then open the door to our right. The Rask has made its appearance, baby, and at least we know how to deal with this one. The same rules apply for Rask as from Leon and Helena. Avoid at all costs. We head down the stairs and swiftly pass the first Rask to open the door in the wall on the right. We head to the back of this kitchen area and get shut inside with another Rask because of some safety protocol being activated. Which is just ironic, I think, you know. We are told to shoot at the Rask until the sprinklers activate and put out the stove fire, then open the back door with partner action. We're in another mess hall now, and the guide wants us to head for passcode C by heading to the right and opening the door in the wall. It then instructs us to follow the doorway to the left to find it in the dark and ominous crew quarters, but I'm here to tell you, This is literally impossible. This door is closed. Like, you literally have to go around to the other side to open this door, and you pass the keycard on the way as well as pass keycard B. Anyways, the guide picks up from the crew quarters, so we continue around the perimeter from keycard C and turn left at the first intersection we come across. We move through the left door and open the back doors with partner action, causing Chris to become separated in the room with the Rask. We have about half a second to hit it with a quick shot or suffer the fate of spinning our left stick to break out of its grasp. In this case, we're told to neutralize the Rask until it's still before finally picking up passcode B and smashing the item crates on the gurney. One more partner action on the exit door and we're back in the hallway. We're told the best way to get out is the way we came, but then also heavily enticed to look around for some skill points and extra items so as not to miss them. So, we found some for the extracurricular activity, and then lured a Rask hand into a bathroom to flush it down the drain for the guide's amusement. Now we can finally head back to the passcode door and press action 3 times to input them all and open the doors. We move down the passage and smash some item crates on the left before opening the white doors with partner action and heading left once again. If you paid attention in Leon's story, you probably knew this surprise attack was coming. A Rask leaps from a vent and knocks us onto some nearby pipes, over a molten vat, I guess. Anyways, we activate our slow motion powers and are told to simply shoot each Rask body part individually, knocking them into the vat. We get back on our feet after and head for the exit. We dash down the next corridor and smash an item crate on the left before opening the doors opposite with partner action and making a break for the parked fighter jet in front of us. In this episode of Resident Evil main characters that probably shouldn't be allowed to fly any aircraft, we find ourselves as Chris flying the aforementioned jet. As Chris, our role is to shoot down missiles from enemy helicopters floating about and literally performing the Star Fox special barrel roll in order to avoid missiles we don't quite shoot. Which is all somehow easier than it sounds. Piers' role is to lock onto and fire missiles at the anti-air turrets along the carrier, preventing us from taking out the payload, which is somehow way harder than it sounds. We get used to our individual jobs immediately, and since we're playing as Chris primarily, we just coast along. Although we did play this section as Piers as well for a serpent emblem you'll see later. The guide essentially says our roles again in a different way in the subsequent paragraph, and eventually we clear out all the anti-air turrets. The Yavo trigger the countdown for the big boy, and we have 4 minutes. So we immediately drop off Piers and begin to provide an overwatch for him as Chris. For Piers to place the charges, all we have to do is run up to the desired one and press action to examine it. We'll need to accomplish QuickTime events that vary in difficulty as we go further along, but it's nothing we can't handle. We need to play as Piers here because after blowing the first container, we can slide over a stack of girders and take a sharp right turn to see a serpent emblem hanging out under a tire that only Piers can reach. Back to Chris. Piers is on the ground clearing cargo containers with explosives as this is happening, and as he approaches the second one, we take out another set of Yavo that threatens to attack him while he works specifically with an explosive barrel in the narrow passageway. Back to Piers, we continue following the path and detonate the second cargo container. After we let the explosion blow way too close to us for it to be safe, we continue towards the train car housing the missile controls. We approach the console and press action and perform the same QTEs as before to shut down the launch. Oh, by the way, as this is all happening, a Augerman is birthed from a massive pile of whatever, and as Chris, we must protect Piers so he can hit the missile launch controls. We aim for his face weak spot to continuously stagger the giant beast, and after Piers disarms the missile, he narrowly escapes a stomping. I bet you freaks would make a mod where Augerman is Lady D. I see you all. Piers must dash across the deck now to climb a crane at the front of the carrier where Chris is waiting to pick him up. So, without looking back, that's where we go. We are reunited once again, and it's time to bombard the Augerman together so that Piers can lock onto the biohazard missile that the enemy basically immediately reactivated after we left it. Even though you can clearly see us succeed in the gameplay, the cutscene doesn't agree and we narrowly miss the missile before it is successfully launched. At this point, the familiar cutscene plays where Chris gets patched into Leon and screams the most dramatic scream scrumped.
Get the hell out of there!
Then, Tachi becomes a massive zombie warzone. Leon spreads the info on Jake and Sherry about their whereabouts and how Jake is Wesker's spawn. Then Chris delivers the heartfelt news about Ada's splat, and we fly off with a handy-dandy S rank. Something about Chapter 4s and S ranks seems to be a trend we have going on here.
Go.
Entering the chapter as Chris, we land the fighter jet from the previous chapter and find remnants of Neo Umbrella. We begin a long elevator ride where Chris and Piers converse about irony and all that. Chris seems to think it may be fate, and we get a glimpse of the water surrounding us. Chris has a pretty epic monologue here, and it's one of my favorite parts of the story. He tells Piers he wants him to succeed him after this mission, which if anybody is a fan of foreshadowing, you probably know where that's going. We gain control and walk forward to the partner action door. In here, we spot Jake and Sherry bound and are able to release them right off the bat. Of course, this sets off an alarm as per usual. So, we turn left from the panel and run to the wall in order to crawl through the vent to the next room. We smash the very futuristic item crates and then approach the ledge to initiate a partner action to throw Piers to the other side. Piers will pull the lever for us and disengage the spinning fan, allowing us to drop down over the ladder into the lower area. Then, we head to the fan and crawl under it, using the action button repeatedly to go even faster. While under the fan, we can angle the camera upwards to locate our next serpent emblem. We hold the aim button while crawling and give it a shooting. We continue to smash item crates in the lower level as we traverse it until we find a second spinning fan. Really just reminds me of Conker's Bad Fur Day, honestly. We radio for Piers and are at his mercy until he can fight his way to the next lever and stop the fan for us. After rising inside the wind tunnel, we continue forward for a short time and enter the air duct on the right. We slide into a corridor in the lower level and are behind two unsuspecting Yavo. We are instructed to take out at least one with a stealth hit, okay there's 3, and hit the other with a quick shot combo. Piers is getting overran up above and we need to move to the wall to pull a lever and restore the power. We approach the red panel and press action to open the elevators and enter, pressing the button inside to ride to the proper level. We're now tasked with helping Piers clear out the remaining Yavo while keeping a specific eye out for rocket launcher snipers up above. Once clear, we head to the far right corner from the elevator to smash 2 more separate sets of item crates and then move to a lone crate near the initial lever. Let's backpedal a bit here because Piers gets his own spotlight. Back to when we initiate our partner action to jump the gap. We immediately turn right to pull the lever for Chris. We then move behind the box to the left of the lever for some cover, as Neo Umbrella Yavo flood the area. I guess this is like their special forces or something. From here, we're told to ignore the enemies mounted on the machine guns and instead focus our sniper on the rocket launcher wielding snipers. Once the snipers from the upper level are gone, we're told to make a left face and dash for the back wall of the cargo bay and then head right to find the next lever we need to pull for Chris. From the lever, we head right and force our way into the center, working our way behind the enemy mounted on the turret, until we can get them with a quick shot from our anti-material rifle. We then dash for the turret closer to the entrance and clear out that gunner in the same vein. Then, we're told to defend ourselves against any stragglers until Chris arrives. And be warned, his AI isn't really the rushing type. As Chris once again, we head back to the same elevator we came up in and board it with Piers in tow, pressing the left button to activate it. After the doors open, we head straight for the opposite side of the hallway for a partner action door. We're then told to quickly aim to the far right and fire a grenade at 2 Yavo as they enter the room. If we miss, we're given the option to just circumvent the table and give them a quick shot combo. More Yavo begin to enter, but we're told to stand our ground here and attack them as they funnel through such a fatal door. We are told very specifically not to move on until Yavo stop entering this room, because once we move on, there will be plenty more waiting for us in the next hallway. From the entrance of this command center-like room, we can look up and to the right to locate the next serpent emblem, high up in a niche near the ceiling. Once the path ahead seems clear, we enter and head around the corner to the left. In the far right corner is some goodies for us in the form of 40mm acid rounds and 40mm nitrogen rounds. We're told the nitrogen rounds will have a special purpose for an upcoming boss fight and to reserve them for now. We reach the sliding door at the end of the corridor and it opens automatically to allow us to enter a medical bay. We're told to hold tight here though and take cover behind the boxes stacked near the door. Turns out, HIPAA didn't like us poking around the facility, so they sent 2 rocket launcher Yavo to ambush us. But either the grenade launcher or sniper rifle can do the trick on them, and we smash an item crate to the left of the exit. We go left and pull a lever to power the elevator nearby that we move to and use the usual button combination to enter, as well as get her going. We step off the elevator and head left to the exit. We have levers to pull in unison with partner action and the timer begins. We have to survive for 2 minutes for the pressure lock corridor to connect, and then another minute and 30 seconds for it to pressurize. This room will fill with mutating Yavo, Nopods, and even Nesdo in the meantime, and the process we're given is simple. We're told to constantly stay moving around the outskirts of the room, only stopping to prevent any Yavo from pulling the levers around the room and summoning more enemies. This is done with the shotgun specifically, and once the room is done pressurizing, we're told to head to the door immediately as the enemies will spawn forever. But this took me like 3 tries, because Piers wasn't a fan of hurrying, and we got knocked out of the door opening animation once.
Chris!
Glad to see you're okay.
Wait, was that you who just freed us?
Looks like you guys saved the day again, huh?
We reunite with Jake and Sherry, and Chris gets straight to the point with Jake. He immediately tells him he's the man that killed his father, and Jake obviously becomes upset. Chris only wants him to survive, and Jake really wants to know if it was business or personal, which Chris says was both. But I guess he's had his character development by now because he seems to understand there are bigger fish to fry in this world. A massive chrysalid begins to quake and interrupts the confrontation, and we regain control from there. all 4 of us will have to work together to fight our way up the silo we're in. We run towards the center control panel and approach the left button to activate the 2 separate platforms in the area. Jake and Sherry will head for one, prompting us to head for the other, and use partner action to pull the levers. The guide also mentions the function of taking Jake's side and riding up the elevator with Sherry as your partner for a different set of dialogue. But I forgot to go back and do it. Okay, sue me. Neo Umbrella Yavo will drop onto the platform as it swerves and rises. These will be hit with quick-shot melee combos. The platform will also pass openings holding rocket launcher Yavo that we're instructed to dispose of with either the assault rifle or pistol specifically. Regular snipers will also appear from across the way and inside these openings, but we use our sniper rifle of our own to take them down whenever their red laser sight threatens us. Now this might surprise you, but once we reach the top, the chrysalid begins to hatch. This bad boy is called House, and seems awfully menacing at first. This was supposed to be the supposed Ada's perfect bioweapon, but we've disturbed it and caused it to hatch prematurely. Jake and Sherry make their dramatic exit, and Chris and Piers vow to handle the monster. We turn and climb the ladder behind us first and foremost, then turn left to leap the gap and turn left again on the other side. We immediately begin to dash along the circular route to continue up the silo. Eventually, the camera angle changes to behind us, and we must approach a high ledge and quickly initiate a partner action to throw Piers up there. Then we partner action a second time to allow Piers to pull Chris up. As we reach the next segment, House will block our path with his massive flubber arm. We're instructed to shoot it in the face with our assault rifle or handgun until it feels the effects and moves its arm out of the path. Then we continue to dash away for our lives. We press ready and then aim to slide under a panel while moving to avoid wasting time from crawling under it and also not fall off track. We have yet another partner action to get to another higher up ledge, and House blocks the way forward again. We use the same face shooting strategy as earlier until he moves and then make our way to, you guessed it, another partner action high ledge. House will rip the ground out from under us here, and as Chris, we will need to rapidly mash the action button to beat the timer 3 total times before climbing up. You're told to dash as soon as House drops off the loose platform and then board the elevator with Piers to end the segment. Don't worry though, action lovers. Approximately 2 seconds later, House comes crawling up through the flood drainage pipe to continue attacking us, losing half its body in the process, I guess. We're told of plenty of item crates around the arena that we can smash for basically nothing because this game is great. The strategy for the fight itself is to use the grenade launcher only. We specifically switch to the nitrogen rounds to slow down House significantly before switching back to explosive rounds to shoot at him. It takes around 10 explosive rounds to defeat this simple phase, but good luck getting any of these crates to spawn them, bud. I reloaded this fight a handful of times before I got a somewhat sufficient drop, but eventually the boss will succumb to its wounds for now. The ceiling begins to fall and the massive room we're in starts flooding, washing Chris and Piers away, where they reunite on a small platform and continue on. We enter a tunnel that supposedly connects to a room full of escape pods. On the floor in front of us are some 40mm acid rounds and 12 gauge shells to pick up. Those acid rounds won't be useful, by the way. Don't cheer. We head up the passage until House reels his ugly mug again. We dash forward to keep from falling in the ocean, and if we fall, we're told to crawl the slanting floor by using action to crawl faster. House slams his hand through the wall in the next segment, and we have to shoot it with the assault rifle, handgun, or shotgun until he backs it out. Then we dash up the floor as quickly as possible and use ready aim to slide under the closing door ahead of us. We do this sequence all the way to the last segment, blast House hand away, and slide under the closing doors. Easy peasy. We reach the last compartment, and the quake, stronger than that one in New York. I wrote that down like 6 months ago. Okay, I'm sorry. Throws us backwards into a previous area. One must imagine Sisyphus. We press action to climb up the floor and under the closing door, which Piers is holding open for us. Before moving from this segment, we can look down and to our left to find another serpent emblem hidden among the pipes. Then, we use partner action to open the double doors. House really did not appreciate that, I guess, and now we're left to turn left and begin dashing until we can slide under another door. We continue to dash more and more as House gives chase until we reach the very end. House has caught up to us, and Piers pays a heavy price because of it. House has an unbreakable lock on Chris, and Piers, with his shattered arm, sees only one option, and injects himself with the C-virus we collected earlier. This gives Piers mutated lightning powers that he immediately uses to save Chris. Once the scene is over, we head to the control panel near the door and press the button to begin the depressurization of the room we're in. House, however, breaks free of his chrysalid and begins the fight again. The guy is really cheeky here and mentions we'll have something to do while we wait at least, which I guess they got us there. House, in its simplest terms, is really not that difficult. It can move around the arena and swing at you with its hands or a set of hentai models. But most of the time, it literally just hops back and forth on top of the large containers and spitballs explosive chrysalids at you. We're told to eliminate House as quickly as possible, of course, and to do that we need our grenade launcher with nitrogen and explosive rounds or acid rounds, which I guess I'm just now realizing I overlooked the acid part and made this way harder on myself than I had to. I literally could not get enough explosive rounds to spawn from the item crates surrounding the arena, so I went back to Chapter 3 to get even just a sliver more of them. The nitrogen use is the same as previously to slow the beast down. Then we switch to the other round type of our choice and aim specifically for the twin organ sacs poking out House back. We pop one, and this causes the monster to wallow on its side, giving us an ample amount of time to attack the other one. After doing this damage, House will retreat into his chrysalid to regenerate, but we can blow it out of there with multiple hand grenades or multiple explosive rounds. Honestly, I don't know. Sometimes it just pops out after one, and other times it takes 7 explosive rounds. As the monster writhes in pain, we can approach it and press the fire button to stab its main organ. Finally, a direct hit. I gave Piers a try here as well, purely out of curiosity about his new arm, which is literally just a reskinned gun. I'm serious. It still makes the gun noises and everything. Piers can charge up massive lightning attacks or shoot a little stream of lightning for quicker results. This is significantly easier than the Chris strategy, and you'll find yourself popping the twin organs with ease and breaking the tough chrysalid with a charge shot like it's nothing. We repeat this process 3 times, and after the third, Chris gets flung away and House latches onto Piers. As Chris, we simply have to crawl towards the Scooby-Doo actor and our partner as quickly as possible and use partner action to stab House in the heart one last time. Piers is literally just mashing action to survive here. We have to rotate the left stick to really drive the message in, and finally the fight ends. We can finally approach the exit door, but first we grab a single green herb that spawns here after the fight ends. We use that whopping amount of healing to take care of any damage we took in the fight and press action on the door. Rotate the left stick to unlock it, and use partner action to proceed. We must dash here, or we'll fall to the home of the 4 kings. There are doorways covered by a mucus membrane that Piers must use his new powers to dispel for us to move along. We dash, foregoing any and all enemies in order to reach the end as quickly as possible, except for one pit stop at the final mucus membrane where we pull out our handgun and move to the right side of the platform to shoot the final serpent emblem of this campaign, resting on top of a light. Piers physically cannot shoot this one, by the way. You have to be Chris. Anyways, now we can enter the exit. The final scene starts, and Chris and Piers finally approach the emergency escape pods. Piers isn't in such good shape, and we can clearly see he plans on sacrificing himself, but Chris refuses to let it happen. We enter the pod, and Piers closes us in, saying a final goodbye with his eyes as the pod takes off into the sea. And I bet you're wondering why on earth Piers would even do that, like he just sacrificed himself for literally nothing. And then House appears again, making his sacrifice not totally in vain, as he uses one last lightning strike, finally silencing House. Did I say last cutscene? I meant for only one of them. The next scene begins with Chris all healthy again in the same bar we started in, this time eating a nice meal instead of berating the bartender. Obviously, without a successor, Chris decides to stay in the game of fighting bioterrorism. They really pull your heartstrings here with this entrance of a soldier we all hope to be a somehow surviving Piers. But the camera pans up to a fresh-faced rookie who informs his captain they have another mission. Chris ends his meal and heads off with a new rookie, ending the second campaign of Resident Evil 6. So, the campaign is over. I'll be honest, I wasn't a big fan of this one if you haven't picked up on it by now. The enemies are so buggy, which turns out to be the rest of the game by the way, and often either just stop moving outright or literally stun lock you on the normal difficulty. The story is alright, I guess, but a lot of times it doesn't really feel like we're serving a purpose here and just shooting at things and climbing ladders instead. But hey, if action RE is your thing, you might like it. 4 out of 10 just because I kind of like Piers. May he rest in peace in Davy Jones' locker. Jake and Sherry will be following the same format as the previous campaign. Of course, we will be playing on single player mode and the normal difficulty, but we will also be jumping back and forth from our main characters when prompted by the guide. And Sherry gets quite a bit more screen time here, which is great for me because I wanted to play her as the main character for this run, but the guide specifies Jake. So, we'll often get the best of both worlds here. The campaign starts off with Jake injecting himself with a C virus before our very eyes. He's a mercenary, and I guess he was getting paid for this or something, and continues to crack jokes as his mercenary friends ultimately mutate and attack. It's pretty clear from the start that Jake has a natural physical prowess. Sherry shows up from the void, I guess, asking Jake questions while Ada mysteriously and secretly watches from behind. Sherry concludes Jake Muller has the antibodies and tells him he could be the key to saving the world. Jake takes off to save his own skin, and Sherry shortly follows and we fall into a sewer, showing Sherry having a bit of a lack for balance. She tries to properly introduce herself, but Jake isn't into that, and we move on as partners. We exit the tunnel and head right to ascend the stairs once gaining control, then turn left and run to the ladder to use action to climb. Then we follow the upper passage here and take another ladder up at the end. Don't worry, I know it seems concerning, but I promise there isn't nearly as many ladders as the last campaign. Through windows ahead, we can see an intense firefight between the BSAA and enemy Yavo. We keep our path direct to avoid damage and open the door at the end with Sherry using partner action. Of course, the guide is giving us a rundown of what all these things are, considering we could have done this as our first campaign, but I'll spare the details for you guys at this point. I'm sure you don't need me to explain what a quickshot combo is again. A BSAA chopper hovers ahead and starts firing in our direction. In their eyes, Jake is a target. We're told to dash to the niche in the small left and make use of the wall for quick cover until there's a break in the chopper's burst. Then we dash down the path and take a sharp left around the corner. Of course, we are reminded of our lovely directional beacon here, just in case we somehow get lost. Proceeding down the path, we can find and shoot the first serpent emblem of this campaign, and then enter a small building where we can see some Yavo exiting. We move to the doorway they left out of and take cover on the left side with the goal of headshotting the rocket launcher Yavo first before taking down the others. We head in and use quickshot combos for the remaining enemies here, then pick up drops and enter the small buildings to the left. We get a bit of a monologue here about Jake's special weapon, his fists. Yeah, that's right, baby. Nothing but love and thunder here. The real Joe Baker special, baby. We get a rundown of how to use them, and it's pretty simple. We can aim and press fire to do some light jabs, and can also charge the fire button for a strong uppercut attack that can incapacitate just about any Yavo. We get our first peek at Sherry here as well, as she has a special stun rod weapon. The mechanics themselves aren't much different from Jake's in the means that they provide a light attack by tapping fire, and a heavy sort of multi-hit attack if you hold it. With all that being said, the guide tells us we're being shot at by a helicopter, so maybe we should try this stuff out later, and definitely keep these mechanics in mind for conserving ammo. We see a rocket launcher Yavo run past the back window of the house and follow it to the right. The guide mentions we can stealth hit him here if our reflexes are quick enough, but it doesn't matter because we can watch the BSAA handle it for us, drastically. The BSAA will continue to fire missiles, so we head to the ledge and jump down and follow the barrier back up somewhere the Yavo are actually exiting from. Entering the building causes a scene where a BSAA fired missile destroys the entire building we stand on and knocks us down a few pegs. We survive nonetheless and pick up some 9mm ammo on the chair to the left and hop out the window to rejoin our partner. We then go up some steps and head left to follow the path around the corner to the right. We then drop down from the ledge and move to the next door, and then press partner action to open a door in unison with Sherry. We have a quick scene here where Sherry explains the severity of the world and what the C-virus has caused to Jake. She implores him to see how valuable his blood is, and Jake Muller does just that, asking for a whopping $50 million for 1 pint of his blood, non-negotiable. A true extortionist. Anyways, we gain control across from some tall item crates that we press the fire button to delete from existence. We enter the doorway and head to the right to find a green herb at the corner. We're told to approach the ledge cautiously, as we can easily fall off, causing us to need to spin the left stick rapidly to pull ourselves back up, or hope Sherry can pull us up. It's really easy to fall, honestly. If Sherry happens to fall, we're also instructed to give her a hand up, but she didn't. Of course, we give Sherry a big thanks if she pulls us up as well. We follow the ledge around until we spot some enemies patrolling ahead. We move directly behind the first enemy and perform a stealth hit to take him out, then press action to leap across the following gap immediately after picking up any rewards he drops. We then use a quick shot combo on the next Yavo to cross our path and run along the curved ledge for one more Yavo and one more quick shot combo. We creep around the corner to find what is supposed to be an unwary foe that gets a healthy stealth takedown. But luckily that mechanical is exploitable. At the edge, we can press action to perform some Olympic level gymnastics with Jake and his superhuman strength. Sherry can't come with us here, so we will double back to her in a moment. We destroy the boxes near the landing spot to then jump a gap to then dash forward on a crumbling ledge. We hit the ladder in the corner in front of us and then immediately turn around to kick an emergency ladder down to reach our pal Sherry, who took the lower route, and help her up with a partner action. How did she get there, you ask? Well, boy, am I glad to tell you. Now playing as Sherry, after Jake goes for the gold, we're instructed to pick a window on the nearby building and hop through it. There's a hole in the floor that we can drop down and then a doorway that leads to another outer ledge. We have a Yavo to defeat here and then position ourselves towards the ladder and patiently wait for the partner action icon to appear, indicating Jake is ready to give us some uppies, pull us up to his level. We climb the now dropped emergency ladder, and in Sherry's instance only are we told to break the tall crates to the left before magically returning to Jake through the power of editing and shooting a serpent emblem atop a vertical beam to our right. Then we drop back down the ledge and cross the crumbling bridge to the exit door where we use partner action once again. We follow the new passage until we find a squad of Yavo waiting in ambush. We use the sandbags in front of us as cover and return fire on the ambushers. We take aim at the Yavo on the higher ledge first and then dash down the slope and leap over the barricade as instructed. The remaining foes get the quick shot combo, and the guy gives us some advice in the form of telling us to just not shoot all the enemies from far away. When the current battlefield is clear, we head to the corner and use partner action to give Sherry a lift up. This time, we'll need her to make a path for us as she knocks down a pole that Jake can use to yeet himself across a gap and then dash up a crumbling platform. At this point, a BSAA helicopter catches up with us and we have to hold action to dash through and automatically leap hurdles and gaps while making our escape. After crossing the second segment, the camera pans to the helicopter in an action-y fashion and turns back to normal after jumping the next gap. We climb some stairs, jump another gap with our superstar powers, and reunite with Sherry. Oh, where was she? Glad you asked. After getting a lift from Jake, we move down the ledge a bit until we can press action to knock down the aforementioned pole, aka Jake's favorite mode of travel. For now. We now head around the corner and drop down, then dash up the corridor to fight several Yavo in our path. They guard a few item crates, and after defeating the first few, more spawn in. If we're having trouble, we're given the option to jet past them and rejoin Jake first for a much easier clearing of the corridor. Back as Jake, we're told to move past Sherry and give the area she came from a look. We take out the aforementioned item crates and Yavo as Jake and double back to the entrance we came in. Well, don't mind me, partner. I'm about to action on this door and come face to face with a machine gun turret. We dash quickly through the corridor and turn left to face yet another turret. We dash through and take the first right as a plethora of Yavo that we're told to run past flood the area. Take the next left and dash toward one more turret before moving to the doorway to the right and being prompted to use our handy pill pack to heal any wounds we may have received before pressing partner action on the double doors. We burst through the door with no real idea what direction to go next, and the camera pans to a pretty gruesome scene of a random fella getting tortured by Nemesis's red-headed stepchild. A group of Yavo burst in at us, and the gunfire seems to let the big guy know we're all here. We decide to make a break for it, but Ustanak is already on the way to head us off. The monster turns the corner and clearly sets its sight on Jake, who returns the favor with a pistol round to an explosive barrel. Of course, that didn't make a difference. We have to start dashing away with our left stick and action button. Eventually, the camera angle swings to behind us, and we have to continue to run to the ledge and jump. We land on a wooden scaffolding as Jake with Ustanak hot on our heels. Sherry is left hanging here, which is going to be a bit of a theme, and the guide mentions that as her, there's nothing you can even do here but wait. Wait for Jake to run to the ledge and press partner action to tackle Sherry through the window and into the next area. We head up the corridor and to the left to find a bathroom where we take out a patrolling Yavo with a quick shot combo and collect a green herb in the corner. At the same corner as the green herb, we must come back here as Sherry to perform a partner action assist jump to a secret area above the bathroom. We can turn around and locate a serpent emblem as well as an assortment of item crates and a red herb only reachable by Sherry. Now we can exit the bathroom and head left, and then a right for an item crate located on a shelf. We smash it and are given the option to use action to slowly open the door or double tap action for a more aggressive approach. We smash another item crate in the corner of this room, then drop down a ladder to the below level. There's a lone Yavo waiting in ambush that we're told to simply take out. Whether that be to dinner or with a rifle, I don't know, but there's 3 more item crates to smash after it's done. Then, we climb back out of the basement via ladder and follow the corridor to the exit, which is another partner action door. We're in a large, very beaten up by war warehouse now. We follow the railing on our left until we can drop off the ledge and then smash the crate opposite our landing point. Then, we turn right and move to the other corner to find a briefcase containing 2 flash grenades and a remote bomb. We're instructed that once we're ready, we should head to the exit and use partner action. This causes Yavo to blow open the roof and send rappel ropes down. Fortunately, we're told to allow them all to hit the ground and use the nearby explosive barrel for a quick finish, and told to simply clean up any survivors and pick up the items dropped. Now, we're given reign to explore the warehouse of its crates and items with a special emphasis on the elephant killer on the upper level. Yes, we get the Magnum basically instantly in this campaign. After collecting it, we're told to knock down any emergency ladders connecting the upper level to the lower level and are instructed to avoid using the newly claimed elephant killer on any Yavo in the area. We're also told to avoid shooting any more explosive barrels as it seems we'll be wanting them soon. Once done exploring, we can drop to the lower level and press partner action at the marked exit to start the next scene. You probably could have guessed this would happen, but Ustanak falls from the ceiling and a fight ensues. And Ustanak wastes no time in starting the party. We're told we don't have the proper weaponry to finish off Ustanak right now, so our goal here is to cause a structural collapse that's survivable for us. Back to that instant dash headed towards us, we're instructed to immediately dash as well to the right, then stop and do a 180 to shoot the explosive barrel next to Ustanak for staggering damage. Then, we equip the elephant killer with the intent to fire all 5 rounds into the monster's head. Slowly, waiting for the Usanak to straighten up its posture slightly before each shot. We're then told to spend the remaining fight time baiting Usanak to the explosive barrels and to try to shoot them when the monster and Yavo are near them. Then pick up the items dropped quickly and move on to the next one. The guide then basically reiterates the fact that there will be Yavo entering the arena and we can defeat them for skill points and items. We're told if the lower level becomes too complicated or if too many Yavo are in the way, we can ascend the central stairs to the upper level where some more exploding barrels wait for us. We're also given the option to use remote bombs against the Usanak by placing them and baiting it into its path. Usanak has a dazed animation that can happen, allowing us to approach and do some physical damage. We're then told it recovers too fast and not to take this shot, but to instead toss a flash grenade directly in front of Usanak to immediately bring it to the punchable state, which worked really well. That was sarcasm. We get a small excerpt about Usanak's attacks, which mainly consists of dashing towards Jake and attempting to snatch us up if we're in close range. If we get caught by Usanak, all we need to do is use the left stick to break free. We can also use our strong legs to help Sherry if she gets grabbed. Usanak will occasionally throw hand grenades that we must dodge, but so goes the story for 3 to 5 explosive barrels, the elephant killer, and some remote bombs that stop the Usanak for now. The pillar falls in between Sherry and us, and the floor below us collapses. Now we're underground, baby! We follow the hallway forward and smash a low crate at the first corner before heading through the right doorway. Jake and Sherry automatically turn on their ash lights, and we proceed to the next corner to smash the last crate's parent, and then go left to the next corridor. In the lovely mannequin area, we can look left to find a green herb on a shelf, and then find another low crate at the following corner. As we approach the exit ladder, we can open the metal trunk to the left for 2,000 skill points prior to actually climbing the ladder to the outside world. After emerging from the ground, we can spot a serpent emblem up high on a wall directly ahead that we must shoot from a safe distance so as to not disturb the Yavo guards. We head into the courtyard and follow the left wall all the way to its end to spot 2 Yavo standing guard at the gate. We're given a unique strategy and are told to toss one of the flash grenades that we totally didn't entirely waste on Usanak earlier, and then switch to our fist to take down the 2 enemies. Then we initiate a partner action at the exit again. Now we're in front of the city hall area once again. This area leads off with a familiar cutscene of Chris and Piers and Jake and Sherry as they all meet for the first time and show off their personalities a bit before the dreaded Augerman is airdropped into the battle arena. The guide mentions we should be pretty familiar with the sequence of events here since we've already played Chris's campaign in our case, but will still report a large part of the information for us for convenience. Our starting position is very similar to as it was in Chris's campaign, and so is the starting instructions. We turn away from the giant as soon as we gain control and head down the street until we can turn right and pass under an archway leading to a set of stairs. Then, we swing from the pole and prioritize the Yavo on the other side of the gap. Then, we specifically equip the 909 in order to take out the gunner seat in the anti-aircraft turret. Chris and the boys are hot on our tail, and the idea is to keep the path clear so they can set the charges that blow the turret in a swift manner as possible. Of course, this leaves us face to face with the Augerman and an endless repertoire of Yavo falling from the roof of the kitchen to fend off in the meantime. We're told the back room does have some crates for us if we need the supplies, and for the most part, we should ignore the Yavo unless they come after us or the soldier placing the charges. We of course are told to focus on the Augerman's umbilical-like cord that was so conveniently ripped out for us by its dropper. The face is also weak, but the guy says not to the same degree, so we focus on the former weak spot. If we shoot the cord enough, we can cause the Augerman to stagger and take knee, placing its arm on our level. This prompts us to run up to it and press fire to perform a quick-time event where Jake jumps on the back of the Gigante wannabe and twists a protrusion out of its back by tapping action, specifically using the guy's strategy of removing our left hand from the controller and using our left index finger to hit the action button. This causes us to impale the monster and do a huge damage, but knocks us back down to the street level where we're told to seek shelter or head back to the higher ground. If we fail to tap action fast enough, the Augerman will grab us, so we can escape using our handy-dandy left stick rotation skills. The guide diverts our attention to the next aircraft gun immediately from here and tells us it's located atop a church in the center of the map. We're told to provide some cover for Team Chris, and we're going to do that by dashing past the church and heading up the street until we see a ladder connected to a balcony. At the top of said ladder is a Yavo manning a machine gun turret that would give the old USA oil treatment and make the turret our own. We use the turret with the left stick, and you guessed it right, fire with the fire button. We're told to focus our attention to the umbilical cord of the Augerman in hopes of staggering it in the same vein as before to complete another QTE attack. But of course, we must remain mindful of the Augerman's powerful punch and should back away from the turret if he gets too close. Once Chris and the boys have the door open, we're told to head to the church door and head inside to help them fight the Yavo coming down the stairs. Keep in mind that per the guide, the first Augerman is still out there. After the lower floor is clear, we smash the item crates on the same floor and then climb the stairs to then climb a ladder to the church's roof. We shoot the 2 Yavo manning the second anti-air turret and prepare ourselves for a simple protecting mission. We have to fight enemies on 2 fronts. The Yavo streaming from the side of the roof opposite the turret, and the Augerman we left alive down below. The Augerman will attempt to climb up the side of the church and swat at the working soldiers, so it's imperative we keep Look over the edge of the church when it climbs and aim for its umbilical weak spot to allow them to keep working the charges. We're told to manage the Yavo with hand-to-hand combat combos. The guide mentions that if we should defeat the first Augerman at any point, which we conveniently did during one of its attempts to climb the church, that it will melt away right in front of us and leave 4,000 skill points lying for us in the street to pick up shortly. Once the second turret is destroyed, the Encore Augerman stomps its way to us, and as we all know, its umbilical cord is not exposed, and as with Chris, we absolutely cannot shoot it until the first Augerman is defeated. Now that the church tower turret is destroyed, we can drop back down the hole and descend the stairs to collect our prize for killing the first Augerman, and then follow the soldiers underground via the hole in the corner of the church. Unlike before, we can pretty much relax here because Chris and the boys literally do all the work for us. Every time we turn a corner, it will already be cleared with the utmost precision so we can focus on collecting the green herb sitting in a drain pipe on the first corner. Then continue following the soldiers to find some more crates as well as a red herb. And, of course, any spoils dropped by enemies our BSAA friends defeated for us. Eventually, we reach the familiar ladder mounted in concrete, but this time we're told to skip climbing it and head straight to the right and follow the dirt tunnel to the following ladder. After climbing it, we head across to the exposed upper level. Yavo snipers are firing at us, but the guide says to make our way to the nearby gun turret to clear them out and proceed to fire on Augerman. Of course, we are told to remember how deadly the Augerman's punch can be and to avoid being near the turret if it's winding up. Since there's no umbilical to shoot, we have to aim for its face weak spot until the Augerman staggers in pain and opens itself up for a quick time event attack. We run onto its shoulder and rapidly rotate the left stick, specifically with the aforementioned remove the left hand from the controller and pinch all fingers on the analog stick method to give that weak spot a proper berth. After we land on the ground, we're literally just told to dash away and wait for the BSAA airstrike to commence. After the battle is over, the two teams of main characters go their separate ways after some glaring and confused looks from Chris, who thinks he and Jake have met. Anyways, Jake and Sherry take off to the helicopter that the BSAA prepared for us, and we begin our flight out of Edonia. We finally made it out of the battlefield that is Edonia safe, or have we? As for now, we're safe in a helicopter while Sherry relays Jake's demands of $50 million to whoever her contact is. It would appear that whoever it is willing to take that deal, and Jake exclaims how easy that money was. He removes his mercenary patch since he obviously won't be needing to work for a while, and then starts to ask something about Chris. He changes his mind, and as he does, the helicopter we're in begins to shake and we regain control after. We're told to immediately run to the front of the bird to find 2 cases of 9mm ammo and a first aid spray, then reload our 909 and remain at the cockpit, facing the back. Ustanak makes a return already, and we're told to keep an eye on the targeting red marker to determine where Ustanak will attempt to break through so we can avoid it. Of course, we're reminded we can throw ourselves onto our backs using the aim button while holding back on the left stick. In that instance, we can lay on our backs and fire at Ustanak until it withdraws. Ustanak is reaching in the helicopter and using its metal claw attachments on its arms, and we continue to avoid it while popping shots at it while it's exposed. We must shoot it, because if Ustanak hangs too long, it can take the chopper down entirely. We're clearly instructed to reload our weapon every single time it retreats in preparation for the next entrance, and to keep a watchful eye for any grenades that Ustanak can toss into the helicopter's cabin. Eventually, the helicopter will receive enough damage for the cockpit to begin smoking, and we're instructed to avoid becoming too choked up and not being able to fire on the Ustanak. The pilot orders us to jump to the next chopper for survival, so we dash to the front side of the door and press partner action to assist Sherry across. Then, we face the doorway and press action to begin our leap, but we, as Jake, end up slightly missing, and we're stuck rotating the left stick in order to climb up before Ustanak mows us down with a machine gun. Once inside, we run to the open door at the back and stand post on one of the 2 turrets. We're told to press the aim button and pepper the bad boy with bullets. When it raises its own weapon, we can hold action to duck behind the turret we stand at to avoid damage and death. Then, we can release action to continue firing and are told to avoid firing for too long as not to overheat the weapon system. We're told shooting Ustanak itself won't be enough, but it is useful because it makes him cover himself instead of firing. In the meantime, we focus our weapon system to the 3 flying choppers and make sure to erase any homing missiles they fire. Each chopper has 2 stages of damage, as quoted from the guide: burning and really burning. The goal is to shoot down the 2 side choppers first, and then focus on the chopper Ustanak hangs on. This strategy is employed because leaving the outside choppers alive gives Ustanak the opportunity to jump back and forth between all 3. Shooting down the creature's chopper causes it to collide with ours and knocks Jake and Sherry to the floor of the aircraft. We begin sliding toward the open exit and are told to aim for the gas tank near Ustanak and shoot it to send it off the deep end. Jake and Sherry still slide out of the chopper, but we can press action before the timer expires in order to grab a parachute for a proper bailout. A dramatic shot of the Titanic-like helicopter is shown, and the first chapter finally comes to a close. We wake up as Jake on a snowy mountaintop with Sherry on top of us, apparently covered in blood. She seems to have a piece of debris from the chopper impaled in her, and she requests Jake pull it out. He obliges, and the wound magically heals itself automatically. So, it seems Sherry didn't walk away from Raccoon City completely unscathed. Jake makes a comment that she should be the one the government is testing for vaccines, but she explains they already have. To an extent, it was basically torture. So, turns out Sherry is a tough little nugget. Anyways, don't expect the story to really elaborate on this clearly important character trait at all. Sherry turns, seemingly completely recovered, and finds her fancy future phone on the ground with all the data on Jake Mueller missing. Essentially, everything we need to make a vaccine and get Jake's $50 million. Jake tells his Supergirl that it's time to get looking, and the search for the FOS memory devices on the snowy mountain path begins. We're told to proceed uphill and along the path until we can climb a tall ladder where at the top, Jake and Sherry spot a cabin in the distance where we can assume some cover from the snowstorm after collecting the FOS memory devices. We're informed by the guy that the weather is rough and our visibility is reduced due to just a few feet in front of us at times. Fortunately, we can use the mini-map to determine the geography of the situation and also see a general sense of the device's locations. At the top of the stairs lies a green herb for our taking, and we're instructed to combine it with any herbs we have that lay in our inventory. Then, we descend the stairs and drop to the level below before heading to the left past the next ladder. We commit a hate crime on a wooden barrel and then drop off the platform. Directly across from our landing point lies some tarped, stacked wood with 3 item crates nearby, as well as the sniper rifle weapon. This time, bolt action. We're instructed to refer to the minimap to gain our bearings, and that for navigational purposes, the top of the minimap will be north. With that knowledge, we head east from the sniper rifle drop and start to follow the northeast path. According to the guide, the southeast path equals to a dead end, but we shouldn't even bother. We eventually arrive at the remains of a wooden bridge with bioweapon cocoons nearby. Giant mosquitoes called mesquite hatch from them, and we're told to quickly arm ourselves with a flash grenade and toss it at the cocoons before they can expand into an existential crisis. We're told the mesquites typically drop 500 skill points. We then move to the edge of the platform and jump off. After landing, we're told climbing back up will be impossible. So, we turn right and follow the curved path southeast and then continue south. We're told to look for a broken bridge Jake can cross by jumping, and after jumping, we quickly dash west up a slope to find FOS memory device B near a tree at the top. The reason we dash is to avoid some Yavo guards, but we still have to fight them to return to the main path to the north, and for these enemies, we're told to use Jake's hand-to-hand as much as possible to save our bullets. We jump back across the broken bridge and start up the northeast, where we may see some snipers, lasers, sights, depending on the whiteout conditions. We equip our new sniper rifle and take them out with headshots in retaliation before they can spot us or Sherry, and then use the sniper to defeat any other enemies that rush down the hill as well. According to the guide, Yavo will continue to appear until we reach the ladder that leads to a minecart railway. We're told to take out the enemies at the base of the tower and to subside climbing it for now and instead just remember it for later. We smash the supply barrels near the ladder and are told not to linger near it and to begin our fight up the northeast slope. Here, we're told to dash at Yavo and slide into them to knock them down to create some sort of imaginary advantage. Just do yourself a favor and defeat all the enemies here. Trust me. If you get knocked down at any point on this slope, there's no getting up and you will slide all the way back to the bottom, in which case we're told to use our left stick to avoid sharp rocks and the likes. We head up the slope and listen for a revving engine, signaling that we should use our sniper scope to scout a very, 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 very slow-moving snowmobile driven by a Yavo. We're told one of the surest ways to knock him down a pedestal is either aiming or performing a quick shot with our 909 pistol. If we can shoot him successfully without being knocked straight down by him, we can pilot the snowmobile ourselves all the way to the top of the slope, keeping a mind's eye for a possible final sniper at the top that can send us sliding all the way back down. At the top, we head southwest across a snowy lumberyard and prepare to knock off any patrolling snowmobile Yavo along the way. We're instructed to follow the closest FOS memory device marker to the center of this area and find FOS memory device A inside a fenced area near some construction equipment. Then, we have some item barrels to smash for a resupply before hunting down a serpent emblem in the operator's seat of a rundown crane in the same center area. Now, we head southwest again to find a rickety rope bridge we must cross and proceed to the north wall and head west from there after fully reaching the other side. We continue along the north wall to the west until we reach the west end point and continue to ascend the slope. We then follow the south ledge until we find a small but different shack that houses several item-wielding lumbers. The silver case in the corner grants us 4,000 skill points and 2 flash grenades. Just outside the hut lies the final device, FOS memory device C. Picking it up causes some crystals below the ledge to attach into mesquites, and we're told to toss a flash grenade at the edge of the raised level to defeat them instantly. Don't worry though. The Dark Souls 2 type enemies will be more than caught up by now from the icy slope. I wish I was kidding. They followed me from the icy slope. After finding the final memory device, we can turn south from it and scan the radio tower below to find a serpent emblem that must be shot with either the 909 or sniper rifle. Next, we head back across the rickety rope bridge and the frozen timber yard to the peak of the icy slope. We're told to either simply dash down the slope or turn around and use the ready aim weapon feature to purposely jump on our backs and slide down while avoiding any debris. At the bottom, we simply climb the aforementioned ladder from a while ago. We follow the minecart rail until we find a small mountain and an item barrel to the right. There's a small opening here we can climb into as Jake at the base of the wall, causing us to enter a slide where we can collect a red and green herb by tapping pickup while sliding. After sliding through the entire tunnel, we find ourselves at the starting point of the entire area. Once the dynamic duo are recovered, we head up the northeast path once again, and upon reaching the already popped chrysalid cocoons from earlier, we turn around and follow the northwest slope up to the base of a radio tower this time. We continue to move past the tower and up the northwest slope until we reach a gate. We're told to prepare a flash grenade when approaching the chrysalid nearby the gate and use it to defeat the Meeseeks that hatches from it. Then, we move to the gate and initiate partner action to enter the cabin. A scene begins playing where the snowstorm rages and Jake fiddles with a lighter. Jake and Sherry have a pretty sexually tense and silent moment until Sherry offers to go out and get help. Opening the door is an unwise decision though, as the storm almost blows it off, but I'm pretty sure she just wanted to be held by old Jakey Poo. The silence continues until Jake finally walks to and sits with Sherry to assume a casual conversation about her healing abilities. She trauma dumps a bit about Daddy William Birkin and the T-virus and how it adjusted and adapted to her body even though she took the vaccine soon enough to survive and that her father wasn't as lucky. They continue to have a conversation showing Jake doesn't have the right priorities as he thinks the superpower she got is the greatest thing she walked away with from Raccoon City. But Sherry sees Leon and Claire's friendship as the most invaluable thing. Sherry repeats the example they left for her that she feels she wants to live up to, and the tense stare down begins. No kiss here though, because the tension is broken by Jake jumping to protect Sherry in a seemingly innuendo-like way before bullet holes rid the cabin. Yavo storm the outside of the cabin and Jake gets a witty remark in before we finally regain control of the character. As the cabin is now surrounded, we prepare for most of them to try to come through the same window so we can pick them off as they come through. We're told to shoot them through the windows as well. Eventually, Yavo will attack from the rooftop and drop inside. We're told to move behind the central table and stay near and assist Sherry with partner attacks. We can also reload with the 9mm ammo located on the side workbench. After a certain amount of time, or if we defeat enough Yavo, they grow brains and breach the back wall. At this point, we're told to move to the central table and push it over, which is apparently a hard mechanic to manage because holy shit, this table was hard to push over. Then, we're told to throw flash grenades we probably don't have at them and turn our cameras to avoid the glare, taking down Yavo as they lose their sight and shoot the others as they try to rise. We're told to exit the cabin as soon as possible via the breached wall as an avalanche begins either as soon as we step out or shortly after the breach. According to the guide, we have approximately 30 seconds to reach one of the two snowmobiles outside before the wall of snow defeats us instantly. We pick up any dropped goods on the way, making sure not to go back due to risk and using partner action on the rides as soon as possible. For the action-packed ride, the fire button will be our accelerator and the ready/aim button will be the brakes. The general strategy is to hold the accelerator down while running from the avalanche until reaching a curve where we must brake to help navigate before accelerating again. We're told to pick up items along the path, such as 100 and 300 skill points scattered about. Once the camera pans to the avalanche, we must focus on avoiding steering off the path. Next, Sherry warns us to veer right to avoid the avalanche sliding down, and then after a low jump, we find ourselves in a field of trees. We simply move through the trees by veering left or right, and as they become thicker, but with no true discernible difference, a new avalanche slides in. We steer to the right to grab the aforementioned 300 skill points, and beyond the trees, we encounter a frozen river. All we need to do is accelerate while steering right to avoid the oncoming snowfest. Beyond all this, and as the ground smooths again, we must head to the far right to steer into a serpent emblem that can only be obtained this way. Afterward, we enter a tunnel where we once again repeatedly tap pickup in order to find 300 more skill points. After emerging, we make a short drop and are faced with a massive ice field breaking up before us. I totally didn't die here like 6 times. We steer left immediately and then sharply right while accelerating at the same time. Then, we hit the brake before a massive wall of ice, and then steer left and accelerate into the end of the turn. We continue pushing forward over the ledge and must press action before the timer elapses to complete the sequence. We're trapped in an old mine of sorts, it seems now, and must continue on through the tunnels to survive. We head forward into the cave to find a floor covered in ice. The ice makes a good deal of noise, which will make some nearby bats aware of our position. This is supposed to teach us a lesson about ice and its mechanics for the future. We press the action button and rotate the left stick to open the door at the end of the tunnel, where we enter a large chamber guarded by an Usanak. In this case, he has floating bugs called Oko to assist him. We turn left from the entrance and head down the path while the Oko is moving away. Then, we hop in the dumpster Ashley Graham style, and wait for the Oko to pass until we've seen it head left. Taking our chance, we jump out and head behind it to take it out with a stealth attack. Failing to hit the Oko, or any Oko for that matter, will result in the Usanak being alerted and us being captured almost instantly. The general strategy for being spotted is just to head back to the closest dumpster and hope for the best. The way to tell if we're safe is to look at the line of bugs that act as the line of sight for the Oko. There's a second Oko we must sneak up on, and to do so, we wait just behind the top of a small rise and wait for it to approach and turn. Then we run up to it and smash it before heading to the end of the path and turning left and dropping over a small ledge. We're told to note the dumpster on the left, as it's where we will need to hide if anything goes wrong in the next area. We wait at the corner for an Oko to approach and head back before turning the corner ourselves and running up behind it to stealth hit it. We then are told to turn to our left to notice a metal box divided between the icicles where a Ustanak and Oko team patrol. For now, we head down our side of the tunnel after gathering our bearings until we reach a small bulb mounted to the cave floor. Another Oko will approach and turn away before we hop out to hit it with a solid snake combo. We then head to the end of the passage and climb the ladder to find a chest on the ground with 2,000 skill points inside. From here, we have an option to reach the aforementioned case, but the guide stands strongly on doing this segment with a co-op partner only, so if I do it that way for the video, I'll just do a quick cut here. I didn't do that. Sorry. Don't buy me for post-production, okay? The shit is long, and I just now had this idea as I was typing. And now, I'm doing the voiceovers, and I'm telling you, I didn't do that. I did not follow through on that. As we enter the following area, we are told to note two things: the only dumpster we can hide and the massive Oko patrol second. From the start, we head directly right and follow the railing to the opening. There's a bug patrolling the area directly below. We must watch until it makes a circle around the, loosely quoted, entire area. Once it turns the corner below us and is headed left, we can move in and perform a stealth hit on it. Then, we continue left and hide at the corner to peek at the next section. There's two bugs, which by the way is hard to discern, that patrol that short trip. Once both bugs turn away, we can run up and dispel the Bugsy products back to back. By the way, I feel I should mention this is the first time I noticed the entire rest of the guide relies on you playing damn near perfect or on the AI being exactly as it says, which won't happen. Anyways, after the second bug, we should have another turning the corner that we should chase and defeat. There's one more Oko that moves up the stairs near the exit and back into a little niche. We're told to catch it at the top of the stairs or in the niche, but the niche is significantly easier. At the top of the area said by the guide is an area where we can reach by dropping over a ledge. Down there is a Duralumin case holding 5,000 skill points. With all the bugs gone, we still have one dying piece of this area to complete, and that is another serpent emblem. But this one's complicated. We ascend the stairs and turn around to see it, but we are warned that the moment we shoot, Ustanak will be alerted. So, we're told to return to the dumpster and use partner commands to make Sherry wait there while we equip our sniper rifle and hop the railing to drop into the low part of the room. From there, we head upstairs and into the corner where we can turn and locate the emblem between two railings. We shoot it, alerting the Ustanak and still being able to dash back to the safety of the dumpster. After the noise, we open the bulkhead door at the end with partner action and follow the ledge until we reach some more crunchy ice. We must not make any noise to avoid Ustanak smashing through the wall. We hold the action button while guiding our character to dash through the area until the view switches to a small opening that we must press ready/aim, while dashing at in order to slide under the crevice that Ustanak can't follow us through. We climb two ladders to reach the back side of the newly entered main chamber. We then turn left and drop over a ladder before moving around the edge of the room in order to trigger a scene where the necessary keycard is seen. And it's in a pretty tight spot this time around. Once we regain control, we continue around the outskirts of the main chamber until we reach a ledge on the far side, interactable with via partner action. This flings Sherry onto a concrete rise, and we're told to head back to where we came from after. On the opposite side, from the one we just left, we can find 4 remote bombs that are pivotal to the puzzle at hand. We return to the exit and place one of our newly found remote bombs and then head left after. We find the closest column on the left side and press our back to it before detonating the remote bomb, drawing in and distracting Ustanak for a long enough time period that Sherry can jump down and collect the exit keycard. We remain hidden until the Ustanak moves away from the door and then head to it to initiate a partner action once the coast is clear. The Ustanak will detect us at this point for our escape no matter what, so we're prepared to run as fast as we can. Which isn't very fast, because the whole premise of this part of the chase is just opening bulkhead door after bulkhead door after bulkhead door in an attempt to run from Ustanak. Finally, after a small bout in the back rooms of bulkhead doors, we find the light at the end in the form of a massive tunneling drill that definitely has no Dead Space reference to it at all. We operate the drill with QuickTime events, the first being simply rotating the left stick to beat the timer gauge. Then, we must press the fire button with the proper timing to push the Ustanak back with the drill. Of course, if we miss the events, there's a chance for Ustanak to push the entire drill back, causing us to have to regain any lost ground. And so goes the flow of this sequence until we push Ustanak back far enough that we rotate the left stick some more before pressing the fire button at the proper time to pin the monster to the wall and end the current chase. We shake our current woes off and then dash through the corridor to find a much less proverbial light at the end of the tunnel. A scene plays as we rush outside onto the snowy mountain with our rendezvous point in sight. But no good deed goes unpunished, and the Yabo enter the scene. Not long into the firefight, our pal Ustanak appears from the shadows behind us and absolutely yeets Sherry. And of course, Jake gets a new dome piece as well. Jake holds out one last hope for a Supergirl before being violently stomped back down from an attempt to get up by the Ustanak. And, of course, Ada Wong enters the scene once again. Jake starts with his natural banter just before Ada slips that he himself is Wesker Jr. Jake doesn't seem to know this piece of information about himself, so Ada tells him a bit about how Wesker was. You know, attempted world destroyer and all. Jake seems actually shocked when she tells him that was his father, but more importantly, to her, Jake is the heir to a very special blood type. Ada gives Ustanak what seems to be some sort of go-ahead, and the last thing we see is its massive boot coming down at Jake before the chapter ends. As the next chapter pans in, we learn we've been wherever we are for 6 whole months. I have to say before we get too deep into this, I'm a big fan of the setting here. Research Facility Lab just caked in a pure, pass-the-glove, test white, and the most unexpected bio duo to match. It's just a really unique setting, I think. Jake seems awfully relaxed for some reason as the guards come in, and we're about to find out why. Turns out Jake has been complicit outside of his usual personality in order to get the guards to, well, let their guard down. Gotta say, I mean, they probably don't get paid. Anyways, Jake spots his opportunity to move on and humbly removes the first of 3 guards for us. Don't worry, Sherry is still safe. She just has an entirely different pathing for the first bit of the chapter, and we're going to cover it later, since the guide highly recommends we perform our first run as Jake. We're weaponless, as expected, so hand-to-hand combat will be our go-to for now. We dash across the room and slide into one or both of the guards if we're lucky. If we happen to take a shot, we can tap the action button as we fall back to spring right back up without missing a beat. We're then told to take down one guard with a palm strike by holding the attack buttons to charge it. While he's down, we give the other guard a stumble and then head back to the first one to finish him off while guard number 2 climbs back up to his feet. Once 2 guards are down, a third with the Resident Evil 5 Cattle Prod Special enters, and we're told the best way to avoid electrocution is to counter when the fire button appears during the enemy's wind-up. If we don't have the reflexes or the reach, we aim for the charged up palm strike instead, and finish the guard off while he's down. Once the stun rod guard is down, it drops a switchboard key, which we'll be needing for our great escape. We pick it up and head to the white box with the bright red Chinese characters on the wall, and press action to escape our confinement. Jake pulls the power to unlock our own exit, and we get our first look at Sherry, pacing in her own research room. A suit and tie Yabo enters, so she breaks into action, luring him into a situation that makes you think this game is scary, just scary for the opposite team. Anyways, she kicks him, steals his stun rod, and probably shoves it where the sun don't shine. Sherry's free now, and before we pan back to Jake, I need to clearly tell you all to stop being horny. Okay, I can feel it through the screen. Stop it, or I'll fast forward to the end, I swear. I'll turn this car around. Anyways, here's Jake still, with no shirt on. We find ourselves in the hall outside the previous room and begin to dash down the corridor in order to slide into a lone guard. We then finish him with our hand-to-hand abilities and go ahead and pause to allow our combat gauge to refill a bit. At the end of the corridor, we enter a lab area and move to the railing across the door in order to use ready/aim to crouch below the railing. This is going to be another stealth ride if you haven't figured it out yet. We then tilt the left stick to the right to glide down the wall until we reach the top of some stairs. From here, we must wait and observe until we are certain no guards are nearby before releasing ready/aim and hurdling the railing. We head up to the preceding railing between the machine on the left and metal detector on the right and reassume our ready/aim crouching position. While here, we angle our camera to eyeball guard A, and the guide gives us a diagram of the guides and the patrol routes. Don't worry, it gets convoluted and strange to follow soon enough, but for now, it's not so bad. We can see guard A and B simultaneously on occasions, and once the timing is good, guard A will head up the right while guard B heads down the left hallway. Once we see both their backs, we can hop the rail and run up to guard A quickly for a stealth kill before he turns back around. Then, we quickly continue forward to the end of the aisle and use ready/aim at the corner for a good sight on guard B as he moves up in the inside aisle. We watch for him to turn away and move around a low table and ensure that guard C is not approaching from a far distance before running up and finishing guard B with a stealth takedown. We then backtrack to the previous corner and patiently wait for guard C to return to our direction and stop just below the drop. The guide mentions guard D in the far area, but since it's not a concern right now, as long as we ensure he's not about to turn away as we go in for the next takedown. When guard C turns, we leave the corner, drop the ledge, and perform his final blow. Then we must quickly turn around and run to the corner nearest the stairs leading up to the next area. We camp here and wait for guard D to emerge from the following room and check the stairs. When he turns back, we cut the corner and press action to climb the low ledge before running up to guard D and making him regret walking back and forth in the exact same fashion infinitely. From the top of the stairs, we head through the door on the right to find a large cart blocking the aisle on the left. We press the action button to use our super strength to push it all the way down the aisle before backing up the aisle and back through the door. We need that cart, as a superhuman of course, to climb onto in order to reach the vent above. We drop into a corridor right outside a surveillance room. The door at the end though is locked and requires a symbolic passcode, so to discover it, we'll be entering the surveillance room and doing a little gaming by grabbing the joystick inside. Pressing action will give us control of a security camera somewhere else in the facility. Camera 1 has a mounted machine gun on it and we're conveniently in control of it. We take advantage of the fun, of course, and gun down some patrolling Yavo by using the right stick to navigate the camera and zoom if necessary, and the fire button to shoot. After a little fun, we press the action button to head down to camera 2, which is inside a locker room somewhere. Sherry is spotted here hiding in a locker just as a Yavo guard enters, but our goal here is to allow the guard through. This will be able to zoom in and watch him input the passcode, or at least you think. I suppose the next room would have no purpose if we could. Sherry picks up on the code though, and after we watch her pass through, we switch to camera 3 to view a humble waiting room. We have another machine gun on this camera, and Sherry soon enters the aforementioned waiting room ready to fight the guards. We provide some humble assistance by simply gunning down the fellas after her and make an important note of the serpent emblem on the shelf to the right of the exit. We cannot shoot this as Sherry later, so we have to take it down now. With the room clear, we can follow Sherry to the door, and this time we actually get a good ping on the passcode she learned from the previous room. Note that the passcode will never be the same. We love random passwords in our Resident Evil games, you know. That's what we love as a fan base. We love that. Anyways, once we have it, we can press partner action to exit the camera control. Since we memorized the passcode, or humbly wrote it down, we can enter it on the panel on the door outside the surveillance room by using the left stick to move Jakey Poo's finger over the buttons bearing the proper symbols and in the proper sequence in order to open the door. We enter the dark hallway and face the floor duct on the right before pressing action to crawl inside. We climb the ladder in the small room, move forward a bit, and enter another vent duct. Inside, we can use action repeatedly to crawl faster until we get to a point where Jake stands. From here, we run down the remaining bit of passage and continue to please the ladder climbing curse. At the top, we crawl into a small opening and press action to drop down on the other side. A scene begins to play, but if you remember, we still have some work to do in here, so before I see you fawning over Sherry in this cutscene, we need to do some rewinding. As Sherry, the scrubs are a bit more revealing, and much more importantly, most guard sequences are a bit more confusing, to say the very least. We're suffering a pretty usual day of torturous confinement and are told we can move over to the lovely radio we have to jam some tunes, if I'll bet for a short while. After a short time, Jake makes his breakout by shutting down the power as we've seen before. We get a hold of our stun rod and exit the dark room before following the corridor to the left. We continue to the far corner and use ready aim to hug the wall and peek down the long corridor. Here's where I'm not really sure who guard A starts as, because I'm almost 100% certain that an extra enemy is here that the guide doesn't mention, or one of them just doesn't follow any of the diagram paths. So with that being said, we'll just go in order. The first long corridor holds guard A, and as he was walking away, we can move in and relocate to a small niche on the right between some computer server cabinets. You would think that that kind of heat would get such an illegal research lab caught much sooner, but you know, tit for tat, I guess. To be clear, we head for the second one just across a small pushcart and hide behind it. The guard takes a long time to return, but once he begins to inch past our position, all we need is to press the fire button when it appears on screen for this particular takedown. We leave our hiding spot and move up to the next closest door before hiding on the left side of it and observing the two Yavo guards patrolling the open area ahead. The closest guard will simply marry on through, but the far side enemy will stop and peer our way. For this reason, we're instructed to await the far guard's movement away before moving past the doorway to the end of the corridor. We head around 2 left turns like NASCAR and continue taking down the left side of the hall towards the stairs. We're told to press up against the left-hand corner and angle our camera to view the various windows of the central area, but we mainly keep an eye on the corner behind us. We wait for both Yellow guards to walk past our position and then leave the corner to slowly walk up to the second guard for a stealth takedown. We then rush back to our hiding place and wait for the leading guard to make his way back around, eliminating him in the same fashion as the previous guard. Looking straight ahead from the bottom of the stairs, we can see Yavo guard D, I guess, appear at the base of the stairs across from us. As he begins to climb the stairs, we run around the corner and down the hall to hide just before the stairs in this spot. We wait for guard D to reappear and head up the stairs before following him and taking him out with a stealth hit. Since Sherry is lower than the guard, it's possible to just knock him down instead of perform a takedown. So, in that instance, we just finish him off with a stun rod shot. We ascend the stairs and head around the corner to the right. As we enter a possibly familiar locker room, a Yavo guard enters from a doorway to the right. We simply wait for him to head to the far door and enter the passcode to then exit. We use the door closing as an audio cue to tell us to run around the corner and hide in the lockers to the left, across from the exit door. The view inside is fixed, but that's okay, because it's where we need to be looking. Eventually, a Yavo guard will approach the door and enter the passcode in our field of view. We're told to pause the game to make a mental note of the password or simply write it down. We need to pay attention to the guard's clothing as well. If he's wearing a vest, it's guard E. If it's a suit, that's guard F. And if it's guard F, we're told to hang tight until the hunting vest guard inputs the code. Then, we leave our locker and press action at the panel. We use the left stick to move Sherry's hand to the desired input and then reload/pickup to enter the desired input. We're told to ignore any scary noises coming from the room and continue to put the remaining symbols in to open the way forward. We quickly move to the left after entering and press up against the wall, using action to duck and subsequently crawl along the wall to see the new room's view. Jake will begin to do most of the legwork for us with the mounted machine gun by taking out 2 of the 3 guards. We're told guard G will be left and to wait for him to turn around before hopping over the low wall and aiming for a stealth kill. If the stealth hit fails, we'll get another Yavo on our hands that we're told to lure to the security camera to allow Jake to dispose of. Afterwards, we head to the exit door and input the same passcode as before. We head into the corridor and run down a short passage to the right, hopping over a railing at the end. We run up a set of stairs and use the action button to emerge from a fake locker into a familiar dressing room where if we patiently wait, Jake will drop down from a nearby vent and join us. Okay, now we can go into the cutscene. We reunite, finally! And even Jake is a polite man who looks away from Sherry. I'm looking at you. As we search for some clothes, we talk about how we're in China, obviously, and Jake gets just as distracted as you guys for a moment. One thing's for sure is we're done being a test lab rat, and Jake says they wanted to use his antibody to enhance the C virus. What's more is Albert Wesker gets brought up once again. He had an antibody that could fight off any virus. And Jake is learning how insane Daddy was and all. Jake is wildly concerned with how much of his dad is a part of him and how it's affected the man that he is and will become. Sherry hits him with some intense wisdom and shoulder checks him on the way out of the door. Time to ditch the quiet tactics, as the guide says, and exit the locker room to traverse a long corridor on our right. We take cover at the corner and open fire on a Yavo wearing a white suit at the top of the stairs. The guide also mentions a flash grenade as a more preferable tactic here, as we can take out the first enemy, as well as 2 others with hand-to-hand. But it tells you that after a clear strategy, so cool. The white suit enemy will almost always turn into Australites when defeated though, through traditional means, but is highly unlikely to when defeated with hand-to-hand combat. Of course, we get a thorough rundown of the lizard-like beasts and how to defeat them. We're reminded that they attack by exhaling gas at a close range and by shooting needles in a cone shape at a long range. The best way to take them out for Jake and Sherry is through high-powered weaponry, such as the elephant killer or quick shots from the sniper rifle to knock them on their backs. Then we can finish them off with a melee attack in a similar vein as the Lickers from RA5. We're reminded flash grenades render the Amazing Spider-Man enemies to be more prone to stealth attacks, and that at the end of the day, Charlotte's drop a measly 1,000 skill points for our trouble. This particular guard does drop our first of many ID medals we will need to collect to escape this area known as the living quarters. We head to the top of the stairs and take a left before taking cover behind the column against the railing. We then take out another Yavo guard at the next corner and move to this position to take cover at his corner, aiming down the golden hallway. A plethora of guards will emerge, and we simply fire through the glass panes with our sniper rifle to drop them in the most efficient way. The guide points out that what it's about to tell us may seem illogical, but we just gotta trust it. After clearing the golden hallway, we abandon the second level for now and instead return to the stairwell and hop the railing. We turn left to spot a blue door in the corner and quickly dash to it to press the action button twice in order to kick it open. Yellow guards drop down from the ceiling behind some shelves dividing the room. Apparently, these enemies don't spawn here until after visiting the second floor. We use quick shot / melee combos to clear out the room as it stands and then wait about 10 seconds for the next guard to spawn and drop down. So goes a cycle as we stand here and wait for a guard, defeat it specifically with melee to avoid Strela spawning, and then patiently wait for the next one until they stop dropping down. Whichever guard is supposed to be the Strela will drop a second ID medal for us to grab. Between guard appearances, we can smash a Chinese box in this room for an item and also shoot our next serpent emblem hiding out on the shelves dividing the room. The guide says the best angle to see it from is from under the vent the enemies are dropping from. Jake can also just punch it to conserve ammo. It actually takes some time, but the guards will stop dropping down, and that'll be our moment to exit the storage room and head back upstairs. We move past the wide golden corridor to the end of a small hallway and open the door. Upon entering, we approach the desk next to the bed and open the drawer to find our next ID medal. Get used to these things. There's a lot. We head back through the bedroom door and follow the corridor, kicking open an item box at the second corner for an item. We head through the next door leading back to the golden corridor. We smash any golden urns on the high pedestals that weren't destroyed during the previous gunfight. These hold 9mm ammo and 7.62 ammo. After, we head through the double doors across the hallway. Several enemies are waiting in ambush on both levels of the library we're entering. We move quickly to the center of the room and take a position behind one of the tables. Here, we can press ready/aim to knock the table over and create some cover. We're told to focus on the Yavo at the upper left, firing the machine gun first, and then to direct to the fella at the top of the stairs. Another guard will show itself from behind a bookcase on the lower level. We have to use our ears here and listen for a Yavo pulling the pins on grenades, at which point we take evasive maneuvers, a double tapping action to roll away to the left or right. We smash the Chinese item box in the corner for its items, and then move to the stairs to dash to the top. We take out any remaining Yavo on the upper level, then move behind the dividing bookcase. Yavo guards continue to enter through a sliding door at the end of the path that we cannot enter. We're told to whip our melee attacks back out here to avoid any strelets and be on the watch for a guard that drops an ID medal we can collect. Of course, there's another that can be found on the upstairs level on a back shelf, adding 2 new ones to our collection. We exit the library, turn left, and head through an open doorway at the end of the corridor. Some Yavo are waiting in ambush, so we quickly use ready aim to create makeshift cover with a table and equip the sniper rifle to take them out. We're advised one is very likely to mutate into a strelet, and to use the elephant killer to defeat it the most efficiently. If the guards toss grenades, we're told to move to the marble pedestal on the right and take cover there, or retreat to the previous golden corridor. One of the guards in this onslaught will drop an ID medal for us to collect. After the smoke is clear, we move to a golden urn on a marble pedestal and smash it if it wasn't shot in battle, revealing 300 skill points. Now, we turn around and head the opposite direction up the hallway and follow the corners to the left. After searching the empty sitting room, we find the glass back door is blocked by something and that an ID medal rests on the floor under one of the coffee tables. To obtain it, we smash a golden urn against the wall to obtain a remote bomb, move to the coffee table and place it near it, then move behind one of the tables at the back of the room. We then create a barrier with it and ensure we call Sherry over to cover if she isn't already before blowing a simple coffee table sky high. Then we can claim the ID medal. We head back to the long, narrow corridor and make our way to the far end this time. We're told to be wary of new guards that may be hiding just outside the end of the corridor. We proceed onto the balcony overlooking the actually beautiful looking main lobby. Once again, the settings and scenery of this campaign just really grabbed me. We head a few feet to the left on the balcony and equip the sniper rifle, taking out 2 guards that are posted at the double doors on the far side of this room. There's an optional right side you can go down and cross a horizontal pole for a closer shot if you find aiming here difficult. But with the sniper's zoom and a steady breath, it's not a hard hit. One of the guards will probably mutate into a Strelitz, and given the context clues so far, that one will drop another ID medal for us. We're then told to explore the lobby and give it a once-over. A golden urn on the right side of the central statue can be broken for 300 skill points. There's also a sealed golden gate beneath the balcony with several item boxes and the Bear Commander weapon in visible sight. Now, we head to the front side of the statue and examine it. We determine that it's pretty clear those fancy ID medals go in the coin slot, so we insert 3 to begin with. This causes the giant statue's head to turn to the left and subsequently move another statue out of the way to reveal a door. So that's where we'll go. We head upstairs and behind the statue to enter the new corridor. Halfway up the corridor, the left door will blast open and Yavo will enter the scene again. We take him down with a quick shot and melee follow-up for the sake of conserving ammo for an upcoming firefight. We're told to stand outside the double doors and shoot any Yavo we can see inside the billiards hall and balcony above from here until our view is clear. Once clear, we enter and dash all the way across the room to vault over the bar. This is where we will take cover from and fire at the Yavo in the opposite corner and the ones left on the balcony. Eventually, we hop back over the bar and use the billiards tables as cover to take out the remaining upper balcony enemies. Near the end, one of the Yavo from the upper level will typically drop an ID medal, while using the piano in the chamber to play a striking melody will grant another. We exit the pool shark room and enter the single door across the hall. In here, we smash a golden urn to the right for a green herb and also locate another ID medal nested in a crest above the fireplace on the far side of the room. Taking this triggers another wave of enemies from the pool hall. We take cover on the left side of the doorway and shoot each Yavo as they attempt to cross the corridor and enter our room. We can then trigger another wave by banging the gong in the room, and one of the last enemies we encounter from the ringing gong will drop another ID medal. We head back to the corridor and follow it to some glass doors at the end. We open the doors and move to the water fountain at the corner for yet another ID medal. Then, we head through a second set of glass doors to find a swimming pool area. We climb down into the pink, yet totally harmless, water and move to the back of the pool to crawl under the second archway. Under here swims another ID medal. We exit the water and move to the opposite side of the room towards a set of stairs. We smash a golden urn near the stairs for a red herb and then ascend the aforementioned stairs to find a large cart we can push along the balcony using the action button. This unblocks the previously seen glass door and also reveals yet another ID medal. We enter the new unblocked glass door and move through the sitting room from earlier in order to follow the connecting hallway back toward the main large lobby. A squad of Yavo will enter from the left in the golden hallway, and we're instructed to simply take cover at the doorway and gun them all down. A couple of these enemies will transform into Strelets, and one of the last to appear will drop another ID medal. At this point, according to the guide, we should have 13 ID medals and should return to the central statue in the lobby to insert them until the counter reaches 10. This will open the door behind the reception desk, but inserting 3 more ID medals until the counter reaches 16 will lower the golden bars below the balcony. This will give us access to the Bear Commander weapon, 2,000 skill points, 2 sets of 300 skill points, and 2 Chinese boxes we can smash for items. Supposedly, these will typically yield 40mm explosive rounds for our newly acquired toy. The guide gives us a crash course on our new weapon as per usual. The standard fire mode of the Bear Commander is fully automatic through the use of 5.56mm ammunition, but we can toggle that firing mode with triangle for PlayStation controllers and Y for Xbox controllers, while aiming to activate the grenade launcher mode, which uses the aforementioned 40mm rounds. Finally, we enter the newly revealed corridor and move to the door at the end to initiate a partner action. Sherry will download all the medical data that Neo Umbrella has collected on the duo over the past 6 months, and also discovers the superiors we've been trying to link up with this whole time are conveniently located in China as well. We set up a rendezvous and continue the mission. We exit the security room and return to the lobby before taking cover behind the reception desk. Yavo guards have re-emerged and taken positions in the lobby. We're told to use our handgun to shoot the guards located on the ground floor with us, and then to switch to the sniper rifle for those hanging out on the upper level. Once clear, we cross the lobby and move up the stairs, triggering a literal tank to burst into the scene via the front doors. The time will shift into slow motion, and as it does, we're instructed to move out of the center and allow the tank to take the position in the center of the lobby, destroying the central statue and parking there. The tank will track Jake's movements and fire at intervals, which, by the way, anyone who's halfway familiar with a tank knows this is a little close for firing, I'll bet a war crime, but tomato tomato, you know. After the central statue is destroyed, we must move to either the front or rear of the tank depending on where the turret is aiming. We walk backwards and use ready/aim plus action to fall on our backs and spot a serpent emblem under the tank's hull for our shooting. If the tank's turret turns our way, we can roll left or right to avoid those main gun rounds while in this position. We have to clean up some brown stains later, but regardless, we keep moving to avoid getting shot and swing back and forth across the horizontal pole in the lobby while taking out any Yavo positioned near the double doors in the center. We continue to the other side, and at the far ledge, we initiate a partner action to pull Sherry up to our higher level. Then, once more, we partner action at the double doors to proceed down the next corridor, leaving the tank behind. We continue on until the floor beneath us gives way and drops us into a hidden passageway. The tank isn't far behind and smashed through the wall behind us, prompting us to dash away using our left stick while holding action, of course. We must watch the tank turret as it moves side to side and ensure we're on the opposite side of the barrel before it fires. At the end of the corridor, the view swings left to show us our exit, so we quickly change directions and jump through the window into the open alley below. We smash nearby crates for items and then move to the end of the alley before initiating partner action once again to open the door. We're told to take cover on either side of the doorway and whip out the sniper rifle to take out the Yavo guards on the pagoda-style building opposite of us. Then, once the Yavo enter close range, we enter the water to continue to take them out. Outside the door, we turn right and head towards the stone stairs visible at the far end. The tank comes in Kool-Aid Man style from the wall to our right, so we adjust our position while the game is in slow motion to avoid being crushed like the orange soda. We're instructed to keep dashing towards the stone stairs and to ignore any of the Yavo in the water. On the far side of the stairs, we can find another serpent emblem to shoot on the back side of them before climbing up. At the top, we take cover against the concrete column to the left or right and shoot any Yavo blocking the deck. We dash down the aisle after and enter the doorway on our right-hand side. We quickly smash 2 Chinese boxes in the corner for their spoils and then dash to the next corner to do the same with 2 more boxes. Then, we pull the lever on the wall, causing the statue outside to rotate and giving us access to a horizontal pole for Jake to reach. The tank blasts away chunks of the wall and begins to target the small side of the room we're in now. The guy says Sherry will be more secure here for now, but also not for long. Sherry will push over tables and refine her battle positions on her own in order to handle the onslaught of Yavo on the way. In the meantime, we need to run outside and out to that new pole to use in order to reach the opposite stone platform. Once landing, Jake spots a sweet and very character-fitting ride that will become our new goal. We follow the curved bridge to the backside of another statue, picking up a green herb along the way. We then continue to another stone platform where 2 more Chinese boxes can be smashed for some more items. We must stand on this platform until the tank rolls forward towards us, striking the statue and actually rotating it. The horizontal pole still isn't quite right for us, so we must backtrack across the wooden bridge to the previous stone platform in order to entice the tank to back up. Then, probably obviously by now, we head back to the initial position and wait for the tank to roll forward and rotate the statue once more. We do this until the horizontal pole hangs parallel to the first stone platform and then return to it in order to swing across. Of course, there's a squad of Yavo we must take out on the other side. The guide informs us they won't usually mutate, and this provides for easier and quicker takedowns. However, for the sake of our partner, we're enticed by the guide to use a grenade launcher attachment on the bear commander to clear the passage even quicker. We head into the suite and open the briefcase on the nearest table for 300 skill points and some 500 magnum ammo. The suite becomes engulfed in Yavo once again, this time from the entrance corridor, and we're told to quickly use another grenade before they can fully enter the room and spread out. Now, we enter the other half of the suite and move to the table on the far right, opening another case with 4,000 skill points and 300 skill points respectively. Finally, we're told to move to the motorcycle and press action to flashily escape our 6-month-long confinement, grab Sherry, and have an intense standoff with a tank that fires at us and misses due to Jake's epic driving. We skirt past the tank and use the stone steps from earlier as a ramp to hit the road and end Chapter 3.
Yes. We're all right.
Well, we finally done it. We spent an entire chapter escaping our captivity, and we're back in the real fight Mad Max kind of style. The next session will be very similar to the snowmobile section we did previously, or maybe even closer to Chris and Piers' hot pursuit moment. We're not going down without a fight, and Neo Umbrella knows that, so they're sending every motorcycle rider they have and one main attack helicopter after us. The motorcycle accelerates by holding the fire button, and ready/aim will apply the brakes for us. We're told by the guide to only plan on accelerating our bike on straight paths and to simply allow it to coast around curves and obstacles. We have to steer away from the exploding missiles by maneuvering left or right of the road depending on where the chopper is located. Put simply, we head to one side and wait for it to key in on us before switching to the opposite side and following that motion. As we enter the city, we stop accelerating to avoid the railing and debris scattered throughout the streets in order to keep our bike nice and healthy. We're also notified the bike's health is in the bottom right of the screen here. We find ourselves in a jump as a rocket launcher Yavo takes aim at us, but fortunately Sherry will automatically handle the issue for us. We steer through a narrow alley and we're given the option to brake, if necessary, in order to avoid slamming against the wall. We slide onto a different main street and encounter some motorcycle riding Yavo. Sherry will automatically deal with the ones behind us, but as for the ones in front of us, we'll have to swerve out of the way of any Molotov cocktails they may throw. We're given the option to slow down here if it makes it any easier. We continue to watch for Molotovs and cars as Jake decides to swing onto a wider street. We're warned with a simple warning that hitting a car at this speed would mean instant death, and at some point, wreckage will block the street and we must steer to the far right to take a ramp up to some scaffolding. We're told to accelerate while on the scaffolding to avoid being shot from the helicopter that's now conveniently flying to our left. We make a jump at the end that sends Sherry flying off the bike, but fortunately, she's able to grab hold of the chopper for the time being. She can't hold forever though, so we get ready to accelerate with our fire button when the timer gauge reaches the correct portion as a QuickTime event. We're told pressing fire just before the timer hits grants a greater chance of success, but I don't know about that. Anyways, we continue by accelerating through a large wall of falling pipes. Next, we steer slightly right of center to hit the next ramp to allow Jake to catch Sherry as she falls from the chopper's height. We're back on the street and are told to avoid accelerating again to make weaving through the vehicles and any other obstructions much easier. The chopper will fire a missile that causes a massive tanker truck to block the street, and we must prepare for a QuickTime event where we need to press reload in action simultaneously or we will meet an instant fate. The result of hitting the event has Jake perform a quick 180 turn, allowing Sherry to face the tanker and shoot it out of the way for us. We accelerate down the street specifically until we're ahead of the biker gang in front of us to allow Sherry to dispose of them. But once more burning vehicles arise, we're told to lay off the accelerator again. At the end of this street, we steer left in order to hit a ramp and jump into a building corridor. The helicopter will eventually settle right ahead of us, but we prepare to press the action button at the right time to escape yet another instant death. We land back on the highway, but we're told there is so much debris on here, accelerating would remain unwise, so we continue to carefully steer around the burning vehicles at a normal speed. Once the debris starts to clear, we're given the go-ahead to start revving the engine again, and another Yavo biker group takes us over. We pretty much just need to continue to steer clear of their firebombs until the helicopter decides to open fire on a car carrier vehicle. This causes some flaming vehicles to follow our way, and we're told to simply head far right to avoid the first two, and then the far left for any remaining ones. The carrier crashes ahead and the game turns into GTA all of a sudden because we're using it as a ramp. Jerry gets a quick portion here as well. So before moving on, we need to change clothes really quick and do a little rewind. We're told Jake will handle all the driving when we're playing as Sherry, and our job is to essentially handle the shooting. Firing controls are standard for the game and ammo is infinite for the segment, even with no reloading needed. We can press down on the right stick to switch our view of the motorcycle, and also hold the action button to give Loverboy's chest a squeeze. During the first leg of our motorcycle tenure, we're told we can do little about the chopper and its firing, but we can still attempt to fire at the pilot in his cockpit in the hopes of throwing off his aim and preventing some damage from machine gun fire. After we jump and land in the city, we sit tight as Jake drives through the city and makes another jump. This is where the rocket launcher Yavo is camped out at, and from Sherry's perspective, time will slow, allowing us to aim at an explosive barrel on a nearby scaffolding before the rocket is fired. Or it's an instant death. Jake zooms through an alleyway and turns onto a main street, giving us a bit more of a purpose as Yavo bikers fall in behind us. We're told to allow them to get a little closer for easier aiming and then hit them in the chest with 3-round bursts before they can fully catch up. Shooting several bursts can cause the bikes to explode, which we're told can be useful when the bikers become closer together. Otherwise, we keep center mass as our point of aim. We take the scaffolding a ride and jump through an explosion before getting knocked right off the bike and into the chopper's arms. As Sherry, we must tap reload repeatedly to maintain our grip on the helicopter skids while Jake gets turned around and eventually rides below us for the save. Fast forward to the oil tanker and Jake is executing his epic slide under into a 180, putting us in position to shoot. But first, we must look to the left and shoot the serpent emblem above the sign, as this is the only opportunity to grab it. We then quickly aim at the leaking red tank and shoot it to get the vehicle out of our way. Jake gets rolling again and another biker crew shows up behind us. We're told to quickly shoot at their tanks and blow them up as a group before Jake can take to the next alleyway. We're back on the highway with all the extra debris now, and we must simply shoot the biker behind us. We're told to prioritize the closer enemies first and continue to switch sides to shoot enemies as needed. Alright, now back to the present. From here on, when it comes to Chapter 4 at least, go ahead and plan on seeing a lot of familiar scenes. Turns out, Chapter 4 has a lot of overlap from the first 2 campaigns. Fortunately, that makes covering them a bit easier and more importantly at this point, quicker. We crashed into the Poison Wine Courtyard's lower area, surrounded by tall buildings and the attack helicopter settling on us overhead. Chris Redfield and his boys are also on the scene as we know, though they'll be managing everything that happens up top. The chopper will be our main concern here, but enemies also cover the ground over time. We're told not to linger basically at all to avoid the overhead machine gun fire by moving around the area while simultaneously staying near the concrete barriers. Also, the guide mentioned shooting the chopper at this point is pointless, so we don't even bother. At points the chopper isn't firing, and we approach Yavo, we're instructed to defend ourselves with a quick shot from anything stronger than our basic handgun. We're then told to follow up with a roundhouse kick or some sort of melee, but must not stay near the spot where we perform these melee attacks for long. We'll start taking hits from the chopper if we do. We continue circling the area in this fashion and quick shot several waves of Yavo or watch the chopper commit friendly fire. Eventually, the grasshoppers and several more Yavo will flood the upper area where Chris and the BSAA will manage. That doesn't exclude us though, because the grasshoppers can drop into the courtyard proper, and we must defeat them and also help with the ones that attach themselves to the hovering helicopter. The enemies become marked similar to Chris and Piers' adventure here, and we simply stop and snipe at the enemies when the chopper isn't firing directly at us. Once the only 2 enemies left are the grassy boys on the wings, we take aim with our sniper rifle and maneuver ourselves to a position that we can take them out in order to complete the segment from a new perspective. The attack chopper will finally fly off, and we head towards the exit marker. We smash a crate near the raised emergency ladder for an item, and then turn left to head to the far side. Here, we swing across a pole and turn right to climb a ladder up to another level. On the other side of this platform, we can kick down the emergency platform to allow our partner to climb up. Then, we approach the door and initiate a partner action to enter it. In the next room, we follow the corridor to the next courtyard, turn left, and drop from the ledge. There's a massive group of grasshoppers strolling through the area that we must defeat before climbing any nearby ladder to start the proper fight with enemy attack chopper L. As Jake, we'll have access to many more upper areas of this courtyard, and he will definitely be the main player here. We need to watch the chopper's red indicator and climb to the side it seems to be closest to. We smash any item crates we find on the way up, as there's quite a few and they can drop some helpful items like chess pieces, you know. At the highest level, we equip our bear commander and switch to the grenade launcher mode, carefully watching the chopper as it fights Chris and the boys on the upper level. Eventually, and fairly often, it will fly into clear range, and we can sneak a few shots of our own into it before quickly reloading. We're told to stay on the rooftop the chopper hovers closest to, as Jake, as Sherry cannot reach this level. Occasionally, the chopper will swing into a wide circle around the area and swoop back in from the opposite side. When it does this, Yavo will rappel from a rope, but it grants a great and unfathomably difficult, by the strategies from the guide combined with the chopper's AI, opportunity. We're told to fire a grenade at the cockpit as it swings in, if we're even lucky enough to be on the right side. We're then told to fire a blast at the enemies to knock them off the rope and hope for the best. Hopefully, the rope will be somewhat clear, a lot faster for you than it was for me, because if it is, we can press the action button to interact with it and grab the rope, flying off with the chopper. We must tap reload repeatedly to climb the rope up to the cockpit, and once at the top, we can put our pistol to the pilot's head through the cockpit glass. We then press fire when the button icon appears and receive a hard-earned achievement. This is the only way by the guide, by the way. It's cool and all, but man, it's tedious as shit. After the battles, we follow the corridor out to an alley and turn right in order to smash a crate for an item. Then, we turn around and proceed down the alley before hopping over a traffic barricade and continuing forward. We find a cluster of barrels to our left, and just beyond that is a niche full of more crates for us to smash. This is called Reward Alley by the guide, and I'm sure you can kind of see why. Another pair of crates lies on the other side of the alley, and after searching behind the truck opposite of them, we find 3 more crates. We hop over another traffic barricade and turn left to find a box in a corner niche that contains 2,000 skill points for us. We continue down the alley, smashing 2 crates on the left on the way, and then search for an item box tucked behind a dumpster opposite the crates. This one contains 5,000 skill points, and just after the truck are 2 more item crates to smash. From here, on the side of the alley opposite the 2 crates, a serpent emblem rests on the windshield of a parked car with its lights left on. After shooting the emblem, we head into the next alley and hop another traffic barricade. Then we smash 2 crates on the right and continue around the corner. Then, the next door we come across is opened by initiating a partner action. The Yavo marching down the street will notice us pretty much immediately and begin firing at us. We're told to confine this battle to the narrow entryway to avoid being surrounded. We're told it's normal for one of these enemies to turn into a chrysalid and thereafter a strelet, so we prepare a flash grenade in order to blind it before approaching with melee attacks, applying a finishing move when prompted. We pick up the green herb from the boxes on the right and smash to the left, and behind the boxes for some more items. We equip our sniper rifle and fire at the Yavo guards standing at the end of the street. Several of the Yavo will mutate into strelets, and we're told to gun them down with the 909 or newly obtained bear commander when they run down the street to attack at a closer range. On the right side of the street, we find a ladder on the side of a newsstand that we're told to, and then climb a sign above the newsstand to locate an area with a couple of crates that can be smashed for items. We drop from the platform and back to the street in order to move further down and cross over to the center, revealing some more item crates and a box of 7.62mm ammo. Near the ammo box is another series of ladders. The way forward is actually locked, and as Jake, we must climb up to reach a horizontal pole that will allow us to cross a gap into the alleyway. We drop down behind the exit door and press action to unbolt it, allowing Sherry to join us. Just about immediately after that, all those chrysalids we made earlier start to hatch and the strelets come running in. But we're told there's no need to stick around. So we move to the exit door quickly and smash 2 item crates to the left for items, and then very smoothly, with absolutely 0 issues from the strelets or Sherry's AI, open the door with a partner action. The next small square is jam-packed with dead bodies, and we're told to avoid them, so our character doesn't trip over them. We continue to avoid them as a large squad of Yavo enter from the other side of the area, and we're told to toss a flash grenade to stun them before they fan out. We then quickly dash into the midst of them, place a remote bomb, run away, and detonate it to take most of them out instantly. We're given an option if we don't have those kind of supplies to just climb the ladder on the newsstand to the side of the area and shoot the enemies from above. There will be a second wave, either when most of the first wave is dead, or patiently waiting for us in the next alleyway. We kick open the exit, smash 2 item crates around the corner to the left, and open the next door with partner action. We then head up several flights of stairs, and at the top of the 4th flight on our left is a box in a niche that contains 4,000 skill points. We continue up the stairs to the top of the building and smash the item crate on the left for its drops. The shotgun is conveniently sitting in an open locker just behind the crate we smashed, so we collect it. We climb onto the small platform hanging off the side of the building and jump across. Structure collapses, and we find ourselves on the street once again. Since we're playing as Jake, Barry will navigate the upper level and provide some cover fire for us from there. After falling, we turn around and make a line for the parked taxi. We turn right and spot a serpent emblem mounted on a newsstand in the corner and are told to quickly shoot it since enemies are heading our way. As aforementioned, a Yavo squad immediately zones in on where we fell, and several of them will mutate into strelets. We're told not to hesitate to use our new shotgun against them for some faster kills, but we specifically are told we shouldn't waste all our grenades on these strelets, because we'll be needing them soon. We quickly make our way down the street by moving from cover to cover and sliding over platforms as necessary. We can find a box of 7.62mm ammo on a newsstand on the left side of the street and can smash a couple crates hiding in a niche created by some tall boxes further up on the right side. We continue along the long line of newsstands and tall boxes and proceed to shoot between them to hit the Yavo armed with heavy machine guns at the end of the street. The more item crates lay against the wall to the right as well. Some of the gunners can possibly mutate into strelets, but luckily our partner Sherry can drop back down to the street and give us a hand with them. We go through the exit door, opened by Sherry on the left side of the street, and follow the short alley as it turns twice, smashing some item crates at the second corner and leads back toward the main street. Then, we climb the ladder at the end. At the top of the ladder, we can look down into the street and spot another serpent emblem to the right for us to shoot before moving on. We proceed down the scaffolding by hopping the support bars and drop over the end before turning around and smashing 3 item crates in the corner. We open the exit door with partner action and step into the next street area. We turn left and smash some item crates in the far corner, then head toward the other end of the street. Ubistvo enters the scene, and we're in yet another prolonged boss fight. This guy just reminds me of like a hammerhead shark chainsaw man. We're told to avoid the back corners of the area since they're now engulfed in flames. The monster is very slow to advance and can pretty clearly slice one of us in half if it happens to get too close. If attacked, we must press the button displayed on screen quickly to break free or otherwise face the consequences of instant death. We're told to back away from Ubispo and shoot it in the head, even with the 909 if we have to, depending on our ammo count. We're told to watch out for it to stagger and flail wildly. These are tactics designed to throw us off and allow the Ubispo to draw us in close, fast. Ubispo also has a chance to leap across the entire area to attack, so we're told not to shoot it too many times from one place. We can climb either ladder up to the top of the structure for some breathing room if need be, and also to shoot from above. Eventually, Ubispo will jump to the upper level with us, so we jump down immediately. We continue shooting the chainsaw maniac in the face and chest until it staggers for real this time. We can then approach and perform a melee attacks to speed up the animation and instantly back away again. The monster can stagger badly, and Sherry will give a shout saying, "Now's our chance!" prompting us to run up to Ubispo and perform a special melee attack where Jake rips the metal rod out of the creature and generously relocates it through its chest. Then Sherry will approach the creature and finish it off with her stun rod. Ubispo drops 4,000 skill points for us to collect. Once the creature is down, we proceed into the corridor between the burning wreckage and the corner. An airplane crashes and life feels like Groundhog Day as we continue down the corridor. We follow the corner to the right and smash 5 item crates for a nice restock after our battle. We open the double doors opposite the crates with a partner action to enter a familiar scene. Here we are again! We just watched a suspiciously familiar plane crash and now Leon and Helena are making their cameo. As we all know, there are some usual RE snarky comments and happy reunions before our main antagonist, the Ustanak, brings himself back into the scene like he never left. But we have the ultimate professional, bar to none, Leon Sexy Kennedy with us, so surely we can finish him off for good this time. Right? Even though the battle has already been fought, the guide tells us it will humbly repeat the strategies for us since we're playing as a different team. The Ustanak has come equipped with a giant cage on its back, this time designed for capturing the ever so elusive Jake Muller-Wesker. We're told if Jake is captured, we need to rotate the left stick and then press the proper on-screen buttons in order to escape from our confinement. There's no real consequences for failing, as Ustanak will just give you another opportunity and also never run off with you to end the game like a zealot with Ashley Graham. Any other character that gets grabbed will just suffer some minor damages and be forced to rotate the left stick to escape getting hooked. Like in Leon and Helena's scenario, if a partner is grabbed, we can run up to Ustanak and use partner action to save them, unlocking the Lifesaver achievement if we hadn't collected it already. The only other attack that almost NPC Ustanak uses in this fight is its Savage Shoulder Charge, which we're told is an attack to avoid, especially as Jake, since we will take heavy damage and also be knocked to the ground, making us prime pickings for a trip in the cage on its back. We're told one of the keys to avoiding capture is keeping ourselves off the ground. So, at the start of the battle, we turn left and climb the ladder mounted on the shipping container before shooting Ustanak repeatedly in the head with either the Elephant Killer or 40mm explosive rounds. We're told if the Ustanak hops up on our level with us, we should simply hop down below and shoot him from there until it joins us on the ground level once again. Which, you guessed it, is our trigger to head back up to the top and continue the same game of cat and mouse until the first phase of the fight ends. But we can't forget about the bins of propane tank on the top of the shipping containers. We can move behind these and press action to push them over the side, causing them to spill all over the ground floor. We harness our inner matador and lure Ustanak near these so we can shoot them with the 909 specifically and engulf the beast in an explosion. There's another cargo container a few feet opposite the initial one we climbed a ladder on with a forklift by it that has a suspicious red button we can press. This raises the pallets up to the next level, where we find several item crates to smash, as well as 2 more bins of propane tanks we can push over the side to give Ustanak the same aforementioned treatment. Finally, after taking enough damage, the Ustanak will stomp off like a child, not getting his way, and we can stop wasting our ammo on him from there. We're heavily guided to a wall in the back of the room where we can press partner action to hoist Sherry up and start another familiar scene. The Ustanak returns once again and separates Leon and Sherry from Jake and Helena, as we know, and also has a shotgun arm now, I guess, that it can fire from a distance. We're told to take cover behind the cargo containers and return fire and shoot any remaining nearby to the monster propane tanks. While Jake fights the good fight, we must transition to Sherry and work on getting back into the game with Leon. First, we smash the item crates in the enclosed area and then head to the back of the stagnant bus. We use partner action to initiate tapping reload to open the engine hatch and Leon figuring out he can fix it. We then head up the side of the bus and use partner action on the door, then pressing reload before the timer expires to start the engine and automatically propel the bus forward through the wall we came over. This opens the area in the back of the arena as well and allows us access to another forklift that can be used to reach 4 more bins of propane tanks. We're told to knock all these over and use them against Ustanak. After some more damage, Ustanak dips away and swaps out to his claw arm, immediately going back to attempting to capture Jake once back on the ground. We're told as Jake, we need to continue to stay on the ground level as much as possible and to continue to use as many propane tanks we can find, as well as shoot the Ustanak in the head until the battle is over. You guys know already, the Usnac gets crushed by a giant tower like Final Destination 3, and the two separate pairs are separated in a nostalgic way similar to Leon and Claire in Resident Evil 2. Once we regain control, we turn away from the fiery walls and head into the small courtyard on the right. We smash 3 item crates in this area for a restock, then drop in the hole in the ground. We head down the corridor and open the first door on our right, which holds some more item crates to smash, or continuing to the end of the corridor. At the end, we break another crate and then open up the door, smash yet even more item crates. We grab a green herb off the workbench and then use partner action to open the double doors, leading us to the following area. Well, would you look at that? Ubispo returns, and we have to make a run for it again. Fortunately, a mysterious entity has decided to be our guardian angel, allowing us to safely hop on a flatboat. We'll have to pilot the boat while avoiding all kinds of miscellaneous debris in the river in order to reach our rendezvous point with Simmons. As Jake, we automatically take control, and if we're Sherry, we have to turn around and move to the steering wheel before using action to take control. We're instructed to use the left stick to steer the boat as debris enters our path, and that failing to steer the boat will cause a collision and the engine will stop. If this happens, we need to move to the engine, press action, and then press the reload button twice as the timer needle moves into the appropriate areas in the gauge. After a few very tight turns, we reach a probably recently sunken pagoda-style building and jump onto it after moving to the bow of the boat. We continue along the roof, and pretty quickly, Ubispo returns once again. The Ubispo can only manage to stagger back and forth, following us around and, attempting to saw us in half. We're told the best tactic to employ here is the use of remote bombs. We place a bomb in the Ubispo's path, move away, and detonate them as it walks into them. We use this tactic in hopes the bombs will also help clear out the ways of additional Yavo that drop onto the battlefield. The blast will cause Ubispo to stagger if done right, allowing us to dash forward towards it and perform a follow-up melee attack. According to the guide, roughly 3 remote bombs should be enough to defeat the monster outright, but if I remember correctly, it took us 4 or 5. But I digress. It is a solid and simple to execute strategy for once. We're told if we run out of remote bombs or just straight up don't have any, we need to equip our most powerful weapons such as the Elephant Killer, Bear Commander with explosive rounds, or the shotgun. We can use these to blast the beast until it staggers and hit it with the same follow-up melee. Either way, we repeat the tactics until the Ubispo is knocked into the water by a falling signboard. With our path clear of Ubispo once again, we move to the far end of the roof and run down the signboard, which now acts as a ramp. Once the camera swings out of view, we spy another boat floating conveniently in our direction and head to the ledge to press action to jump onto it. We approach the engine and press action to start it up. We then must press reload at the proper time as the needle moves into the green portion of the gauge. We're told to take our time and press the button just as the needle enters the proper areas. We grab the reins and put on our pirate hat as we rotate the left stick to turn the boat. Since Ubispo is back, of course, and is sawing down smokestacks trying to block our path, we come across a pile of beams swinging nonchalantly across the boat's path, and we're told to allow the stack to swing across the boat twice before dashing up during the third swing to get past it. Otherwise, it'll just knock us over and do some damage. Our boat hits some rough waters and collides with a destroyed bridge, allowing Ubispo to raid our deck. We're told the tactics for fighting Ubispo remain the same. A plethora of remote bombs or bullets from our strongest weapons until the Ubispo is knocked off the boat by our overwhelming pirate power. We continue to float towards the dock and Jake will disembark. But of course, Ubispo returns once more, and Sherry becomes trapped on the boat with it. As Jake, we're told to fire on the creature from our position until a mysterious woman swoops in and rescues Sherry with extreme ease and Spider-Man powers. As Sherry, we're told to shoot Ubispo with our triple shot handgun until the friendly neighborhood savior swoops in and carries us across. The Ubispo finally meets a definitive fate in front of our very eyes, and we can breathe a legitimate sigh of relief for once. We climb the ladder on the dock and follow the ledge to the right, then follow our left at the far corner and open the door we come across with partner action. We enter a scene we've already seen, with Sherry interrogating her boss, Derek Simmons, about whether he was truly the man behind all this. He was. There's some more classic Resident Evil wit that we've already seen and actiony slow motion scenes before Derek Simmons performs his fall to the train and Leon and Sherry's group go their separate ways once again. This time, we get to see Jake and Sherry run off on their own and pretty much immediately run into a large band of Yavo. Sherry gets pinned to a column by some Yavo, separating the power couple and causing Jake to go on a bit of a superhuman rampage before seeing Sherry slowly get dragged away. Literally, it's slightly slow motion. Anyways, Jake gets overwhelmed as well and calls out to Sherry in slow motion before the screen fades to black and Chapter 4 ends. We awaken from our unconsciousness to once again being held captive. We're in a secret underground lab now owned by Neo Umbrella, which may seem a bit familiar from past campaigns. After a few moments, we're magically released. We have to escape from the facility and link up with Chris and his BSAA team who have came to save us since Jake's veins and the bloods flowing through them must be protected and used to potentially cure the virus spread through China. Guess what? Rask is back again! Just like the previous campaigns, we get a quick rundown of how to deal with them and what they are. If we get grabbed, we must rotate the left stick to break free, and we're reminded shooting them often makes things worse, as they will just split into multiple pieces, creating more enemies. This includes the blasted off hands of the Rascaplange. Once again, the best way to deal with them overall is just to steer clear. We're told we can lure the Rask to the other side of the room we're working in, and then dash to the other side we need to be until it catches up and we have to deal with it again. If they get too close, we need to switch to hand-to-hand combat or Sherry's stun rod. But even then, we're told to use these methods sparingly, as they can still separate the Rask. Of course, the AI won't be as understanding of our strategies, but we can only monitor the situation and use remote bombs for quick suppression as necessary, since flash grenades are useless against the creatures. Our first task from this chapter will actually come from Sherry. We need to move to the window left of the door and press action to spot our gear from afar. Why do the bad guys always leave your stuff so right in front of you? Anyways, from there, we move under the indicated ledge and initiate a partner action to allow Jake to boost us up into the vent. We crawl through, pressing action twice to move with some more haste. At the end, a Rask rears its ugly mug, but we're told to just keep on crawling until we fall through a weak panel below us. Once on our feet, we quickly move to the bench against the wall and reclaim our items. We then avoid the Rask, moving to our cell and shooting the circular pressure pad on the right side of the door, below the red light. This frees Jake from his confinement as well. Back as Jake, the game requires us to engage this Rask along with Sherry until the torso separates at the minimum. Once done, the light on the exit door turns green, indicating we can leave, but first, we grab 2 boxes of 9mm ammo on the same bench our gear was located, and then step back inside our cell. We can aim at the ledge above where Jake hoisted up Sherry and to the right. We will easily spot our first serpent emblem of this chapter in the corner. Then, we head to the left side of the door and initiate a partner action to exit the room. Even though we escaped the last room, the Rask will still follow us through the vent system no matter where we go. We quickly dash down the long corridor and examine the marked control console inside the elevator. Turns out, the power has been rerouted to an incubation chamber and we must switch it back on again. We exit the elevator and move to the red lever on the left side. The one on the right is reserved for Sherry. We press partner action to pull the levers simultaneously. We're told that the Rask will typically enter around this time, but we should just ignore it and turn around to the door behind us, performing a partner action on some red levers under the same stipulations as the previous one. We enter the interior shaft automatically, and once we get control, we dash to the edge and press action to jump onto the moving platform. We're told while doing so to note that we just left room B. The elevator will take us to room E so we can jump into it. We're told to lead the Rask to the far side of the central consoles and then dash back to the control on either side of the door we jump through. We press action to pull the levers simultaneously and the elevator shaft will now rotate as it descends, and specifically to the door to room C. The door in our room is still shut, so we'll have to find another way to the elevator. From the door, we turn right and run back to the corner of the room. Then, we enter the corridor and dash to the next area, which is room F. We follow the corners to the T intersection and move to the left into the small area with some control panels. In here is a box of 12-gauge shells resting on the nearest console. We're told if a pesky Rask hand follows us into here, we can press fire to toss it into the nearby incinerator for the Saw 2 special. We head back to the T intersection and follow the other passage before moving into the small room to the immediate right. We can pick up a box of 9mm ammo on the bench and then move down the connecting wall to smash the glass on the second refrigerator for a green herb. Also, in pretty clear vision here, is another serpent emblem in the central refrigerator. We shoot through the glass to collect it officially. Next, we jump off the platform at room C and quickly run around the dividing wall to the right. Sherry must go left. This room is a nightmare, by the way. We move to the lever at the console and press partner action to pull them together. I promise you, this will not go smoothly. This activates another lift on a higher up platform. A remote bomb rests on the consoles to Jake's left, and we can also head to Sherry's side to collect a box of 9mm ammo. A note for this room is that if we have a Rask can approach us, we can press fire to throw it in the meat grinder for some local ground beef. We're told to just get away from the Rask in the room and run back to the doorway to jump on the moving platform once again. We ride the platform to room D, which took me an embarrassingly long amount of time to figure out how to reach. Jake can use the horizontal bar to reach it, and we can collect some items once we're in. We smash 2 item crates on the left and then slide across the table to the refrigerator at the back. Here we can break in the glass for some 500 Magnum ammo, and then move to the table on the right in order to open up a briefcase holding 5,000 skill points. We return to the doorway and wait for the upper lift platform, which has a blue light, to descend down and allow us to jump on it. Once again, embarrassing amount of time. We ride it up and jump to room G. Then, we turn left and search the nearest console for some 12-gauge shells. We enter the hallway in the back corner of the room to enter the next room. We pick up some 9mm ammo on the console directly in front of us, and then turn left to run to the lever near the window. Sherry finds her way to the other side on her own for now, and we use partner action to pull both levers, activating the elevator all the way back in room B. Of course, we need to give Sherry some love, so as her, we must continue up the elevator after Jake jumps off on his own to room D. We ride to room I, and jump off, smashing 2 item crates on the left before turning the other direction and through the corridor into the next room. We smash the 2 item crates at the first corner and head over to the red lever by the window. Jake will join us eventually, and we can pull the levers, then aid him in shooting the Rask into the electrical beams. So anyways, a Rask enters the room, and we must shoot it into the electrical beams that bisects this room by vigorously shooting it. We're told to move away from the beams to the far side of the room and utilize our 909 to shoot it from a distance until it falls into the electricity. The Rask arm will break off onto one of the levers, creating a power surge and causing the electrical beams to go out. Once they're out, we move to Sherry's side of the room and smash the 2 item crates around the corner to the right. We head into the corridor beyond and continue to dash into the next room, which is room I. Head to the far side of room I to smash 2 more item crates and then go left to the red lever near the window in order to press action to pull it. This will lower a crane arm outside and stop the malfunctioning lift platform long enough for us to jump back on it. The Rask hops onto the platform with us, and we must shoot it repeatedly until all the parts of the beast are suppressed, and then we pick up any items dropped. The lift will break free from the crane and plummet. We're dropped to the lower platform and must rotate the left stick rapidly to climb onto said platform. We must now crawl through a shrinking space by pressing action repeatedly, specifically by tapping our index finger on it, which makes Jake crawl across to room B as quickly as possible. We turn around and enter room B, and then move to the elevator console, pressing the action button to move on to the next area.
Looks like you guys saved the day again, huh? I can see your father in you.
It's time for us to meet up with Chris and Piers in the large silo surrounding the massive chrysalid cocoon reminiscent of the Great Mighty Pooh. After the scene, we turn around and head to the center control panel where we approach the button on the left side and press it, activating 2 platforms in the area. Chris and Piers will head for one while we move to the other, and of course, just like the previous campaign, we have the option of swapping partners for a different dialogue experience. We move to one of the levers on our side and press partner action to activate the platform. As we rise, Neo Umbrella soldiers will flood Chris and Piers. But we're told to save our bullets for now since they're coming for us next. We're told to switch to the shotgun to assist in the close encounters and to also use melee attacks between blasts to help keep our platform clear. Our platform will also pass open doorways with Neo Umbrella soldiers firing from them. We're told to switch to the 909 or triple shot to take out these enemies swiftly with the quick shot function. Apparently, it's because it improves our aim. Snipers may take up position in the doorways as well, but we must watch vigilantly for laser sights, and then equip our own sniper rifle to shoot those enemies before they take us out. That's it. That's the section. The pair of duos go their separate ways, and we prepare for the final battle. We find ourselves in a long corridor with lots of item crates, a telltale sign of what's to come. We dash through the corridor and slide into the crates in order to stock up on some items. We then follow the corridor to the end and press partner action to proceed. We enter the beautiful magma-filled chamber and drop to the level below. As you can imagine, the Ustanak will be our final battle. Jerry points out it's dangerous, and the guide points out it's useless to start the fight on the suspended gantries we stand on. We back away from the Nemesis wannabe and turn to our right, dashing all the way to the end of the longer gantry. We press action to jump from the end to the level below and proceed to navigate the zigzagging gantry quickly. We move to the cargo container, blocking the drop point, press partner action to push it off the platform as a team, and then drop to the level below. Ustanak follows, and now the real battle begins. The Ustanak will swing its new flail arm, sending the ball exactly in our direction. We're told to avoid this attack by using the ready/aim and then action to duck below the ball. We have to time the duck for when Ustanak swings the ball forward to effectively dodge it. Another way to dodge is by jumping backwards with the same ready/aim action, but while holding the left stick backwards. In this way, we can fire from the ground until we need to prepare for the monster's next swing. We're then told to focus on the massive amount of item crates around the arena to gather the items, primarily 9mm ammo. A note we should make here is in the back right corner of the gantry arena, behind 2 positioned item crates, lies a serpent emblem on a column above the magma that we're told to shoot with our 909 and then quickly return to battle immediately. After inflicting some significant damage to Ustanak, it will smash the gantry apart with its flail arm and drop everyone onto a hot platform on the magma surface. Ustanak will continue to swing and charge across the platform at us. Once the flail hits the platform, it will create a small magma pool that remains for a few moments before cooling off. We must avoid that, but once cooled, items will appear where the magma pool once was, which we can claim as we fight. We can also cool off the magma pools more quickly by staying near them and baiting Ustanak to throw his flail into a nearby spot, causing the previous pool to vanish faster. We continue running and ducking to avoid the Ustanak's onslaught of attacks and proceed to throw everything we have at him. We're told we don't need to conserve any ammo after this point in the game, so we fire off all our elephant killer, sniper rifle, and shotgun shells as necessary. We're also told to pound it with any remaining 40mm rounds as well. When it aims at Sherry instead of us, we're told to plant remote bombs next to it, then run away and detonate them. We keep hitting Ustanak with everything we've got until it staggers badly. When playing as Sherry, this is our cue to approach quickly and initiate a partner action. We'll leap on the monster's back and Jake will attack from the front. As Jake, we'll see Sherry make the jump and must approach it to initiate a partner action, allowing us to seize it by the arm and press action rapidly to tear off its arm flail. We fall into a short gantry section with the Ustanak and are completely disarmed, leaving us with nothing but good old 1 and 2 to finish the job. We move in close to Ustanak and wait until it raises an arm to attack. We then deliver a punch combo or palm strike to knock it off balance. If we aren't close enough or fail to attack in time, we can press reload in action when prompted to sidestep the Usanak's attack. We're told to only perform a palm strike when Usanak is staggering badly. Otherwise, we'll run out of stamina for when we actually need it. Even though our gauge isn't currently on screen, it's still active. We're told patience is the most important tactic to employ here, and not to throw punches or palm strikes in any sort of panic. We wait, dodge attacks, and search for opportunities to strike based on its own misses. After we inflict enough damage, the action button will display on screen, allowing us to press it and finish off Usanak. But first, what was Sherry doing again? She has to travel her own route while Jake is in a fight club. We climb up the ladder, dash around to the far side, and examine the control lever on the machinery positioned just above the fight. This controls a, and I shit you not, shipping container launching device that we will be using to assist Jake. We tilt the left stick to either side to rotate to the desired track, which is the one the most in line with Usanak. We press the reload button to launch the Connex, and if aimed properly, will drop right into Usanak's side. This weakens the monster and makes Jake's fight easier. It takes a few seconds for the launcher to reload, but it will. And we can continue to slam the Usanak until Jake finishes giving him the Dragon Ball Z special. Jake performs an epic slow motion punch using his bloodline, and the Usanak falls into the magma below. It continues to fight for its life before some debris falls from the ceiling and puts it down. Good riddance. After the scene, we run across the gantry and leap to the ladder. We climb it to join Sherry on her level and head to the exit together, performing partner action to open the door. Immediately upon entering the room, we proceed down the corridor and head right. The final serpent emblem of the campaign rests against a gas tank in the right corner. We're unarmed right now, but we must move right up to it and use a melee attack to destroy it. We go down the corridor and to the left in order to open the double sliding doors with partner action. We head onto the high-speed cargo delivery platform and locate the activation levers at the front, pulling them with partner action. The platform takes off at high speeds and sends us to the floor. The Usanak, of course, hops on board for one last bout. We must press fire and release, then ready/aim to move each of our arms to crawl up the platform slowly. Once we get the rhythm, we're told to continue pressing and releasing the buttons one at a time. We must avoid Usanak, or he'll throw us off the platform for an instant death, and if he gets close, we have one last chance to dodge by pressing reload in action when prompted to roll away at the last second. At the first cargo container, we press partner action to release the locks and send it Usanak's way. This knocks him down and gives us the room, but of course he's still coming. We continue to crawl up the platform by moving our arms until we reach a stack of pipes. We press partner action to release them. The gate won't go down completely, so we mash the action button to fill the gauge before the timer reaches its end. The Usanak will land back on the platform for one last attack, so we continue to crawl, hand over hand, until we reach the Elephant Killer Magnum. Jake and Sherry have an intense romantic moment and aim the killer at the Usanak together, pulling the trigger and sending it to him into the flames once and for all. The bullet pierces Usanak's heart and sends him off the platform. Jake and Sherry hang onto the platform as it speeds up, and Jake gives Sherry the "I'm so in love with you" look, and thanks her dearly for saving him. Sherry simply smiles and grabs his hand as they look forward, ending Jake and Sherry's adventure together. I mean, come on, you're telling me they couldn't kiss? After the credits, we cut to a plane with Sherry discussing, in what seems to be a report, how Jake's blood sample was handed to the UN along with 6 whole months worth of research from their confinement. To Sherry, things seem to be finally settling down. However, she continues to peer at a black attaché case in the seat next to her. Turns out the BSAA classified Jake's relationship to old dad, Albert, as top secret because of how traumatizing that would be to global security. Sherry closes her laptop and receives a drink before getting a text from Jake saying he's lowered his asking price by quite a large margin. But like, they totally text, for sure. You know, they're texting, like canonically. Have to. The camera pans to Jake staring up at the plane, and shortly after he starts his cool guy bike and puts on his cool guy sunglasses before hitting the open road and driving off into the title screen. Like every campaign, we receive a dog tag for completing the scenario, and since this is our 3rd completion, it should unlock the final campaign, even though I've had it the whole time. That lovely lady in the red dress, Ada Wong. Jake and Sherry honestly have the most captivating campaign to me. By far the areas, the chapters, and the story feels the most unique. It just feels like it often falls short in its storytelling and like many aspects of the entire game. The enemies just take away so much from the experience. Still, I think it's my favorite of the 4 when combining all the aspects, but I still wouldn't play it again for any kind of fun. Why couldn't they just let them kiss? You know what I mean? Like, what the fuck? Why couldn't they just let them kiss? Just as all the previous campaigns, Ada Wongs will have us playing on the normal difficulty in a single-player, offline setting, allowing us to use strategies pertaining to Ada and her unique abilities. We start off in the deep sea of the Northern Atlantic on June 27th, 2013, or at least we will be in a moment. Ada's on the run from some pursuing enemies when she stumbles into a curious study with a mysterious blue cube that just might lead to Magrathea. The very familiar face of Derek Simmons populates on the cube, and he invites us to investigate a research submarine. Sometime later, we enter the submarine using some high-tech diving gear, and we start our search for whatever secrets Simmons is hiding that also inevitably involve us. Now in control of the super spy, we walk forward and unlock the first door by pressing action and subsequently pressing action again. We're told not to throw any doors open in this section to maintain our stealth factor. Now that we're in the mindset of Corvo, we continue to walk forward through the corridor until we see a Neo Umbrella Yavo in the path. We're reminded here that the key to this mission is stealth, and we should take out enemies without alerting others. So, we walk behind the Yavo and perform a stealth hit by using a melee attack while its back is turned away from us. We're told to avoid the doorways with the glaring yellow beams, as they will set off an alarm that sends waves of enemies towards us if we touch them. We ignore the path to the left for that reason and search for another way around, which has us walking forward into a room with a small opening on the left. We head to the opening and press action to crawl through it, or we can also slide by it by dashing with action and then pressing aim to slide through. We continue beyond the laser door and down the hallway to the next corner. We enter into a cover status until we can see down the following hallway. A Yavo is patrolling, so we wait for the guard to come near and use a melee attack to instantly take it down from cover once it gets close enough. We must be careful not to peek too far, because the enemies actually will be able to see our little heads poked out. We continue walking forward until we encounter another area with the yellow laser door. We take a left and enter into the sleeping area and are told this is another area we can either choose to crawl through or slide through, and then immediately told not to slide under this one because a Yavo is waiting on the other side. We crawl under the opening and walk behind the Yavo, performing a stealth hit to take it out of the way. Immediately after taking this Yavo down, we go near the door and enter into a cover status. We look down the hallway to the left to spot another patrolling Yavo. This time, it won't come close enough for us to take it out from a covered position, so we must wait for it to get close and turn around before running after it and hitting it with a melee attack from behind. We continue along the path cautiously because we anticipate another laser door with a Yavo behind it. We're told to use this opportunity to practice our crossbow aim. We steady the crossbow and wait for the Yavo to pause its movements before hitting it with a headshot. For the most part, the crossbow is pretty easy to control, especially at close range. At longer ranges, you just have to consider the drop of the bolts a little bit more. Before the laser-covered door is another room to the right that holds a Yavo. According to the guide, this enemy won't set off any alarms, but that's still not a good enough reason to run in guns blazing. This Yavo can mutate into a Glava Sluz, which is just a version of Spider-Man that shoots webs out of his head instead of his hands, and also sounds like something off of Rick and Morty's Interdimensional Cable. To avoid this mutation, we're told to seek cover, then aim and shoot the enemy's head with the crossbow. If we miss, it will automatically mutate, and we're told to allow it to finish before aiming at the body of the Yavo with the crossbow to pin it to the wall. Then, we can run up and finish it with a melee attack. We get a bit of a rundown about these enemies from the guide after this, and are told that they are fairly easy to control when they're alone, and that their power comes in numbers. Their webs can cause us to freeze in place and allow surrounding Yavo to call us free game, so we're told to focus on them in groups of enemies for now. After defeating the previous Yavo, we walk beyond the fence and enter the crawl space by pressing action. We crawl around the winding duct until we emerge from the other end and use melee attacks to destroy a crate. Then, we head to the end of the hall and turn around before jumping down to the open hatch by pressing action. We walk down the next hallway and lay claim to another item crate before heading to the end of the area in order to use Ada's grapple hook with the action button. We climb to the upper level of the submarine and continue to the doorway. From here, we take cover and observe a Yavo patrolling the hallway. We wait for the usual turnaround maneuver and then charge at it for the stealth hit from behind. We then walk to the end of the hall and enter cover again to see another Yavo patrolling some stairs. This time, we wait for it to get close and show the melee prompter from cover in order to pull it towards us and defeat it in style. Up ahead is the guide's quoted first real fight of the chapter. So we continue to the end of the hall and take cover once again. This time, there are 3 Neo Umbrella agents in front of us, so stealth hits aren't in the options. We're told not to worry about an alarm this time and to prepare our crossbow to take out a single enemy with a headshot to help even the odds. We're told we can also use a grenade here to take out more than one if we have that kind of firepower. From there, we're told to just conserve as much ammo as possible and just get the job done like a true spy. After taking out the trio, we break the item crate at the top of the stairs and descend down the staircase. We continue down the hallway, moving around crates and climbing another set of stairs before, you guessed it, continuing down another hallway. We turn left and walk down another hallway. Here, we can see a Yavo through a window along with some additional foes stomping through the halls. This room is a bit troubling and hard to understand, to be honest, and by the end of it, you'll probably hate the word partition as much as I do. We're told to walk near the boxes in order to remain concealed, and also press action to crouch and enter cover. We hold the button and walk to the end of the boxes, but we don't exit just yet. Once both enemies in the hallway start walking away, we quickly run past the hall towards the breakable crates and enter cover again. From here, we can observe a lone Yavo in a room. We're told to either silently take it out with a crossbow or wait for it to turn around and allow us to run to the wall between the 2 windows. We wait for the Yavo patrol to turn around again and jump over one of the partitions, run up, and perform a stealth hit. Once he's defeated, we run back and jump back over the partition in order to destroy the item box we ignored earlier. We jump over the partition again and move to the far side of the room, away from the window that is open to the hallway, and wait for the Yavo to walk past and stop. Then, we aim with the crossbow for the kill. Good luck actually getting that sequence of events to actually even come close to going well though. After taking out the hallway Yavo, we can find a sleeping area with our first serpent emblem of the campaign resting atop a cabinet. We're told we can destroy it with any weapon, but the crossbow is the best here. We continue down the hall and into the room to the left. We smash the item crate at the end of the hall and then immediately turn around and jump down the open hatch. We head forward and crawl through the vents at the end of the room, eventually turning right before hitting a grate we can use action to open. We press action again to jump down to find a much warmer feeling environment. Ada notices a picture and notes that this room was probably decorated by Derek Simmons himself. We walk to the door and examine it by pressing action, only to find that it's locked, and we'll have to solve a puzzle to move forward. To start the puzzle, we head behind the partition and attempt to look through the goggle-like object in the wall. We'll see a picture, but it's blocked by something. We then head back to the other side of the wall, or partition for some folk, and examine the goat head hanging on the wall with action. Chief Irons and Derek Simmons must have the same interior decorator. The horn moves away from the goat's eyes, and we then walk behind the wall in the room in order to examine the object in the middle of the wall. The picture is now seen as it is in a very The Shining-like experience. The animal will change every time we visit the puzzle. It can be a snake, a fish, or an eagle. We're told to move the picture on the console near the door to match the animal that's in the painting. Each console in the room controls a different section of the puzzle, and the first section is controlled by the console to the right of the painting. The second is the console to the left of the painting, and third will be the console across from the second. The final section will be controlled by the console behind the partition. First, we move to the console to the left and examine it with action. We press reload to cycle through the pictures on the console and are told we only need to press it once to get the image we need before pressing action to exit the console. We're given free reins on the puzzle from here and are simply told that when the wall matches the painting, we need to head to the console by the door and press action to activate it, unlocking the door. So, we could almost have said this challenge was impossible because of that, but I guess I'll finish playing RE6 for you. We press action to open the door and walk through, allowing Ada to step on a glowing spot on the ground that activates a ceiling-mounted turret that seems to take out Neo Umbrella Yavo. We walk to the end of the hallway and turn left, then walk to the end of the hall near the glowing panel. We can see an enemy near the end of the hall near another turret, so we're instructed to move into the hall far enough to step on the glowing panel. Then we move back and wait for the turret to do our dirty work for us. We head to the end of the hallway and take a right. We then move to the end of another hallway and take another right, pressing action at the console near the door to open the way forward. We enter the room and grab a green herb on the desk, 2 incendiary grenades from the right of the projector, and a red herb on the left side of the same projector. We press action to activate the projector and Ada gets to learn all about Jake Muller-Wesker. Basically, we get a sneak peek of Simmons' plan to send in Sherry to obtain Jake and essentially eliminate the opportunity of creating an antivirus. After the slideshow is over, an alarm will sound and 3 Yavo begin an attack. We're told if we want to take them out quickly, we can use one of our incendiary grenades in the doorway and then finish off any survivors with melee attacks. We walk out of the room and turn left, then enter the newly opened room on the right. 3 Yavo are waiting for us, and we're told to quickly run out of the room and down the hallway past the ceiling turret. We wait behind the wall and cover and watch as all 3 Yavo mindlessly run into the turret's path. We return to the previous room and break the 2 item boxes, then run beyond the crates. At the end of the hall, 2 more Yavo drop into the room, and we're told to take them out with melee attacks before they can recover from their landing. We press action to jump to the top of the crates and action again to crawl through the ducts above them. After exiting the ducts, we aim and press action to enter cover and avoid a Yavo ambush. Once there's a break in gunfire, we're told to run to the end of the hallway and press action to jump down. We then run to the glowing panel to activate the lovely friend we now have in ceiling turrets. We run towards the breakable boxes to entice the enemies into the path of the turret. Then, we run past them and take a left in order to activate another turret panel. Now that both are active, we run around the area in order to avoid attacks and simply await the moment the turret claims the lives of all our foes. We're told if any enemy gets too close, we can use melee to create some space and then continue dodging. Once most of the Yavo are finished, we wait in cover behind a large crate near the breakable boxes until no more enemies are in sight. We finally smash the item boxes and collect the 9mm ammo located on the crate near them. We then walk around the crates and enter into cover before moving on to the next area on the right. The Yavo controls a mounted turret and begins to fire on us. We use action to crouch and wait until the enemy ceases fire before advancing forward to another set of crates on the opposite side of the hall. We pick up the green herb and wait for the next rain of bullets before jumping over the crates with action and running towards the next set of crates. We step on the ceiling turret activation panel and allow to take out the lead-slinging fiend. We're told to go back and retrieve any item boxes we may have missed and then return to the door near the mounted turret and press action to open the gate. We walk through the doorway and press action to finally move on to the next area. Now, we find ourselves in the submarine reactor sub-area, and the first thing we do is walk past some bunk beds and head upstairs. We press action to unlock the door and a second time to give it an open. After opening the door, we can turn left and walk to the end of the room. From here, we can turn around and stare face to face with the next serpent emblem. This time, we're told specifically to strike it with a melee attack to collect it. We smash the box behind the pillar and then walk to the wall and take a right turn. We destroy another crate at the end of the hall, then walk to the hatch in order to press action to jump down. We walk forward from here and find the lovely assault shotgun to add to our arsenal. We head down the hall and take a right at the T intersection. We're told there's an item box and a spider goo boy to the left, but even the guy says the fight may not be worth the one item box. Next, we take a left and enter cover, seeing a lone Yavo down the hall. We're told to take it out with a crossbow headshot in order to avoid alerting the previous enemy we may have ignored. If we do alert the other foe, we can't forget our one little item box. We walk down the hall again and enter cover at the corner. Is this feeling a little Sisyphus to you guys yet? There's another Yavo tromping through the corridors, so we wait for it to turn around and run up to it to perform a stealth hit. We head to the end of the hall and take a left, then press action to climb the ladder in front of us. We then, shocker, walk to the end of the hall and turn left. We're told to prepare to fight as 3 enemy Yavo are about to come straight at us. We equip the assault shotgun and wait for them, then take them out. I'm serious, that's exactly how the guide describes this altercation. We run to the box on the left side of the room and destroy it before another Yavo attacks us there. We simply wait for it to stop shooting and then take it out, running to another crate on the other side of the room afterwards. 2 more Yavo appear and attack from the gap in the room. If we shoot one of them a couple times, we're told it will lose control and shoot while falling, starting a cinematic where the Yavo hits an explosive canister which damages the vessel and allows water to begin flooding in. We run to the platform at the center of the walkway and press action to employ Ada's back grapple to reach a higher level. We then move to the door, unlock it, and then open it with action. We move through the doorway and then to the right where Yavo appears. This time, we're told to save our ammo and take it out with melee attacks. We destroy the box to the left and turn around before moving to the locked door. We unlock it and open it before moving through the doorway. I'm serious, guys, this part is actually that redundant. We turn left and press action to jump across the gap. Then, we turn right and continue down the catwalk until we reach another spot where Ada can use her trusty Indiana Jones lasso. We jump, but our landing area quickly becomes unstable, so we have to move forward quick. We dash through the area to help us easily bypass some obstacles that we can jump over. We continue to move around the catwalk and over another set of pipes before jumping onto another upper area with action. We head toward the locked door, unlock it, and then open it. We then follow the curved hallway until we reach the end, pressing action to jump away with the grappling hook when we get there. We walk down the hallway and encounter a pair of Yavo, one with a wrist blade like Edward Elric and another with a machine pistol. We're told to use a quick shot and melee combo on the little guy and then move into cover in order to wait for the other Yavo to stop shooting. Once clear, we run towards it and perform melee attacks until it's defeated. We walk through the next doorway and destroy an item crate to the left. We then move to the end of the hallway and press action to utilize our grappling hook once again. The submarine begins to flood and turn on an axis at this point. So as we continue to move forward, we must move quickly in order to avoid falling debris. Before we can reach the end of the hall, we slip and fall on top of a crate. Here, we wait for an action prompt and press the appropriate button in order to roll away to safety. We walk to the end of the hallway and take a right. At the end of the next hall, rushing water floods the interior of the vessel, so from here on we must continuously move in order to not be overtaken by the rushing waters. We press action to ascend using the grappling hook before running to the ladder on the left, then pressing action to climb it. At the top, we run forward and press action to jump across a gap on the left. We then move to the end of the hall and press action to climb another ladder on the right. We run to the gap on the left and use action to cross it before pressing action again to climb yet another ladder. Now, we run to the end of the hall and look to the left where we see a small opening near the ground that we press action to crawl under. We instantly get ambushed by the spider guys and are told to engage them with the ammo box 50 or assault shotgun. After we're clear, we run forward and turn left. Before climbing the immediate ladder in front of us, we see a serpent emblem on the right of it, so we quickly shoot it and continue on. We climb the aforementioned ladder and run down the walkway before jumping down by using action. We then turn right and move to the valve located on the wall. We press action to begin a QuickTime event that has us quickly rotating the left stick in order to turn the valve. Now, we must retrace our steps to the crawl space, walk to the end of the hall, and climb the ladder on the right. Then, we press action to crawl under the pipe, being sure to use action to be able to crawl under the pipe at an even quicker rate. Once we crawl to the end of the area, we can run forward and use our grappling hook once again. We turn around after landing and walk down the grates toward the ladder, pressing action to climb it. At the top, we turn right and then right again before finding another ladder that we can use action to climb. We move around the crates on the ground and dash forward while holding action to jump across the next gap. And you guessed it, climb another ladder. We run forward and press action to climb on top of some crates, then turn right and press action to jump over some additional crates. We run up the stairs and turn right in order to run over some more grates before pressing action to grapple our way to safety. We walk to the end of the next room and press action to jump over the partition. We drop into a room containing a Nesdo, which is the hive mind lady of bugs, if you remember. We're told to fire the ammo box 50 or the assault shotgun whenever we see its flying queen expose itself in order to defeat it. After defeating the Vespiquen, we move forward and jump over another partition. Then we turn around and spot a serpent serpent emblem that we can break with a simple melee attack. We destroy the boxes behind the partition and then jump over it in order to move to the end of the hall. We then take a right and climb up the ladder before climbing yet another ladder also to our right. We then turn right and walk to the glaring hole in the wall. Seems the Kool-Aid Man has visited here lately. Anyways, we press action to crawl through and then press action again to jump down. We land on a platform with a console on it and are told to press action to examine it. We notice there is no power flowing to it, and we must restore it in order to continue on. We must use action to jump off the platform and move to the partition at the end of the hall. We jump over it and walk forward until we jump over another partition. We press action again here in order to jump down to the lower area. Immediately upon landing, we see a pair of Nesdo in front of us. We're told we need to conserve ammo, so we should prepare to run past them. Uniquely, the guide tells us it will be okay to deviate from its strategies if we have to, as it essentially wants us to play Marco Polo with the upcoming water segments in order to avoid the Nesdo in the area. But for now, we will continue to follow it as it says. We move into the opening on the left and jump over the partition in order to destroy the box. We then move to the end of the room and destroy another box for its contents before turning around and jumping through the partition to the right. Now, we turn right and jump down the opening in the floor that leads into the deep blue. We dive down and can take a slight right, then swim forward past some ladders on the ground until we reach a wall. We can look up here and see an opening that we can use to escape the water. Once we emerge like Jason's mom, we climb the wall and press action to pull the lever, effectively restoring power to the submarine. We turn around and re-enter the water, swimming past the same ladders in the reverse way that we came. After rising up from the other side, we move to the opening across the room and jump into the water again. We swim forward, take a left, then exit the water through the next opening above us. We move forward and press action to kick the console, which will open the doors right in front of us. We climb into the doors and move forward in order to press action to use our grappling hook. We continue pushing forward and press action to climb some crates. We then turn left and press action to climb under an opening in the wall and proceed until we reach some grating, using action to kick it out of our way. We press action to drop from the ducts and then move to the raised platform with the console on it. We press the console and press action to activate it, causing us to hear the voice of Ada Wong? The other Ada will be asking us a series of questions that we must answer by pressing partner action whenever we're prompted. We're told to be prepared to fight as soon as other Ada begins talking, because Yava will begin to flood the room. We're told our best chance of survival is to avoid their attacks, because as we defeat them, more will simply take their place. Once the partner command prompt appears, we must move somewhere near the console in order to press the button and answer the question. You don't even have to be on the platform if you do it right. We're told to immediately target the Yava-wielding machine guns and to keep the wristblade alchemists alive. Attacking them can cause them to mutate to poison-spitting Glava Dim, and even have the possibility of turning into Nesdo, which isn't something we want to deal with while answering our own questions. We're told the easiest way to avoid the Yavo is to jump on the platform, wait for them to follow us up, and then jump off, repeating this process until all the questions have been answered. The conversation is basically other Ada giving real Ada a rundown on what Ada has been doing for the past 6 months and how Ada wants to bring down Simmons and create world destruction and, typical Ari antagonist stuff. Once all 5 questions have been answered, we need to head back to the platform and search for the action button prompt, allowing us to pull out our grappling hook and zip our way out of this chapter. Ada does some super slick spy movements and some Olympic level gymnastics before activating her slow motion powers to land on a piece of submarine she can just type on, I guess. Simmons gives us a ring asking if we found anything interesting, and we mention the recording. Submarine continues to take on water, and Ada types away as Simmons gives us the bottom line up front. The US will be struck with a bioterrorist attack the very next day. And then, China. The plot of the game. The whole ploy here is Ada's being framed, and of course she tells Simmons she won't be sitting back to be a scapegoat before entering an escape pod as the submarine crumbles, shooting out the side into the vast ocean. The submarine explodes in our rearview mirror and the chapter ends. And also, fun fact, that explosion is what they're talking about on the news at the very beginning of Leon's campaign.
There's the cathedral. Now to find my way into your lab, Simmons.
It's time to revisit the cathedral and some more familiar areas when it comes to Chapter 2. We start out on the high ground like Obi-Wan and gain sight on Leon and Helena off in the distance. But in true Ada fashion, we'll be going our own separate way and conducting our own investigation on other Ada and how Derek Simmons is tied to it. After landing, we move forward until we see a trio of graves to our right. We can move behind the large grave here and look down to spot the chapter's first serpent emblem, using a melee attack to break it. We also smash the large box behind the large grave and then return to the front of the headstones before jumping into the hole in the ground by pressing action. We walk forward and head down the stairs in order to make a slight right and jump down another opening where the ladder is. We destroy the 3 barrels on the left and continue through the doorway. We then take a left and walk down the hallway, move through the doorway, and make another left. We examine the chest in the room by pressing action, noticing it's locked by a huge yellow padlock. We can simply destroy the padlock by shooting it. We then open the chest by pressing action to find that it contains the Simmons family crest piece A, which we will be needing to complete the puzzle at the end of the cathedral. We pick it up from the chest by pressing the reload button. After picking it up, we notice the entrance to the room is sealed by iron bars and 2 zombies appear to the right. Oh, you sweet, sweet zombie. It's been oh so long. The zombies are crawling on the ground, so we're told to back up and allow them to crawl up to us. Once they try to grab us and miss, we run up to crush their heads with a melee finisher. Once those 2 are done for, a door will open. We head through the door and destroy the barrels inside before moving to the end of the walkway. Here, we press action to use the grappling hook and continue to move forward until we can climb up a ladder, returning us to the ground level. We continue forward and examine the door with action, leading us to see an indentation on the door. We press action once again to place our piece of the Simmons family crest, which opens up a door to a crypt across the graveyard. We turn around and walk down the stone path until it diverges, where we take a left and then another left to destroy some more barrels. We turn around and return to the original path and take a left and walk to the end. We then turn left again at the wall and find the newly opened crypt on our left. We press action to jump in and then continue forward down the stairs. We then turn left at the corner and continue toward the door. We open the door by pressing action and head into a large room with several areas blocked off by steel gates. We're told to ignore these for now and head upstairs to our left. At the top, we destroy the box, then turn left in order to shoot the padlocks in that direction. We then walk over the lowered bridge. After crossing, we press action to open the chest in order to obtain the amber key. We return to the ground floor of the room and head towards the door with a green jewel on it, pressing action to unlock it with the amber key. If this section seems bland and redundant by this point, it's because it is. Trust me, go read the book yourself. We pass through the door and witness a zombie pull a handle, which drops a chest in the center of the room down a hole that immediately closes. This is a hint, if you can't tell. We run up and kill the zombie with melee attacks, then break the barrels at the end of the room. We make sure to nonchalantly pick up the sniper rifle lying on the ground against the switch. There are many zombie corpses hanging from the ceiling here with padlocks near each of their heads. Once we shoot the padlock, the zombie will drop and give us an item. We're told to shoot them down to collect some ammo, and that when we shoot one down, it will replenish. However, the item will not, so there's no sense in wasting any extra ammo. To solve the room, we need to move to the left side of the switch the sniper rifle is on and push it using the action button. We'll push it once more with action, and then shoot the corpse hanging above it, causing it to fall on the switch and remain perpetually on. We move to the top of the platform and press action to jump into the hole where we land in a room with 2 zombies and panels, with a surprise of some sparking electricity. We open the chest and retrieve the Simmons family crest piece B. In order to solve the second puzzle, we stand in front of the zombie that is behind the chest and press action twice to move it to the electrified panel. This causes the zombie to shake as if in an electric chair, and also gives us a little shock as well. We then head to the other zombie chair and push it forward 6 times before moving to its left side and pushing it forward one more time, placing it on the panel. With both zombies on their panels, a third zombie falls from the ceiling. We're told not to kill it immediately, as we need it to finish the puzzle. We lure the final zombie to the final panel and use a melee attack on it, causing the zombie to fall on the electrical panel and complete the circuit, thus solving the puzzle. The door in the room opens, allowing us to escape. We head through the doorway and turn right before climbing up the ladder, returning us to the room where we found the amber key. With the power restored, we pull the lever near the unmarked steel gate before moving to it and pressing action to open it. 3 zombies wander the panel and trundle about. We jump over to the platform by pressing action. We fall to the floor below, which takes care of our zombie problem. Turns out, the floor collapses when too much weight is put on it, which is a crazy shot at Ada. For now, we collect any drops from the zombies and destroy the 3 item boxes in the room. Then, we move to the small opening on the wall and press action to crawl through it. We follow the passage to the end and climb up the ladder to the left in order to return to the chamber. To solve this puzzle, we must equip the crossbow and aim for the chest of each zombie, which will pin them to the wall. This is actually a pretty neat mechanic to me, and we will be using it again. If a zombie is too far from the wall, we just wait for it to stand up and shoot it again. We're told if we need more arrows, we can jump onto the platform to defeat the remaining zombies for their drops before climbing back up. Once all 3 are attached to the wall, we jump onto the platform and approach the chest before opening it up and claiming the Simmons family ring. We return to the room with the hanging zombies and head toward the door with the purple jewels at the end. We press action and use the Simmons family ring to open the door. We walk through and press action to use the grappling hook before climbing up another ladder leading to the graveyard. We move on top of the grave near the broken ladder and press action to grapple atop the crypt. We move forward and press action again to grapple, this time swinging through an open roof of the crypt. We walk forward and press action to jump down to the level below where we notice a statue of a skull with 1 jeweled eye and a missing gold tooth. We press action to examine it. 2 cloaked zombies conveniently appear, one with the gold tooth and one with the jeweled eye. We move toward the ladder and break 2 boxes to its right before climbing the same aforementioned ladder. We then move forward and take a right at the wall before moving towards the barrels and destroying them. We head to the door on the left and encounter a cloaked zombie again. It escapes through the door and shuts it, leaving us in a room full of zombies. We're told in order to conserve ammo, we should take this crowd out with melee attacks as much as possible, especially since they're slow moving. We do need to keep an eye out for dynamite wielding zombies as the explosives will, well, explode when it dies, possibly damaging us. We're told if we want to finish this room quickly, we can kill a dynamite zombie from a distance when he's near other zombies. We continue through the door that opens and continue to chase down the cloaked zombie. After passing through the doorway, the prison cells open and release large sums of undead. We're told we must kill them all before we move on and to use the assault shotgun to avoid being overrun, as we won't have much space to escape if we get surrounded. We're told to locate and defeat the Shrieker first and foremost, due to the fact that if it shrieks, it will juice up all the other zombies. Once the zombies are cleared out, we move through the door at the end of the hallway and take a left before heading down the stairs. We destroy the barrels, turn left, and enter another doorway. More zombies appear, but this time we're told to ignore them and run down the hall toward our target. We perform a melee attack when we're running at it, and then use melee attacks to finish it off when it's on the ground. Once fully defeated, it drops the Skull's gold tooth item that we can pick up with reload before running out the door prior to the other zombies catching up. We climb up the stairs and press the action button to crawl through the hole on the left. We follow the crawl space to the end and jump off the platform to return to the room with the skull statue. We return to it and press action to place the recently obtained tooth. Afterwards, we turn around and move to the red spot on the ground in order to press action and whip out our grappling hook to reach the upper level. Once we take a few steps into this area, the ground will collapse underneath us and we will drop into a crawl space with giant spinning blades behind us. We press action repeatedly to crawl quickly away from them until the path diverges to the right. Here, we encounter 2 spitting zombies. Quitter zombies, some may say. We're told to equip the ammo box 50 and take them out before they can spit and incapacitate us. We continue crawling to the exit where Eric Cartman on Lizzo blocks our path. We look out for an opening on the left and quickly turn to follow it until we can escape the crawl space. As soon as we exit, we rush toward the cloaked zombie and take him out before the Whopper stands up, which in our case, he just never did. We pick up the Skull's red eye with reload and destroy the barrels at the back of the room. We then leave the room and continue down the hallway until we reach some more barrels. We destroy them and turn right before traveling up some more stairs. We crawl through the opening at the end and then jump down to once again return to the main hub with the skull statue. We approach it and press action in order to replace the statue's eye, causing a gate to our left to open up. We continue through the gate and open the chest to find Simmons family crest piece C. We move around the chest and head to the back of the room, pressing action to utilize our grappling hook to reach the upper levels. We then take a left and then make a right in order to climb back to the graveyard. We go down the hallway to the left and then turn right at the next T intersection in order to return to the front of the cathedral. We press action in front of the door to place Simmons family crest piece B, and then action again to subsequently place piece C, opening the door. We enter the crypt by pressing action and must pay attention before moving on. We turn around and look up to spot our next serpent emblem we need to shoot and collect. Then, we can walk to the door and press action to enter the next official area. We encounter Leon and Helena hovering over the nearly mutated Deborah, and as we already know, decide to take things into our own hands before jumping down and offering our own helping hand. Helena is a train wreck over her sister, which understandable. I'll bet Deborah still performs a swinging attack, knocking us off our feet. Deborah will attack Helena once again, and although it seems cruel, we're told not to interfere. After a short time, Deborah will jump off in a wounded state and destroy the floor beneath us. We're reunited with our true love in the lower level of the catacombs now, and must follow the wooden path forward. A duo of zombies falls onto the walkway and drops some items for us. We keep following the path and destroy the pots at the end of the walkway before turning left and pressing partner action across the first gap. At this point, Ada gives Leon the Simmons family ring, because there were so many clues to its importance to him specifically up to this point. We continue downward through the catacombs, breaking a pot in front of us before continuing further down. We jump across the gap by pressing action and continue by pressing action to jump down several short walls. Eventually, we come across an elevator blocked by a large object we must press action to investigate. Helena will then pull a switch that moves the obstacle out of our way and allows us to continue forward. We press partner action to jump over the next gap, and Deborah attacks us while we're mid-swing, knocking us further down into the catacombs. We land on a raised platform away from Deborah and are told to pull out our sniper rifle and wait for her to unleash her tentacles. We're told to shoot at the glowing spots with the aforementioned sniper rifle, and that when Deborah falls down to the lower level, we should follow after that. Now we're in the official fight once again, just this time as Ada. We can't kill Deborah just yet, so our goal is to force her to retreat. As mentioned before, to wound her, we're aiming for the glowing spots on the 3 tentacles spouting from Deborah's back that appear after she performs an attack. After we destroy one, she will temporarily retreat and perform an attack we must avoid before continuing our own assault. We're told that before an attack, Deborah will jump to the higher level and expose her tentacles, and that this is our opportunity to shoot them and damage her. She occasionally will trundle around the arena and stare at us from above, and we're told we can injure her while she's up there and knock her to the ground, which will continue to expose her tentacles and allow us to do some massive damage. This strategy is called Deborah Rule 34, and you should look that up if you want to see it more in depth, especially if you like tentacles. After about 10 seconds of squaring up like a mutated scorpion, Deborah will hide her sweet spots and either jump to the other side of the room or jump down to our level with a flying kick. We can tell if it will be a kick because Deborah will scream at us beforehand. We're told to avoid her kick by attacking attacking her from the other side of the room, and if she jumps to the other side, she will shortly come top down with a kick from there as well. So we pretty much are constantly running to whatever the opposite side of Deborah is. If we're hit with a kick, she'll jump on top of us, and we must complete a quick time event to escape or suffer a certain and instant death. After landing, Deborah will swipe at us with her tentacles. We're told to move around the edge of the arena in order to avoid this, which will at the same time expose her weak spots, allowing us to continue doing damage. She either repeats this attack or performs a horizontal slash that we're told to simply keep our distance in order to avoid. Zombies will also begin to walk the arena and attempt to attack us, and we're told we can take them out if we need some additional ammo at any point. But for the most part, we should just ignore them and focus our sights on Deborah and her meat ropes to ensure a quick victory. Once Spider Mommy is defeated, she destroys the floor below us. We fall into an area with Helena and must first destroy some pots on the platform before jumping onto a minecart by pressing action. We ride this cart with Helena while Leon maneuvers down by himself. We're told we can help Leon by shooting the zombies in his way, but also letting him fend for himself won't cause us any headache. Once Leon is at the end of the walkway, he will rotate a crank in order to join us on the minecart. The minecart accelerates and we must duck below 3 separate obstacles by pressing action and reload simultaneously. To more easily avoid these obstacles, we're told we can use aim and press action while holding back on the left stick to jump backward and land on our back while watching the obstacles harmlessly pass over our head. Deborah catches up, of course, and lands on the minecart to give us some more trouble. She performs 3 attacks in sequence: a horizontal swipe, a vertical swipe, and then another horizontal swipe from the opposite direction. He then jumps to the other side of the minecart and repeats the sequence. We avoid the horizontal swipes by ducking, using action and reload, or the backward jump trick we just spoke of. This won't help with the vertical slash though, so we must be prepared to roll left or right after dodging the first slash. After Deborah goes through both sequences, she jumps off the cart and we suddenly notice explosive barrels in our path that we must shoot with either the ammo box 50 or assault shotgun. We need to then dodge 2 more obstacles in the same manner as before and then destroy yet another explosive barrel. At this point, the pattern repeats and we have to do what I literally just said one more time. Obstacles times 2, barrel. After the second sequence, Deborah returns once again, and we must dodge a single horizontal attack before the fight finishes itself by way of minecart crashing and sending the whole of us flying away. We hang from a ledge gracefully until Leon helps us up. We quickly grab the 9mm ammo laying on the ground and then destroy the 2 barrels and pick up a second 9mm ammo. We're told to just pull out a weapon and aim at Deborah, who has a clear intent to finish off Helena. We've only got a few moments to take her out. We're told to make the shot count. We're told the number of hits is more important than the damage, so the ammo box 50 will be our weapon of choice. From the guide, Deborah's head explodes, and she wanders aimlessly before plummeting to her death at the edge of the walkway. Helena will say her very slimy final goodbyes to her sister, and we get to watch the scene where it shows what Derek Simmons did to Helena and her sister and all that. If you don't remember, he kidnapped her sister and made Helena do his bidding, aka help assassinate the president, Leon's new best friend, in order to get her back, just to turn her into a bioweapon in the end anyways, which is what we just fought. Anyways, it's time for us to go our separate ways once again though, and from our own communicator, the voice of Simmons clues us in on a research laboratory nearby. I don't know why I said it like Dexter. I have no idea. I'm leaving it in. Once we regain control, we follow the path until we reach 3 destructible pots. We then walk into the elevator, turn around, and press action to activate it, taking us on to the next segment. Once the elevator ride ends, we enter a small room with a breakable item box and a door. We destroy the box and exit the room quickly because if we linger too long, a Whopper will burst in and prove to be quite the challenge in such a confined area. In the next room, the same Whopper charges towards us and destroys the gates in our way. We're told to wait for it to begin its charge and then move to the side to avoid being hit, and then take it out using the crossbow. A single shot anywhere to its body and then a shot to the head will end the fight quickly. Now, we meet the Whopper Supreme, but we're told to ignore it for now because we're on a diet. We'll take a left at the fence and destroy the item box to our left. We then take another left and then a right to find 3 more boxes next to a staircase leading to some water. We destroy them, and shortly after, an enemy based off of a literal fast food menu will come from the depths like a Godzilla reference, and we must shoot it with the crossbow once it reaches land. This ensures we can pick up the skill points it will drop. At the staircase leading to the water, we can look down and see a serpent emblem leaning against a fence and facing the water that we can shoot and collect here. Now it's time to deal with the Whopper Supreme. We move toward the entrance and take a left once our path is blocked. We look down at the fence in the center of the room and see a small opening which we can crawl under. We do so, but then immediately turn around and crawl back under, as this action prompts the Whopper Supreme to charge and destroy the gate on the left. To defeat the massive beast, We run laps around the area near the staircase and the crawl space, waiting for it to charge and then stop, then aiming for the head with the crossbow and fire. We're told it should take about 4 shots to the head to defeat. If it stops next to the generator near the fence with the crawl space, we're told we can use the ammo box 50 to give the Whopper Supreme a good shock. We walk to the door near the fences and destroy 2 item boxes nearby before using action to examine the door. It's locked, so we return to the area where the Whopper Supreme was contained and examine its corpse to find the laboratory key. We destroy the 2 crates to the right and return to the door, opening it with the key. We head through the doorway and turn right in order to move to the end of the hallway and press action to travel across a gap. Another Whopper Supreme will fall from the heavens and begin attacking. We're told to simply avoid the beast's attacks and shoot it with the crossbow each time it stops. We equip the assault shotgun and continue forward, destroying 2 item boxes on the right. As soon as we move down the path, a Napod will burst through the door and charge us. We quickly move to the right or left to dodge and then turn around to blast it in the back with the shotgun and destroy its armor. We then blast it in the back again quickly to defeat it. We walk into the area the Napod was contained to find a chest with a silver queen inside, which awards 4,000 skill points. We turn around and go left and walk to the end of the passage to break a box there. We head through the doorway and turn left, continuing through the hallway. Another Napod charges from behind a set of doors, so we dodge to the side and turn around to shoot it with the shotgun in the same manner as before. We then walk to the end of the hallway and jump down the gap in the floor. After we jump, we immediately turn around to find a serpent emblem available for us to crush with a melee attack. We move down the path to the right and destroy the boxes before turning around and continuing down the path. At the end, we press action to go under the grating and move forward some more in order to press action and whip out our grappling hook. We land in an area surrounded by chrysalids. We move to the right and destroy the box in front of us and then turn around to continue down the catwalk. We destroy the 2 item boxes we encounter, turn to the right, and continue toward another set of boxes. We then jump to the lower left and smash another crate. After destroying the boxes, we turn left and walk up the stairs to a room full of C-virus experiments. We turn to the right and smash another box before turning around and continuing down the walkway. You guessed it, more boxes. We smash them and then head down the walkway toward yet another item box. Before we can get to it, an alarm will sound and shut the doors to our right. Napads begin hatching from the chrysalids in the room and we must destroy them all before we can move on. We're told to keep our distance by standing on the opposite side of the raised platforms in the room. When one jumps up, we quickly run around the back of the platform and shoot it in its back. This tactic will allow us to quickly defeat the Napads in this room and become a professional backshotter. We destroy the 5 boxes in the room and wait for 2 more Napads to enter, using the same tactics as previously to defeat them. We're told if we run out of shotgun shells, we can use the crossbow or sniper rifle in the same manner with this strategy. Another Napad emerges from the experimental chamber, and this time we must run behind it as it's spawning and deliver a shot to its back as soon as it's fully developed. Man, that whole sentence just sounded really fucked up. After the 5th Napad, the alarm finally ends and the doors in the platform room open. We head through the doorway and take a left at the corner before taking another left and moving into a room with a spawning chamber and a computer. We find a tape with a label stating, "Happy Birthday, Ada Wong." We place the tape in the VCR in a land where cubes are cell phones and the non-monetization friendly footage of Ada Wong emerging from a chrysalid plays. Ada, however, is able to notice a familiar ring on the hand of a man in the room. Derek Simmons gives us a ring and we chat about what Ada is currently witnessing. Turns out, we haven't been talking to Derek Simmons at all and call the real one to confront him about the situation with all the information we've learned about the imposter. We then exit the facility, leaving an explosive present behind to clean up the research lab before officially ending Chapter 2.
HQ, this is Alpha Leader. I need a location on Ada Wong.
This is HQ. We've got the location for you. Ada Wong has left the city and is heading south for the harbor.
We're back in China during Chapter 3, just as Chris and Piers are taking off to Ada's last known location. With us knowing that they are chasing the imposter Ada Wong, we follow after them with the intent of finding out more about our fake fellow's plans. We walk up the destroyed path and go right before continuing through the alleys. We then go left, then right, and continue past the park on the left. We take a left and enter the park to commit perhaps my favorite Easter egg of this game. We climb on top of the playground equipment and press action to take a fun ride down the slide that also awards us a medal at the end of this chapter. I can't lie, I love simple, silly shit like this, especially in scary games, like, not really, Resident Evil 6, but something like this in Silent Hill would be so funny to me. We exit the park and move to the crate near the red fence. We then press action to climb up the crate and action again in order to climb the fence. We walk to the end of the fence and press action to grapple to the gate off in the distance. We land in another park near 2 Yavo that we're told to eliminate with melee attacks and the ammo box 50. We exit the park and walk around the stalls where 2 Ruka Serp emerge and attack. Yes, that's the name. We're told to keep our distance and fight with our guns unless we happen to stun them. If we do, then we can run up and attack them with a melee finisher. We continue forward and destroy the item crate on our left before turning around and moving to the covered stall to find another item box tucked away in a corner near a produce stand. We then move back to the pathway where 2 Yava run at us from across the top of the stalls. We're told to wait for them to come to us before removing them from existence. We then finish the area by destroying the box on our right. But actually, just kidding, because we need to head past the covered stall and down the main street until our path is blocked by partitions. We look to the left and see a stall full of fans and other trinkets with a serpent emblem sitting atop the right wall that we must shoot to collect. We head back down the main street until we see a gap in the stalls to the right. We head through said gap and continue down the path to the right behind the stalls. We smash the item box on the left and then keep moving until our path is blocked once again. We confront a pair of Yavo, which we're told to take out with a combination of headshots and melee attacks. We return to the main street once again and take a left before breaking another item box in the stall to the left. We continue down the path until we're blocked by even more partitions. We take a left toward the building, but before we enter, we grab the 9mm ammo sitting on a table near the door. We open the door and prepare for a fight when a Yavo with a machine pistol appears directly across from us, with another one standing to the right. We immediately back out of the room and enter some cover outside the building, facing the doorway. One of the Yava will likely mutate into a Strelitz, which leads us to our 4th and final explanation of the lizard men from The Amazing Spider-Man 2 from the guide, or maybe 3rd, I don't remember. I don't think they were in Leon and Helena's campaign. We're told when we fight Strelitz, we should hide behind an object to avoid its needle-spraying attack. After it fires, we should run towards it and hit it with a melee attack to stun it. Then, we perform a multi-prompt melee finisher by using a melee attack, then quickly press melee again, then action, then either action or reload or melee attack again to finish the combo. Which sounds more complicated than a 2D fighting game combo, but really isn't that bad. We're told 2 of these combos will finish the foe even if the prompt is missed. We're told if we run into it haphazardly, it will either emit a cloud of smoke that stuns us or spit an acidic fluid that can cause us damage. We're told the best option is to rush it down after it attacks us from a distance. We exit the building and take a right. We smash 3 item boxes in the hallway and then walk back out to the main street. We witness a Yavo gun down a trio of innocent people and are told to take them out with melee attacks or any weapon we have a lot of ammo for their cold war crimes. We continue down the main street and take a right to reach the area behind the stalls. At the wall, we take another right and head toward the partitions blocking off a section of the main street. We find a serpent emblem lodged in one of the partitions and approach it to collect it with a melee attack. We destroy the box on our way back to the main street and continue walking down until a Yavo and Strelitz attack. We run back to the hallway near the building and equip the sniper rifle. The Strelitz run the top of the stalls, making him difficult to hit. That's why we move to the hallway so the stalls block the needles and allow us to shoot safely. We return to the main street and take out the Yavo hiding in cover behind a stall by taking aim at his legs with the crossbow in order to shoot them out from under him. We then walk to the end of the street where a chrysalid sits and a Yavo to its right. We're told to catch the Yavo off guard with a sniper rifle shot or a crossbow bolt. Afterward, we run to the bus at the end of the street before the Strelitz can fully emerge. We're told not to waste our resources fighting them here, and instead to run to the end and press action to grapple into the next official area. We land in the street and witness the birth of the chainsaw maniac Ubistvo from its very own chrysalid cocoon. Once we see the danger, we grapple away to a flimsy scaffolding and prepare to make a run for it. We must move quickly to avoid the Ubistvo, as it will destroy the platforms we stand on. We constantly hold down action and dash through this section, causing us to automatically cross any gaps and jump over any obstacles. We dash down the scaffolding until we reach a gap. From there, we turn right and dash until the path ends, then take a left. We dash to the end of this path until we reach a point where we must press action to Spider-Man our way across the street. We continue holding action to dash and automatically jump over the low obstruction in the way. We dash forward and jump to the next walkway. Once we land, the area collapses and we must complete a QuickTime event to regain our footing. We're told that as we make the jump, we should start rotating the left stick in order to easily pass it. We resume holding action and move forward to jump to the next area. We then turn right and run until the path continues left and move while holding action to automatically jump over another low obstruction. We tap aim to slide through the gap between the sign and the scaffolding. We jump off the end of the walkway and grapple our way to the next alleyway across the street. We head through the doorway and pull a steel bar down to lock the door in place for now. At this point, we can stop worrying about the Ubistvo for a bit. We walk down the alleyway and turn to the right before pressing action to grapple to the next area. We must collect a key from the other side of this plaza. which is chock full of undead. We're told it may seem like overkill, but we need to take out all of these threats with the sniper rifle to help make an upcoming fight easier. There is a total of 9 zombies in the area, and we must count each kill. Now that we're done, we move down to the plaza. We walk around the now zombie-free area and collect any items they dropped, as well as picking up other items located in the area. A green herb rests on a table across the plaza from the locked door, and there are also 5 item crates spread across the area. Whoa, you didn't say anything about that. Hey, you didn't say anything about that. It's not even on the strip map. Look at that, it's free! A free 2,000 skill point. This is like the 6th chest that I have found that isn't on the guide. Once all the items are gathered, we head to the specific zombie corpse and pick up the backstreet key, not to be confused with the Backstreet Boys. After picking it up, a nearby zombie will spring to life, and we use a melee attack to defeat it before moving to the door and pressing action to open it. The Obispo grabs us from behind, but we dodge it at the last second as per usual. Unfortunately, it also grabs hold of the key with its chainsaw arm, so we will need to be reclaiming that. We're told Ubispo is incredibly deadly and can take us out with a single hit, so we must be careful. We keep our distance and attack it with the assault shotgun. We're told it's easy to avoid the Ubispo if we climb a ladder leading atop a stall and fire at it from there until it jumps after us. Once it does, we jump off the stall and wait for the Ubispo to follow. Then we simply climb the ladder back up and repeat the process until the altercation is over. More zombies will enter during the fight, and while our primary foe may take some of them out for us, it will most likely just knock them to the ground and force us to deal with a bunch of crawlers. We're told to fire at them while backing away to safely deal with them. After all enemies have finally been defeated, we head to the Ubispo's corpse and regain our backstreet key. We head to the door and unlock it with the key, heading through the doorway and turning left. We move to the end of the hallway and press action to grapple to the scaffolding above. We destroy a box in the corner and turn left to run to the end of the walkway. We automatically grapple onto an oncoming bus. Shortly after landing, Ubispo makes a comeback. We're told not to worry about fighting it, as we won't be able to stop it anyways. The strategy is to run away to the edge of the bus and press action when Ubispo is near the grapple to grapple away to the other side. We simply repeat this several times to prevent Ubispo from reaching us. Eventually, we pass under a low-hanging billboard that the chainsaw maniac crashes into, knocking him off our ride. We quickly press action to prevent the same thing happening to us. Once the bus stops, we pull out the ammo box 50 or another weapon we can fire quickly and look to the left. A serpent emblem is attached to the building in front of us, and we only have a short amount of time to destroy it, so we make sure our aim is true. After the stop, the bus heads back in the opposite direction and Ubispo returns. We wait at the front of the bus and wait for it to approach, following the same strategy as before. We continue to repeat this process a couple more times before we escape from the bus and onto the railroad tracks above. Of course, we're chased onto the railroad tracks. This is the decisive battle. The attacks are much easier to avoid during this fight, as the Ubispo seems to move much slower and assaults less often. Before it attacks, it will slowly walk towards us, then suddenly speed up. We're told to fire at it while it's moving slowly and then prepare to evade during the speed up. It will only charge in a straight line, so we simply move out of its path to avoid getting hit. Even if it's close, it has a large and long wind-up, so we can roll away if necessary. We're told to use pipe bomb arrows, which are a thing, by the way, and incendiary grenades to stun the Ubispo, allowing us to reload and fire again. After inflicting a large amount of damage, a train will speed down the tracks and we must press action to avoid being instantly killed. Another prompt appears, this time for reload. Then once more, a prompt for action. When we miss our chance to escape via train, the battle will continue. We continue damaging Ubispo and avoiding its attacks in the same way. We eventually intercept a BSA radio transmission alerting us of the movement of our alter ego. As we listen, we're unable to attack Ubispo and must focus solely on dodging. Another train will pass by, and this time we must complete a QuickTime event and, if successful, we kick Ubispo, stunning it. Next, we grapple onto the train as it crashes into the Ubispo at full speed, finally finishing the fight. We're still on the train at this point. We walk through the train car until we can press action to grapple to the top of it. We then begin walking down the train until we witness the plane containing Leon and Helena crash right before our very eyes. After a bit, we fire the grappling hook and land at an apartment building. We walk into the facility and head down the staircase on the right, destroying 4 item boxes on our way down. As we walk down the stairs, we catch a glimpse of a serpent emblem at the bottom and specifically take out our sniper rifle to shoot it from the top of the stairs. Walking up the other staircase in the hall leads us to another door at the top. Directly to our left, we can destroy an item box and then continue behind the partition before turning right. Here, we can destroy the item box in the left corner of the room and enter the door.
Sherry Birkin.
We emerge into the familiar stilt housing area and spot the recently seen Jake and Sherry combo through the scope of our own sniper rifle. We can also see the Ubisfo appear and attack the duo. If you couldn't tell by now, Ada was the one who helped them. We have to protect them from afar by taking out enemies with our sniper rifle. We begin by moving forward and pressing action to jump to the lower level before walking to the right until we reach a pot on our right that we can destroy. We continue walking down the path we were traveling and jump over the gap to the next area in order to move to the end and turn right before smashing a crate. We run to the red colored plate and press action to grapple onwards. We destroy 3 boxes on the platform and use a sniper rifle in order to take out some Yavo in conflict with Jakey Poo and Sherry. Some Yavo turn into no galette, which will move straight to us. So we're told to move our focus from the current duo to the monsters approaching as they show up. We're told we can now move on whenever we like, so we walk to the end of the platform and press action to grapple to the next area. Once there, we take a left at the intersections before jumping over the gap with action. We continue along this path until it diverges to the right. We run down the passage until we reach a rare 4-way intersection. We make a quick deal with the devil and then head left in order to jump over the gap and land on a set of girders suspended in mid-air. We destroy 6 whole item crates while keeping an eye for any flying pests heading towards us. Once the crates are destroyed, we equip the sniper rifle and shoot the Obispo to send it flying into an electrified sign, allowing Jakey Poo and Sherry to proceed. We head to the end of the girders and grapple to the next area where we run to the end of the walkway and take a right at the corner. We jump across the various gaps until we can grapple to an area with plants and a shack. Here, we hop over the pipe and destroy 3 item pots in the corner to the left. Ubisfo returns, go figure, and attacks Jakey Poo and Sherry on their raft ride. So, we hop over another pipe and destroy a crate along the wall. Then head to the end of the area and press action to grapple onto a crane in the river. We keep an eye on Jakey Poo and Sherry until they manage to overcome Ubisfo. An action prompt will appear, and when pressed, we'll drop the hanging girder onto the Chainsaw Maniac. The crane will rotate and allow us to cross onto another platform. Jakey Poo and Sherry will get separated in their ways, and Sherry will be stuck fending for herself against Ubisfo. We move to the end of the platform and wait for an action prompt. We quickly press action once it appears in order to grapple from the crane and save Sherry from the raft. The stunned and washed up Salvador is destroyed once and for all by the blades of a random helicopter in the water. After officially finishing helping the duo, we move to the red plate on the ground and press action to jump to a lower level. We walk down the path and grapple to the next area. Here, we continue along the scaffolding until we reach the docks and climb down the ladder. From there, we move towards a somewhat typical for Ada jet ski at this point, and press action to zoom off towards an ominous and familiar aircraft carrier that we learned about while eavesdropping on Chris and Piers. Now that Jakey Poo and Sherry are safe from Ubisfo, we make our way to an aircraft carrier located just off the coast of China. We intercept some BSAA radio traffic and learn that our Pokemon Ditto is heading towards the same ship. Oh, and as we already know, it's overrun by Yavo. Once we first enter the carrier, we see an unaware Yavo standing guard and are told to run behind him for a stealth hit. We turn around and smash the item box in the corner before returning to where we just solid snaked a Yavo. We continue towards the door and unlock it in order to open it and slowly advance. As we slowly advance, we're told to watch for Yavo creeping around and wait for it to turn around before finishing it with a stealth hit. We go through the next doorway and observe the Yavo walking through the opposite end of the hall. Once it turns around, we run down the hall and take cover outside the doorway. We wait for it to approach and turn around once again before finally moving in for the stealth hit. We press action to activate the console on the wall and learn that we must find and input 3 different passcodes to open the door and move forward. Ring a bell, 3 passcodes. Chapter 4, literally the same area as Jakey Poo and Sherry. We turn around and enter into cover against the wall that separates the door and the right hallway. A Yavo enters the room and we wait for it to walk towards us and turn around before moving in for the Ezio level kill. This Yavo drops passcode A, the first of 3 that we need. After picking up the passcode, you guessed it, brother, old Rasky Rask man slides into the room for our 4th and final encounter. We're told to shoot it with the assault shotgun to break it in half and then continue firing at it to defeat its legs and torso. We get our last rundown on the Rascally Rascalponge from the guide here as well. We're told often these enemies aren't much trouble and we can destroy them with a single shotgun blast. Even still, this area is a complex maze, and when left alone, the Rask will revive and continue to pursue. We're told to prevent attacks. We need to listen for the Rask and its stumbly movements, as well as screams for our own forewarning element. We walk to the door and press action to open it. We move down the stairs and turn to the right before readying our crossbow. We see a Yavo walking around and are told to finish it off with an arrow to the head. We enter cover and look down the hallway facing through which we entered. We wait for a Yavo in the hallway to turn around and then run behind it for a stealth hit. We then look for the hallway that extends from the side of the hallway we're currently in. We enter cover and look down the second hallway to wait for another Yavo to walk past. When it faces away from us, we run behind it and hit it with a stealth hit. Around this time, Rask should be revived or reviving and heading our way again, but we need to continue to keep our ears open for any sloshes of legs and shoot them if it comes close. We unlock the white door at the end of the hall and use action to open it. We don't move through too quickly though, or we'll get spotted by a Yavo on the left. We wait for it to turn around and perform a stealth hit on it. We see a room with a porthole in the hallway that the previous Yavo once walked into. We follow in its footsteps and peer through the porthole, waiting for a Yavo to walk by and turn around. Then, we can open the hole up and quickly run behind the Yavo to finish it off with the oh-so-deadly stealth hit. This Yavo drops passcode B, but as we move to pick it up, a Rask torso emerges from a nearby grate, swallows it, and then slithers back into its hole. We have to chase it down, but we're told if we just wait in the room, it will eventually come crawling back to us. We use this opportunity to finish this Rask off to the extent that we can and reclaim passcode B. We exit the room and walk down the hallway to the left. We take a right and continue till the path diverges to the right. We follow the twist of the hallway and open the door on the right. We enter the room and move near the case on the table to claim the Bear Commander, an assault rifle with a grenade launcher as an alternate weapon. We open the suitcase next to the Bear Commander and grab the Silver King inside, netting us a significant 5,000 skill points. We turn around and break the crate on the sofa next. A box is in the bathroom, but we're told we might summon a Rask by moving near the grate. We're told to go after it or simply ignore it from the guide. We exit the room and turn right before moving right again, leading us to the end of the hall. We walk down the hallway until it splits right, then continue down the hall. As we walk through, a pipe ruptures and begins spewing fire like a Saw movie. A Rask then attacks us from the nearby grate, and we must press action when prompted to take it out. Another Rask attacks from behind, and this time we have to fight. We're told to battle this Rask with melee attacks in order to knock it into the fire. We continue down the hall and walk up the stairs where several Yavo and a Rask torso appear. We're told to use this opportunity to test out the newly acquired Bear Commander's grenade launcher attachment. We change modes on the gun and fire an explosive round into the hallway to take out several of the foes at once. Then, we fire another shot at any stragglers. We walk into the doorway on the right and open the door, killing the single Yavo inside and grabbing passcode C from its corpse. We exit the room and head back down the hallway before turning right. We enter the door on the left and destroy the box in the lower bed and return to the hall. Now, we enter the other door and pick up an incendiary grenade from the top left bunk. We go back down the hall and enter the room on the left. We break the crate at the far end of the room and go across the hall to the next room, breaking a box on the left in there. We return to the hall, take a right, and unlock and open the door at the end of the hallway. We enter the cafeteria on the right and destroy 2 item boxes inside, then return to the hallway once again. We continue down this hall and go upstairs in order to take a left and back to the original console from earlier. We press action to activate the console and the collected 3 passcodes will activate the device. We open the door and enter the room where 2 Rask attack us. We're told to use the Bear Commander's grenades to break them apart. We're told we can choose to take out the separate pieces with another grenade, but only if they're close enough, or simply run past them. We walk up the stairs of anticlimactic final Rask encounters and smash another item box. We take a left and walk to the crates where we press action to use our grappling hook to ascend to another upper level. We hear the voice of Fada, get it? Fake Ada, over the intercom system and move to the door at the end of the hall. We activate it and move forward to the next area. We emerge from an elevator onto a platform outside the carrier. We move to the ledge and press action to initiate our grapple to gain even more height on the bridge area outside. We move to the door on the left and press action to unlock it. As we do, Chris and Piers emerge from a nearby elevator and initiate a familiar chase sequence. We quickly enter the room and shut the door behind us before dashing forward and pressing aim to slide under the closing door in front of us. If we miss, Chris will burst into the room and capture us, causing us to fail our mission. After we escape the anticlimactic chase scene, we see a green herb on the right we can pick up. We head up the stairs and press action when prompted. A large group of enemies is moseying about inside of a room, and we're instructed from this point on we should focus on stealth and avoiding detection. We're told we can earn the sneaking around trophy in this subchapter by avoiding detection from all enemies and spotlights throughout this chapter. But also, if we're to fail, we will have to start over the entire chapter again to retry. Which isn't entirely true, because the actual point where the game tracks this trophy is the point where Chris comes out of the elevator. So we really only need to reload this section to do reattempts, which we will be doing, because as you can imagine, I immediately fucked it up. We head through the open doorway and see a smaller boat shining a spotlight around the exterior of the giant carrier. If one of these lights sees us, an army of mini-blends will run to our location and attack us. Wrong game. What actually happens is the same thing, just with the enemies from this game. We dash down the corridor and take a left until we can't move forward anymore, then take another left. We run to the end of the walkway and grapple to a short sense of safety. After grappling away, we can look to the left to find a serpent emblem on the ground and can break it with a melee attack per the guide. We head to the open doorway, then take a left and then a right at the corner. We take another left at the end of the path and head around the yellow bars. We press action to jump into the ducts and action again to continue to crawl through them. As we crawl, we see Chris and Piers fighting hordes of Yavo in a battle that we've already experienced. So, we ignore it and keep moving. We exit the duct at the end of it and move to the end of the room. Then, we press action to jump down the hole we find there. We move forward to avoid being spotted and then climb up the stairs. We walk into the room and take a left before moving through the open doorway. A Yavo is standing by, and we must avoid it without being seen. Or, if he does see us, we must take him out quickly. We're told there are also several item boxes in this room in nondescript locations we can break for supplies. We walk through the next doorway and take a right, heading into the control room. There's a Nesdo in here circling the room and we must avoid it. We run to the right side of the room and then run toward the big red button. There, we press the action button to unlock the door and head through the doorway. We move through the consoles in the middle of the room and head toward the open window in order to jump out and clear ourselves of the Skyrim Bug Queen. We take a right and jump down the open hatch while being prepared to run as soon as we encounter another area covered by spotlight via patrol boat. We hold down action and move to the left in order to automatically vault any obstacles. We're told we cannot completely outrun this light, so we need to press action to hide in a crawl space along the path. We crouch and wait for the light to pass and take off as soon as possible. We only make it to the next steel wall before entering a holding pattern again and waiting for the light to pass over once more. After it does, we can continue forward to the left. We dash quickly and efficiently to avoid the spotlight, and when the camera angle changes, we run to the left in order to loop around and reach a grapple point, using the action button to finally be clear of the spotlight. We break the item crates on the right and then continue left. We see 3 enemies in a room to the right, but are told not to worry about them. We enter into a cover state and sneak to the end of the wall. Here, we peek our head out and shoot the lone Yavo guarding a ladder with a crossbow headshot. We stay in our cover position in order to sneak past the other multiple Yavo in the room. We press action while in cover in order to crouch under the windows. The guide literally never says to climb the ladder here, like at all. So, challenge ends here, guys. Sorry. Nah, I'm just kidding. I'm gonna keep playing Resident Evil 6 for you. We climb the ladder for finality's sake and enter the doorway at the top, picking up some arrows on a shelf to the right. We head back through the door on the left and jump into some more ducts at the end of the room. We crawl through the ducts, but are told not to move too far forward. 2 hobo Spider-Men are in the ducts with us, crawling through them. We wait for them to stop moving and shoot each of them with a crossbow when the opportunity arises. We take a right at the T intersection and jump down the hole at the end of the duct. We then head left through the door and then left again up the stairs. We open the door on the right and enter the room. This is where the achievement from earlier closes, by the way. We find a suitcase on the desk all about a project to build another Ada Wong through use of the C virus. We also learn the name Carla Radams, which is the name of our alter ego, which seems like a missed opportunity, but I'm sure an anagram for Ada Wong isn't the easiest thing to come up with. We also find a model of the famed quad tower, which we take. Carla suddenly and dramatically falls from the roof of the carrier and splats pretty hard, seemingly dying before we ever even got to say hi. Once in control again, we look over the side of the carrier and press action to view Carla's corpse from above. Then, we turn around and head toward the doorway on the right. We go down the stairs and take a left, then a second left before going around the stairs toward a hatch in the ground. We jump down the hatch and head forward, but stop before reaching the corner. A Yavo will walk by, so we wait for it to turn around and show him why we're Corvo's favorite apprentice. We then go back and destroy the item box. We look in the broken wall lockers to our left, and in the furthest to the right sits a serpent emblem we are told to simply destroy to collect. We run to the end of the hall and press action to activate the elevator. Then move into the shaft and press action again. Once stopped, we exit and head forward. We grab some 5.56mm ammo, head left, and grab another box of 5.56mm ammo before moving toward the large open space and Carla's corpse. As we move toward her, we express our pity for her. Until, and this was a shocking outcome, she returns to life and mutates into a monster. Carla's mutated form chases us back into the carrier where we're able to break free and lock a door on her. Now inside again, we turn around and destroy the box behind us before heading toward the next hatch. Before jumping, we can see a serpent emblem to the left of the hatch we're told to simply destroy to collect. We can see a serpent emblem to the left of the hatch we're told to simply destroy to collect. We jump down the hatch and then move down the hallway. 2 Yavo will attack, but before we can defend ourselves, Carla will mercilessly crush them. We're told by the guide in very plain text that, at this point, we should start running. We turn right and head down the stairs, turning right again and heading down another staircase. We go down another staircase and start to feel a little like James Sunderland before reaching the door. We press action to unlock it and then action again to open it before continuing down the hallway. After entering the next room, we turn left and destroy a box. Then, we destroy the 2 red blobs on the door, which drops items that we're told we should pick up before exiting the room. We unlock the door and open it. We continue down the hall and encounter our first Carla spore in the mutant shape of a woman. We're told these are slow but deadly and incredibly difficult to kill, so we should avoid them whenever we can. We run past this first spore and go right. At the next chance, we take a left. We unlock and open the door we find in order to head into a conference room. We take a right at the first chance and then a left after. We grab the green herb on the table and then take a right. As we trundle down this hall, the wall comes alive and grabs us. prompting a QuickTime event in which we must rotate the left stick rapidly in order to break free like Troy and Gabriella. We continue to the left and another wall grabs us, forcing us to shake free in the same manner as before heading to the door and throwing it open. We head to the left and encounter a valve in which we must press action to activate, then furiously rotate with the left stick to open before the Carla Spore can catch up. After opening the door, we run through it and shut it behind us. The previous Carla Spore can now no longer reach us. We break the boxes to the left and aim our eyes above the box near the door to see a blob in the shape of a face. This particular Carla Spore attacks us only if we get too close and inflicts huge damage. We're told to use the Bear Commander or Ammo Box 50 to stun it and then subsequently run underneath it. After stunning the face, we take a left instead of continuing. Here is a hallway in which we can grab a red herb and another serpent emblem. We move to the emblem and break it before turning around to shoot the amorphous face in order to run into the doorway. In the next room, another Carla Spore joins us. We shoot it and run past it to avoid any injury, then go through the hall to find a corner containing yet another spore. This time located near a blue canister of liquid nitrogen. So, we shoot it, completely destroying the face and revealing this mutated Carla's weakness. On our right is another door with a valve. We activate it with action and then quickly rotate the left stick in order to open it. We head down the stairs and break the box on our left. We head around the corner and a massive Carla Spore face appears. We're then casually told we must run for our life. We dash down the hall and a wall on the right grabs us, prompting us to rotate the left stick to escape. We then keep running down the hall while holding action in order to automatically jump over any obstacles. We reach the end of the hall and use the grappling hook to move through the carrier even more quickly. We eventually stumble, and when this happens, we turn around to see a giant face coming straight towards us. At this point, Ada automatically pulls out the Ammo Box 50, regardless of our ammo count. If we're out, we're told to switch to the assault shotgun to shoot the blue canisters on the ground. After destroying one, the Carla face crumbles. 3 red blobs that we can destroy for item drops are nearby, and we're specifically told not to take them out with melee attacks as they spray acidic fluid that can injure us. We take a left through the hallway and reach another door with a valve. We open it through the usual means and enter to find a room with the largest Carla Spore we've seen so far. This massive spore will serve as a boss, and we're told can be either incredibly easy or incredibly difficult to defeat, depending on our ammunition reserves. We equip the crossbow and attach the pipe bomb arrows. Yes, separate arrow types that were never explained. You didn't just miss it. We prepare to assault on Carla by focusing on a single point and shooting at her. As the arrow explodes, a hole will begin to open in her face. As the hole widens, we see a plethora of blue liquid nitrogen tanks behind her. We're told that, whenever we can, we should fire an arrow through a hole we've opened before it closes, and that we might have to fire a couple pipe bomb arrows before the canisters detonate. Carla attacks by building up acidic fluid in her eyes and shooting it at us by winking. To stop this from happening, we can fire at her eyes until they're destroyed. They won't regenerate for quite some time, allowing us to focus our firepower on her face, if you know what I mean. Smaller Carla Spore also roam the battlefield and try to interrupt our strategy. We're told to keep an eye out for them and avoid them when they get too close. We're told to focus our attention on pipe bomb arrows, and if we run out, we should switch to the assault shotgun. If we run out of assault shotgun ammo, we're told to take out another weapon and use it on the red blobs floating around the arena on the walls in hopes of getting a good ammo drop. We're also told all our other weapons are unable to make a hole in Carla, so not to even bother. Last I checked, we had a literal grenade launcher, but hey man, God is law. After finally doing significant damage to the canisters, they will explode, and Carla will freeze to her own death before shattering. Anticlimactic. I know. Sort of a theme here. We head for the elevator and investigate the console to escape the aircraft carrier and finally head to the final chapter of Resident Evil 6. We stumble upon an aircraft, very conveniently, and take off with it, allowing the boys down under to deal with Carla's remaining mess while we head off to take care of Simmons. We simply fly off into the night sky, and the chapter ends. Now that Carla is completely out of the picture, our new goal is to travel to Tachi, China, with the stolen aircraft from the previous chapter. There, we can finally put a stop to the tragedy that is Resident Evil 6, the C virus, and Derek Simmons. We witness the absolute destruction caused by Carla's missile firsthand, as well as a horrific scene of the city completely overrun by zombies. Once again, we encounter Leon and Helena, this time as they are fighting off hordes of zombies. We're told through most of this chapter, we will be piloting the aircraft armed with machine guns and 5 powerful missiles. We start by helping Leon and Helena survive the current onslaught they are facing by attacking the zombies around them. We can move the chopper to the right here and shine the spotlight on a yellow truck to the left. We spot a serpent emblem in the truck bed and are told we can shoot it with the helicopter's machine guns. We take out all the zombies in Leon and Helena's path, allowing them to move on. We then pilot the helicopter further into the city. While flying through the streets, we encounter another enemy attack helicopter piloted by Yavo and are told to take it out with our machine guns. Another helicopter swings in for an attack, but this time occupied by rocket launcher wielding Yavo. We're told to keep moving from side to side to avoid any rockets while keeping our crosshairs fixed on the side of the helicopter. We damage it with machine gun fire while simultaneously shooting down its missiles. Next, we have a duo of choppers, one with rockets and the other with machine guns. The machine gun chopper will attempt to block us from shooting the other chopper when it fires rockets at us. We're told to take out the front one while moving side to side to avoid the rockets from the distant chopper. We use a missile on the closest helicopter to take it out more quickly. After it's down, we simply take down the second chopper and keep moving. Once both are defeated, we fly to a high-rise building where we encounter a different and more powerful helicopter equipped with some actually formidable ballistics. We duck under the building to avoid the enemy bird's missiles before popping out to blast it with our own after it fires. We make some headway with gunfire as well, but only for a few seconds before stooping back behind the building to avoid more missiles. While in the Tango, we can move down and to the right to find a serpent emblem teetering on a sign that we can shoot with the machine gun to collect. We're told to repeat the earlier process until the enemy helicopter is destroyed.
Back for more.
The dynamic duo Leon and Helena encounter Simmons once again at the entrance of the quad tower, and we must fly in to provide support. As we all know, Derek mutates into what can only be considered the escaped giant from Jurassic Park and begins chasing the duo on the ground level. We're told to keep our distance and fire at the weak points on Simmons' back and mouth to damage him. Simmons will occasionally try to attack us by jumping directly at us, and to avoid this, we just keep moving to avoid his strikes. After suffering a large enough amount of damage, Simmons reverts back to his human form for the most part. We're told to use this opportunity to absolutely pummel him with machine gun fire. We continue fighting until a BSAA agent arrives to give Leon and Helena a hand. At this point, Ada automatically pilots the helicopter, and all we need to do is keep our crosshair aimed on Simmons' weak points. Simmons will eventually destroy the Jeep, and at that point we regain control. We continue to shoot those weak points with the same machine gun. Simmons can also attack us by picking up a car in his mouth and just yeeting it at us. We're told if we see him pick up a vehicle, we need to position the helicopter in a way that the pillar in the center of the arena is between us and him. This way, the car flies straight into the pillar and explodes, allowing us to resume firing at him. Eventually, Simmons collapses, which ends the fight. We fly off with our helicopter away from the entrance and towards the roof.
You and Carla have left a lot of misery in your wake, Simmons. I'm gonna make sure it all ends here.
We move to the roof of the quad tower and spot many civilians under siege by zombies. We're told to take out the zombies with our machine guns to save the humans. After defeating the zombies on the first rooftop, we fly to another roof of another part of the quad tower. A BSAA agent and 2 civilians need our help this time. So we take out the set of zombies again in order to save them, which is just, I'm not saying this is completely out of character, but like, where did this part even come from? Why are we doing this? Whatever, I get it, we're saving people. We're saving people! Before finishing everything off on the second roof, we move the helicopter to the left and look at the area next to the roof, where a serpent emblem lies and can be shot as well. We move the chopper to a third building containing a helipad overran by zombies in variety. BSAA zombies, a few Whopper Supremes, and anything else you can think of, probably. We simply take them out so we can land safely on the helipad. We're told to avoid shooting any item boxes from here, but we can collect the items inside after we land this thing. After all enemies are cleared, we land the helicopter and remove a rocket launcher signed with a kiss, of course. We collect the objects dropped by the zombies we defeated while up above and head down the stairs to destroy more boxes and procure more items. We open the chest near the boxes to find a first aid spray and a set of pipe bomb arrows. We head back up the stairs and move to the platform opposite the side of the helipad. We press action to grapple to some girders suspended up in the air. Once landing on the girders, we take out our sniper rifle and look to the left. The 80th, that's right, 80 serpent emblem rests on top of a roof near a pipe. We shoot it to finally complete the massive collection. We continue down the girder, then use the grappling hook once more to move to the next roof. We jump down and pick up a green herb lying on the ground before moving to the door and opening it, entering the quad tower proper. We enter the area as Leon and Helena jump out of an exploding elevator. An explosion occurs in the room next to us, so we jump onto a descending elevator. The beast form of Derek Simmons re-enters, or really just enters for us, into the battle. Simmons will shoot needles at us from his tail that we must move to the side to avoid. The elevator falls to the ground, and we use our grappling hook to swing to the section of the roof Simmons is located on, preparing us for the beginning of the end. We're told at the beginning of this fight, we cannot inflict much damage on Simmons. We simply avoid his attacks for now. Simmons has 2 forms of attack during this stage. The first being a shot from his tail, which fires projectiles vertically. To avoid this attack, we simply move to the side. Simmons will also charge at us. We're told to wait for him to begin charging, then quickly dash or dodge to the sides to cause him to miss us. When at close range, he uses an attack that shoots projectiles horizontally. I'm taking all this from the guide, by the way. We're told to just avoid being at close range to avoid this attack. After surviving a Simmons onslaught long enough, a section of the roof collapses and we take the fight to a larger venue. After landing on the next roof, Simmons will primarily attack by using his tail. Now, we're told that his next attack will be the aforementioned horizontal tail swipe, but this time we're told to avoid this by staying out of range or ducking and sliding under it. The guide then, and I'm not exaggerating, tells us about the exact same vertical tail swipe and the exact same strategy on how to dodge it again. It's to cha-cha slide to the right or left, by the way. This time, we're told the vertical attack has more range than the horizontal, so we need to move to the side if we're outside of the horizontal attack's range. Which just all seems strange. Okay, if you need to fill some space, just put another picture in, man. I mean, I'm sure these things have a word count minimum. I don't know. I imagine these are hard to make. Actually, I've got a pretty good idea. Leon and Helena regain their footing and begin to assist us from afar. We're told to let them assault Simmons while we focus on just avoiding his attacks and waiting for him to transform back to his human form. Once he does, we run up to him immediately and hit him with melee attacks until we can perform a finisher. When the time is right, we press the melee button and mash the action button to furiously give Simmons yet another Boston beatdown. If Simmons hits us with a charge, we're told from then on he'll perform a more powerful grab attack where he picks us up by the neck and then throws us to the ground, resulting in massive damage. Zombie extras enter the scene once again, waiting for us to finish them off. We're told if we need ammo, then to shoot them, but to avoid them otherwise. After Simmons suffers another set of considerable damage, we grapple onto another walkway while Leon and Helena start climbing up elevator cables. This time, it's our turn to give them a little hand. We shoot Simmons with a sniper rifle when he gets close to our climbing pals. After we hit him, we can watch him slide down the elevator. Once Leon and Helena are finished climbing, Simmons changes his focus and begins attacking us again, knocking us out cold in the end. Leon, heroically, comes to our aid and keeps Derek Simmons off of us until we can recover. During this time, Simmons fires a massive barrage of projectiles in a Gatling gun style manner that Leon just tanks in order to protect us. No repercussions from that, by the way. Not one. After we finally recover, we're able to rejoin the fight with Simmons. We're told Simmons is equipped mostly the same as before, adding a new, quick, short-range tail stab to the mix. If this stab hits us, it will deal significant damage, so we're told to maintain distance to prevent any injuries. We're at the literal final battle now. Again, we're told we can unload all our available firepower into Simmons. And to be honest, you'll probably still have some left. When we inflict enough damage to Simmons, he reverts to human, as has been mentioned literally a lot. We run up to him and perform a melee finisher anytime this happens. After enough damage is done, Simmons will begin thrashing like a Gyarados and knock Leon off the walkway. We move to Simmons to begin taunting him as Leon hangs on for his life, ultimately running behind Simmons and stabbing him with an arrow, hitting him off to the fire below, finally defeating him. After the battle, we're separated from Leon once again. We send Leon a message through our communicator, and as Leon cries our name, we inevitably go our separate ways.
You look lonely. I can fix that.
While all the bad guys are finally gone, our mission isn't over just yet. We enter a strange laboratory in an unknown location and walk through a strange hallway. We emerge from the hall to find a room surrounded by monitors. It's a real, Albert Wesker style room. We move down the stairs and examine the console in the middle of the room by pressing action. We insert the model of the quad tower we picked up long ago on the aircraft carrier into the console, which somehow, I don't know how you're supposed to get that that's what the key item was, but it's a Resident Evil game. This displays screens showing bizarre images of Carla and several researchers. Various images of Carla's researchers on the C virus along with victims in their chrysalid state appear. The clip finishes with what Carla describes as her greatest work yet. We walk around the console to the door in the center of the room. We walk through the hallway to find a lone chrysalid isolated in some kind of chamber. That bit of greatest work starts to hatch, and before it can finish, we empty an entire clip of ammo box 50 into it, destroying it. Okay, my theory, that was a rebirth Albert Wesker. It just hit me. I just had the light bulb moment. I think that's what they were getting at. Anyways, we proceed to reload and use our weapon to destroy all the equipment and notes located in the room, magazine after magazine after magazine. Out of the corner of our eye, we spot an image of Carla and Simmons in a happier time. We throw the communicator towards it and walk away. With the lab in flames, we receive a call asking if Ada Wong is ready to take on a new job. Finally, and finally, and finally, and finally, and finally, one more time, completing Resident Evil 6 as Capcom intended. I'll be honest, As far as notes go for this campaign, I don't have anything to say. It was lackluster, and that's about where I think I'll leave it because I can't express how tired my fingers are from typing about this game, my lungs are from talking about it, and my eyes are from seeing it. But hey, we unlocked a secret cutscene for completing all the chapters. That has to be worth it, right? Not really. It leads off with what is reminiscent of the opening to Resident Evil 5 in a way. There's an ominous cloaked figure that turns out to be old Jakey Poo, turned good of course. He's out there saving some kid and riding off into the distance. The only reason I can think of adding this is to tease a Jakey Poo game of his own, but we all know how well this was received. That, or they wanted to create a parallel from 5 and 6, showing the differences between father and son, Albert and Jake. Alright, well, there it is. I should probably put a picture of myself just like absolutely ragged. We finally completed Resident Evil 6 exactly as Capcom intended, and it only took like 4 hours of heavily edited gameplay. You know, light work, I guess. If you made it this so very far, I deeply appreciate it and honestly hope you took this in doses. Be sure to subscribe if you haven't by now, and if you enjoy, of course. Oh, and also like the video. I also stream on Twitch at twitch.tv/jeeps_, if that's your thing. But just know it's not always horror stuff, okay? Sometimes it's my niche little variety hidey hole, alright? But I also do record these challenge runs on Twitch most of the time. Also, if you're here, comment Jeeps_. Make more than one video every 6 months. It'll really help out a lot, you know. Don't worry, I've accepted my fate to do these as intended videos and have plans to bring it back to 1996 with the next one to start a new trilogy. Oh, and you might see some side projects in between. Okay, just bear with me. I work on them like once a week, and I wrote that like 6 months ago. I actually don't work on them at all. I've got the Skyrim video. It's ready. It just has to be edited. After this video goes out, I'm editing that video before I start working on anything. All right, you're going to see a Skyrim video, and it's going to be great. Also, check out some of my other channels, okay, that are completely barren right now, but totally have a purpose. Thanks again. Bye.
Wonder when I'll get to meet this doppelganger of mine.
So hungry.
Ada, stop!
You're barking up the wrong tree. No time to explain, though. I prefer to stay out of the spotlight.
I can do this. We can do this. We as a team are gonna do this. Pop, pop, pop.
Thanks for keeping them busy, fellas. I'll see you around. More searchlights, huh?
All right. Shit, man. That was awkward. Dude. Ada is fucking driving me insane right now. Whatever. We're good. I just can't help but wonder if I could maybe ice these motherfuckers in a different way, you know what I mean? What if I could hit that far one?
Like cockroaches.
I need to hit him as he's turning right here. That's it. That's the way. I think I can do it. Yes, let's go. If that doesn't get it, then I don't know what happened. Then I don't know what it is. Damn, ass. Dude. This game is like not omnidirectional. Which is wild. That should do it. If that doesn't get it, then I don't know what's wrong. Because I definitely did it that time. I'm very confident.
Was telling the truth. There's a fully armed aircraft carrier in open water not far from your location. Satellite imaging indicates they're getting ready to fire missiles on the mainland. It's imperative that you stop them from launching.
Yes, it pops. I just got it. I'll show you guys. Nice. We must have been getting caught by the spiders, but yes. Well, I don't have that on. I'll show you. Yeah. I got it. Right there she is.